بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الصلاة والسلام على رسول الكريم أما بعد السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. How are you doing, brother Fawad?
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته أخي. I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Alhamdulillah, good to have you on the panel again. Today, inshallah, we're going to be dealing with another Hindu festival, I think, which was yesterday, if I remember correctly. It is called the Maha Shivratri. But before we dig into that topic, I just want to see how are things with you. Anything new on the Dawa side of your channel, Dawa? Dots Connected to Islam.
Yeah, alhamdulillah. Nothing new. The brothers have been, because I was on a break for about a month or so. The brothers, they've been continuing to do dawah. Got really close to having one of the brothers take his shahada. He might actually come back. He will take him and his partner. They both. So make dua for him, inshallah. And the rest, yeah, just the usual. Nothing new. Subhanallah.
You had any live streams lately? Anything?
Yes.
I think Brother Yamani had a debate with some guy who's a hadith rejector or something.
Hadith rejector, yeah.
Don't know if you've seen that. I haven't seen it yet.
So I saw like half of it. Yeah, just it was a mess from the part of the rejector, of course, because he barely touched on the topic. He was talking about the contradictions between the hadith, etc. And that was not the topic, because the topic was, is the Quran sufficient for us, by itself? So yeah, subhanallah. But I think Brother Yemeni did very well, mashallah.
Yeah, mashallah, he's good at this topic. It's an important topic, because a lot of Muslims, unfortunately, they get diverted into this kind of it's another form of bid'ah, I would say, because they are going to do something which the Prophet ﷺ did not advise, or the companions did not practice. So it's a form of deviant movement, in a way, to completely reject the hadith. You cannot even follow the 5 pillars of Islam, let alone anything else, without the hadith. You won't be able to interpret even many ayahs of the hadith. We are coming to Ramadan in a couple of days, inshallah. And what are the the holy days that Allah mentions in the Quran? Yeah, because He doesn't specify exactly what those months are. But the thing is, these guys, when you ask them this question, they try to say, it's just a tradition. Yeah, but whose tradition are you following then? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Anyway, that's another topic. So inshallah, today our topic is on Hinduism once again. So if anybody in the chat, if you got any Hindus, please do join us, and perhaps you can tell us about your view on this particular festival, which is the one where Mahakum, I think, ended and Maha Shivratri started. So Shivratri, obviously, it's associated with Shiva. So he's one of the Trimurtis. You got Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. And Shiva is, Brahma is a creator, Vishnu is a preserver, and Shiva is a destroyer. That is how they normally interpret the Trimurti, or the Trinity within Hinduism. So I don't know if you heard about Shiva, Brother Fawad. Do you know, many people, when we ask them what is the meaning of Shiva, many Hindus don't know. So maybe today they can tell us what Shiva means.
Yeah, meaning, I don't know. I did hear the that he's the destroyer. He was married to Parvati, I think, and that's also has to do with the commemoration of this particular festival, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. So basically, Shiva linguistically just means one who is not, or that which is not.
That which is not, okay.
Yeah. You can just put God. You can just put God at the end of that. One who is not God, that which is not God. That'll give us an answer, maybe, as Muslims. But yeah, we'll maybe ask the Hindus what does that phrase mean? Like one who is not what? Because many, if I remember correctly, Sadhguru is quite popular, and he's a great devotee of Shiva. He's built like this 114-meter, 114 feet, actually, statue or bust of Shiva in South India, in Tamil Nadu. and he's a great devotee of this. So he basically says that he's nothing, and he represents nothing, because most of the cosmos is nothing, and that's what he represents, the nothingness.
Okay.
I don't know, does that make sense to you? So
No.
that's the philosophy they try to explain, and it is quite, for an individual to come to understand that God is nothing, because as far as I'm concerned, absolute nothingness doesn't exist.
Yeah.
It's just it's abstract. It's something which is, people use it to as linguistically to understand something. For example, if I told you there's nothing in my pocket, yeah, obviously there is something, but when I say nothing, you probably are thinking nothing in the sense of visible, tangible material.
Yes.
So that's what people will understand. And I remember Sadhguru giving the example of an atom. He's saying, look, atom is 90% or more than 99% nothingness. Yes, maybe the electrons, protons, neutrons, they occupy maybe 1% of the room within an atom, which is true. But would you call an atom nothing? No, you wouldn't. Yes. When somebody uses the term atom, they look at what an atom is as something from a material perspective. And they wouldn't be focusing on the nothingness in the atom. They would be focusing on what is the atom and what are its constituents and so on.
Yeah.
So it's when you say that your God is nothingness, I mean, that makes no sense, because the reality is not nothing. The reality is there, and God is real, not nothing, as far as I'm concerned as a Muslim. Alhamdulillah. So what are your thoughts on what you heard about the Hindu gods or something, maybe, perhaps?
I mean, to me, it's I always because most of our interaction is with the Christians or the atheists, right? So with Christians, whenever we interact with them, we tell them, Hinduism is very similar to Christianity, and they don't understand why we're saying that. It has to do with the whole Trimurti. And just a lot of things don't make sense to me. Like I'm not very knowledgeable when it comes to Hinduism. Like I'm learning with you guys, in all of these streams, but just subhanallah, it just goes against our innate disposition. Just you always delve into philosophy with these people. It never goes anywhere. Everybody believes something different. You can never pin them down. They can't even decide amongst themselves what constitutes their sacred scriptures. They keep making claims that it's the oldest religion on the planet, but when you ask them for proof, there is absolutely no proof. Subhanallah. And no wonder this religion never really traveled outside of the Indian subcontinent. It stayed there. All the other religions, they Salam alaikum, brother.
Mashallah, smile to Jannah, the big dog.
Yeah. You should have stayed like that for a few more seconds. Or like the camera is frozen.
The timing, isn't it?
Alhamdulillah. How are you doing?
Timing right.
Mashallah. Thanks for joining us early. I know you said it around 5 o'clock, but
yeah,
I missed that note. But yeah, good to have you early, mashallah. Today's interesting topic. I don't know if you know much about Maha Shivratri.
Is it to do with naked gurus and bathing in feces, or has it advanced from there?
This is the after party.
Oh,
they do pour milk on the whole Shiva Lingam in this one too, right?
Oh,
Not just milk, bro. Not just milk. Milk, honey. You can even bring fruits, your fruit salad, or even just water.
I'm gonna have to get my notebook ready.
What a waste. SubhanAllah.
It is indeed, yeah. I think he's come prepared with something. Go on, what is it you want to show us?
No. I'm saying I need to get ready with making notes.
I see, yeah.
Because I know the first half an hour or so, you go through a presentation and you give the people like a rough overview. So
yeah, inshallah.
I need to be ready for that.
There's someone at the door, so I'm just going to quickly see that. And until then, maybe you guys can share some nuggets from your recent Dawa events or anything you want to share with us, inshallah.
Go on, Fawad. I haven't seen
I
you in
already
so
did.
long. I want to hear what's been going on.
Yeah, subhanallah, not much at our end. Just the usual interactions with Christians, mostly on our channel. Um, I was on a break for about a month, so the other brothers, they had been doing their streams. Mashallah, we almost had a brother and a sister take shahada. They're very close, inshallah. So we're hoping that they will contact us again. They'll take their shahada. So uh, that's it. The sincere ones will always be guided. This is the truth. Uh, no matter what people say, no matter what they claim. Look at all these other religions like Hinduism, like as we were talking about. Just you know, it never went out of India for all of these reasons that we mentioned previously, and we're going to mention in the stream throughout. It's not rational, doesn't make sense, it's not logical. you know it doesn't go in line with your innate disposition, and Islam is the only religion that goes in line with your innate disposition. you know and it's something that you can practically apply in every age. It was applicable 1400 years ago, 3000 years ago, and it's applicable today, subhanallah. And that's why they have to always reform their religions, and they expect us to do the same, where we tell them, you can't improve on perfection. We have the truth, we have the perfection. So we encourage all of our Hindu brothers and sisters to look into Islam sincerely, inshallah, and Allah will guide them.
But what about the famous comment that we see? It's the oldest religion, sir. But oldest religion, sir.
Zero proof. Yeah, subhanallah. The oldest religion, yet it has no proof. And I'm shocked, brother. I'm sure you have heard of this claim that monotheism cannot be found before Abrahamic religions. This is actually not true. There have been discoveries, be it in the caves and whatnot. They've always seen that they always used to depict one deity worthy of worship, and then they had all these demigods. So it always started with a monotheism, which is the Islamic perspective. It always was monotheism, and then eventually people started worshiping their saints, and they started depicting all of these other demigods. And that's how Hinduism came about. That's how polytheism came about. Because it's a very strange claim to make that monotheism is a new religion. It was never around before Abrahamic religions. What would you have to say to anybody that actually makes this claim?
So it's the oldest religion, sir. Sir, please, sir. Please. On beautiful Israeli woman, sir. Sorry. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, whilst they would appeal to old being correct, we would and we tend to appeal to, I think, facts more. The famous Justin Barrett study that looks, if I'm not mistaken, I think he looked within it was 20 countries. 20 countries. Let me pull out the exact thing, because people know that he gets quoted a lot, but it's this particular thing that I'm trying to drill into my head as well. So his thing is 20 countries. He looked into 20 countries over 3 years, including 40 studies, and he concluded that we have a natural disposition to believe in a God. And then on top of that, of course, this whole notion that if you have one God that wants the tree to be green, another God that wants it to be purple, these are two conflicting wills. Whose will gets selected? Whatever the answer is, one of those gods will be either weak, will be somebody who is maybe unable to push forward their opinion, even if they are correct. So it's not charismatic enough, is not strong enough, is weak. You know what I mean? So whichever metric you want to use, it just it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. So ultimately, there does have to be one independent, all powerful, all knowing. And these are superlatives. You can't have somebody that's come first in a race and say, oh, yeah, but there's another person that came first as well. No, that's a tie. That's joint first, but it's not first. So when you're saying the most powerful, it's not joint. Otherwise, then you got two most powerfuls. Then it's not most powerful. They're sharing that particular title. So you have to, yeah, you definitely have to use your some appeal to absurdities and illogical possibilities, like we're probably going to see in this stream. And we have seen, bro, like the amount of people that come and just make some weird mental gymnastics. But that's not how it should be for God. God's supposed to make sense intuitively, like you mentioned. And it's that intuition of believing in one God. But bro, we're gonna hear people saying, but we do believe in a God. Yeah, and it is technically speaking one God. So what would you say, or what have you said pertaining that?
Absolutely. And this is something that studies have shown, that children are born upon fitra, and that's what the hadith says, that the children are born upon fitra. And what is that fitra? That's the innate disposition that we refer to as in English, right? It's believing in one God. But it's not just that. There are so many other things that children, human beings, are born within their innate dispositions. For instance, cleanliness. No child is ever born disliking cleanliness. This is within our fitra, right? Imagine a little child. Why does he cry when he wants to have his diaper changes? Because of the smell, the feel of feeling dirty. He wants to be changed. And the moment you change him, he relaxes, he goes to sleep, right? You will never see a child sleeping calmly when his diaper is dirty, right? The subjugation to law, that's another thing. Even thieves, they have their own code that they have to abide by. Another thing, justice. No man is born disliking justice. So many of these things that we're born within our innate disposition. And this is like the stamp that we believe that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala left upon us in our nature. Believing in one God. Believing in more than one God, it just doesn't make any sense, because all you're doing is describing the same entity twice. If you're saying we need more than one all-powerful, omniscient, all of those properties that you associate with God, right? You're describing the same entity twice, and if there's a property X that differentiates one from the other, right, which would render either or both of them unnecessary, because one of them lacks that one property that the other one has. So subhanallah, so monotheism is the only, tawheed is the only thing that makes sense.
Yeah, alhamdulillah, barakallah feek, brothers. So inshallah we go back to our topic on this Maha Shivratri. It's basically the marriage, as they say, of Shiva and Parvati. So Parvati is the wife of Shiva. What Hindus are celebrating, many of them, they say that this is basically the two aspects of our universe. So one is the and it also celebrates the masculine and the feminine energies in the universe in a way, or something like that. And this is what they're celebrating. But there are so many stories. They can't really tell us exactly what they're celebrating the Maha Shivratri for. Because some of them say it is basically there was this pillar which was Shiva coming in the form of a pillar to somehow, to ensure, because from the Trimurti, you have the Brahma, you have the Vishnu and the Shiva, the three gods, you can call them, within this godhead. So one day Vishnu and Brahma had a dispute, and they were arguing with each other as to who's supreme. which god is supreme from the two, and they couldn't decide. And all of a sudden they see this massive pillar, an infinite pillar that just comes from nowhere, and it's actually Shiva in the form of this pillar. And then Shiva says, I will settle the dispute between the two of you. So whoever finds the end of the pillar is going to be the Supreme Lord. So both of them, they take different forms. So Brahma takes the form of a swan, and he goes to find the pillar up in the upward direction. Vishnu takes the form of a wild boar, wild pig, and he goes in the downward direction to find the end. Vishnu couldn't find the end. He submits to Shiva, saying that I can't find it, and he basically surrenders. Then Brahma finds this flower. I forgot the name. Starts with K. If somebody can help me in the chat, that'll be great. But I think it sounds something like keiki or something, or kriti or something like that. And anyway, that flower is supposed to be at the top of this pillar, but it falls down, and Brahma picks up that, and it says to the flower, "Do you want to be like a really famous flower? Then you have to tell me that this you."
I think it's Ketaki, right? Ketaki.
Yeah, Ketaki, that's the one. Yeah. So the Ketaki flower tells him that, he convinces the Ketaki flower to say that, yes, Brahma has found the end. In a way, he's trying to deceive Shiva by saying this. So he says to Shiva, look, I found the end. Here is my testimony from the flower. Shiva asks the flower, has he found the end? And the flower goes, yes, he did indeed find. And then Shiva curses them both. So the flower is not going to be used in any of the pujas, in any of the worships of Shiva, whereas Brahma, the creator god, is not going to be worshipped as god anymore. And he turns to Vishnu, and he tells Vishnu that you are worshipable, which means that you will obviously have temples and so on, you'll be worshipped. So this is basically in Shiv Puran, and this, Shiv Puran obviously is biased towards Shiva. So this way they are trying to say, look, from all the Trimurti, Shiva is the supreme god, and he settles dispute even amongst the gods. The very fact that the gods fought for supremacy shows that they themselves don't know supreme.
Yeah. And the fact that you had to ask a flower, like, what? Yeah.
To testify. So this is something which we find amongst the absurdities of what constitutes as Hinduism today. Again, just want to remind the viewers, we are not here to basically mock a religion. I'm actually mocking what has been written in your religion, who are mocking your gods anyway. Yeah, so anyone with an open mind, with an objective understanding of what's happening in the story, they will tell you that this is nothing but basically nonsense. And that's the reason you have these new Hindutva groups, for example, the reformist groups of the Arya Samaj and the other groups as well. They completely disregard all the Puranas. They say these are not real books. They are just stories which are written by some unknown people, and they're not to be trusted. So I don't blame them for rejecting all these books and pushing them under the bus. But then they reject all the other Hindu books as well. They only consider the Vedas to be credible. So anyway, this is one of the stories of Shiva and why this lingam is celebrated. By the way, many people say that the lingam actually means some sort of a male reproductive organ, but many Hindus will say this is not true. The literal meaning of the term lingam means a mark or a symbol. Yes, that's true. But then there are ancient temples which have got these lingams in the form of a human reproductive organ. Yeah, we are not saying that we made that. These are some of your oldest temples which have got this.
What did you mean by that?
Okay, sometimes a picture speaks 1,000 words.
Oh no! So, is it going to turn into one of those streams?
Yeah, well, we have to show them what's in the temples. So if
Oh,
anybody
no.
doesn't want to see this Najais thing, please look away.
Sorry, guys, in advance.
Yes, this is what it looks like. Okay, and this is supposed to be from a temple called the Gudimalam Temple, and it is said to be from 2nd century BC. This ancient temple dates back to the 2nd century BC,
I
making it
didn't know
2000.
Shiva was circumcised.
Oh yeah, good question. I didn't even notice that. I don't pay importance to details in these kind of things.
No, we have to. Can't cut
maybe
corners over here.
maybe they,
Even though a corner
as
was
that is a
definitely
healthy
not there.
option back then. So yeah, this is something. This temple is still there in India. So if anybody doesn't
Don't
believe
cut
it,
corners,
you can go
Hashim,
and-
yeah? Only cut the private parts of, that can be cut, but the corners can't be cut, yeah?
I don't know.
And it
Don't
seems
even-
like he was excited here.
And whoever that person is in the middle is most likely Shiva, because it represents this this pillar, this kind of infinite pillar of light, and Shiva comes out from that pillar. So this is what it's kind of maybe representing. But yeah, there's a lot of nudity in the temples, both inside and outside.
What do you think was exciting him?
I have no idea.
Because that
Maybe
was...
maybe it was Parvati. I don't know,
Aha.
or maybe Mohini.
Oh.
The Sheikh's not here today. He'll have a laugh. Yeah, so I don't know what was exciting him, but he did ejaculate in front of Mohini before. I don't know if it was pre-ejaculation or something, and it turned
damn.
into gold and silver. No idea. So maybe that's the reason many of these temples like to collect a lot of gold.
Interesting.
Was it gold and silver, or was it? I thought that's how they explain how the rivers and the seas.
No.
No. Oh, okay.
During the Mohini story,
Mhm.
that ejaculation turned into. And there's another story, which again is kind of pretty graphic. So one day Shiva was in the forest, and he was, I don't know, he was dancing, obviously in his birthday suit, and there were some rishis there. There were some sages over there with their wives, and the wives saw him. Some of them got really scared and ran off when they saw his stool. The others were excited, and the sages couldn't take this, and they cursed his stool, and his stool fell off, and then it grew.
Cool.
Well, not the stool, the tool.
Oh. Oh. So his
Yeah.
thingamajig fell off.
Yeah, it fell off because
Shivers, yeah?
the sages cursed it.
Shivers.
Yeah, I don't know if it shivered, but it became basically massively, like the beanstalk when they put
No,
the.
wait. Are we still talking about Shiva,
It
yeah?
becomes like a huge beanstalk, and it grew and grew and grew. It was going to destroy all the universe. And guess
Okay.
what? They went to, I think they went
What is
to
this?
Brahma or somewhere, and Brahma said to go to Parvati, his female consort. She was wife basically, and he says only Parvati can take care of this huge phallus,
Okay.
which is going to destroy the universe. And what happens
Oh my
next is like she turns into this big female private part.
Right?
Yes, and
What the?
at the end, Shiva's phallus enters the Parvati, and that's when he gets, settled. Otherwise, he was going to destroy the universe. So Parvati basically brings him under control. Unfortunately, these are the stories in the books. It's not something that I've written. I mean, I can show you videos done by Hindus on this. Like entire episodes
Is
trying to
that-
explain how these
Is
things
that on
work.
special websites that you have to pay a subscription for?
Oh no, it is free. It is not from. It is not one of those India's Got Latent programs.
Oh.
Yeah, that is called dark comedy or dark humor. This is called religion. That is where the difference is. One is allowed, the other is not allowed.
This is a mad
Right.
thing.
So yeah, this is basically one of the things they say, that this is how they explain this Maha Shivratri. And So they do fasting. They do, when I say fasting, I don't mean fasting like the way we are going to do in Ramadan, where we don't have any food or any water at all. They are allowed certain food during the
Fruits
fasting.
and nuts, isn't it?
Yeah, basically, I think most uncooked food, except for obviously
And dudu
vegetarian
as well.
food.
They
Yeah,
also
yeah.
refrain from milk, I think, right? Milk and certain things. Yeah.
No,
Now, don't
no,
they
they
have
do.
fruits and milk?
Yeah, they do eat all of that. So
Oh.
it's only
No,
things like
but during this festival, do they not refrain from milk? I thought they did.
I haven't read on that, but
Maybe I'm
maybe
mistaken.
it's
They,
No.
they'd rather waste that milk than drinking it.
yeah, which is actually not funny. Half of India is starving. They're
Yeah.
at the bottom of the hunger index, and these guys, they pour milk by the tons. If you
On
calculate the
that big
amount of,
statue.
yeah, not only
Yeah.
milk, but milk and honey, and also a lot of fruit, because they do adorn this shivling with all kinds of food and fruit, and a lot of waste is there. Obviously, they say they do feed it to animals afterwards, but all that goes down the drain, milk and honey, because it's not something that people eat after it's been smeared like that on these
Yeah.
things. So yeah, indeed, there is a lot of wastage as well, and in temples. So can you imagine, like, if there's a temple in every locality, the amount of wastage there is during these festivals? It's not something that is taken lightly, and I think many Hindus are aware of this. They are making, there are activists who try to stop this and try to, find ways to preserve the food that's been poured over this lingam. But there's only so much they can do. So yeah, unfortunately, this is how it's been treated. So I'm just going to play a short video. Gives you an idea as to what they think. So rather than us telling um, the Muslims telling their stories, let the Hindus tell their own stories. Because at the end of the day, they will always blame us, whether we tell from their Puranas or not. They'll still blame us. So I think it's only fair that we let the Hindus speak for themselves sometimes. Many of them are reluctant to come on the streams when we have an open discussion, an open invitation to many of their learned Hindus. And then, you know what the blame is? Oh, you guys only talk to kids or basically ignorant people. Well, we invite everyone, but the only people who come are these people. So we got to do with the leftovers, unfortunately. If you don't come, why would you blame us? We have an open invitation every Thursday, but no one comes from your gurus, and when we tell them, why don't your gurus come? Oh, they don't have time for you guys. Well, then don't complain that we didn't invite you. It's your fault at the end of the day if they didn't come. So, and if they don't want to explain their religion, if they don't want the truth from their religion to be told, I personally have a feeling, because they have got no legs to stand on. Because what are they going to use as a source? The same Puranas. Because you won't find stories of Shiva in the Vedas. Yes, rarely his name has been mentioned. His name as Rudra has been mentioned, not the term Shiva. So there's no mention of Ram or Krishna or Shiva, which are the main deities these guys worship on a day-to-day basis. Yeah. So anyway, let's see what this TRS program. I like their programs because they bring people whom the Hindus respect as basically either someone who knows history, who knows the scriptures. Sometimes they are pundits as well. So let's see what they say about the gods. All right, so I'm just going to.
So when I was a kid, I watched a show called Vishnu Puran, which we were tripping out over in the other room. There was a beautiful show by B.R. Chopra, B.R. Chopra's Mahabharat.
Right.
And after that B.R. Chopra's Mahabharat show got done, they had reruns of it until about 1998 maybe, where they started airing Vishnu Puran.
Right.
And I remember the whole country got very gripped to Vishnu Puran. I remember being gripped to it as a kid.
Right.
And then I rewatched, I think, the first 2 episodes later on in life. When I rewatched them as an adult, I realized, whoa, this show is extremely deep.
Yes.
And I figured that there's no way that writers could have sat and had written, had penned down these dialogues.
Completely.
They had to have taken them from somewhere because the dialogues were too heavy.
Right.
That's also why the show may not have caught on as much as Mahabharata or Ramayana, which are very simple stories.
Yes,
I want a simple story, but they're linear stories.
Yeah, linear stories.
They're not philosophical things.
Yes.
So Vishnu Puran talks about the birth of the universe,
Right.
the birth of Parabrahm, which is God in general.
Yes.
But from there, I'd love for you to explain it in brief. Where does Vishnu, Brahm, Shiva fall into this birth of the universe theory?
Right.
And also, why is there a hierarchy in terms of gods? Like, why is it, okay, God, then Vishnu, Brahma, Mahesh,
Right.
then the Devis, then all the other gods, then
Yes.
Indra, etc., etc. What is this logic?
Right. I think that's a very good question. And a lot of people have these questions. I had these questions when I started researching. And the confounding factor here is that different Purans call different gods as supreme. So in the Shiv Puran, you would find Shiva as the most supreme god. And whereas in the Vaishnavite Purans, you would find Vishnu as the supreme god. So in terms of Bhagavatam, Krishna is the supreme god. Right. So I think there's some confusion there that happens in the mind of people. But if you want to understand the broad hierarchy, so it comes, again, none of the Purans or any later scriptures have anything to say which is different from the Vedas. So in the Rig Veda, there's this Purush Sukta. And this Purush Sukta talks about the Adi Purush, who's the first person. Purush, of course, it's a masculine term, but it basically implies that this is the first person in the universe. And it is from him that the entire creation comes. The Purush Sukta talks about another being emerging from the Purush who starts the creation, which is Viraj. So there you have the beginnings of the story of Lord Vishnu being presented as the Adi Purush, from whom emerges Brahma, who's Viraj, and from Brahma starts the rest of the creation. Now, if you go by the Shiv Puran descriptions, it's Shiva who's there in the beginning, and then he emerges as the lingam of fire. So very interestingly, a lot of people worship Shiva Lingam, but they don't know what it means, right? So the Shiva Lingam actually represents a lingam of fire. It's a pillar of fire, and this pillar of fire suddenly emerges, and there's Brahma and there's Vishnu, and they don't know where it's coming from. So both of them, they decide to explore the ends of it. So Vishnu takes the form of a Vara, and Brahma takes the form of a swan. And he flies up, and Vishnu digs deeper into the lower half of it. But none of them can find the end. So finally, they meet at the midpoint, and that's when Shiva emerges from it. That's called the Linga Udbhav Shiva. So some of the southern temples have this depiction of Shiva emerging from the Lingam. So that's where Shiva tells them that I am the supreme one, and I created you. So there are different versions. But again, a very beautiful point to understand is that all the Purans refer to different kalpas. So for this, I'll have to go a little bit backwards into what a kalpa is and what the timeline is, right? So this universe is just, according to our scriptures, this universe is just one of the multiple universes. So our scriptures actually talk about a multiverse. This is not the only universe in the world. Earth is not the only place that is inhabited.
All right. So he basically went very quickly over the story of that pillar, which I just told you. So you must have probably realized he used Sanskrit words to obfuscate, basically to hide these terms like wild boar. So he said Varaha. Okay, that's what it means. People are listening, they're wondering what is that, like maybe something, but they don't realize that the one of the avatars of Vishnu, who is one of the supreme gods of the Hindus, takes different avatars, and one of those avatars is like a wild pig or a wild boar. And this is I don't understand how they could call their gods as something as
normally pig is an insult, isn't it?
It is an insult.
Pig.
Yeah, the pigs eat everything. The wild boars eat the feces.
They
eat everything, basically. It's a dirty animal for a reason, because the digestive system is such that they basically just eat anything and everything. Bones, you give it a human corpse, it'll finish it within, I don't know, an hour or minutes or something. And these animals,
and other people mate with their females as well.
Yeah, and they keep all the toxins inside. Yeah, it absorbs it within the flesh, and that's the reason many of them tell us not to. Many scientists today are telling us not to eat pigs, for this reason, because of these toxins in its body, and very difficult to cook and very difficult to get rid of these toxins and the tapeworms and whatever worms are there in its stomach. But anyway, this is, like you said correctly, it's an insult to call your god a boar, a wild boar. Right? It's crazy. Anyway, so this is one of the stories, and it tells you about the hierarchies within the Hinduism. So let me bring you that chart. I think that was a very good chart that they had in there about the different gods within
the hierarchy.
Yeah, the hierarchy of gods. Yeah. Just one sec. Can't find the chart now. It's at the beginning somewhere. Oh, it's further down.
I think it's when the host was speaking, if I'm not mistaken, in the beginning.
Was it right at the beginning, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, when you ask the questions, isn't it? Okay, let me bring that up again. But yeah, it's a good indication as to how the hierarchy works within Hinduism.
Chopra's Mahabharata show got done. They had reruns of it until about 1998 maybe, where they started airing Vishnu Puran.
Right.
And I remember the whole country got very gripped to Vishnu Puran. I remember being gripped to it as a kid.
Right.
And then I rewatched, I think the first 2 episodes later on in life. When I rewatched them as an adult, I realized, whoa, this show is extremely deep.
Yes.
And I figured that there's no way that writers could have sat and had, penned down these dialogues.
Completely.
They had to have taken them from somewhere because the dialogues were too heavy.
Right.
That's also why the show may not have caught on as much as Mahabharata or Ramayana, which are very simple stories.
Yes.
I won't say simple stories, but they're linear stories, etc. What is this logic?
Right. I think that's a very good question.
All the other gods,
Yes.
Indra, etc., etc. What is this Vishnu Brahma birth of the universe theory?
Right.
And also, why is there a hierarchy in terms of gods? Like, why is it God? Then
Okay, so let's have a look at this chart here. So can you guys see the chart at the top? I know it's a bit dark. Do you see it? So right at the top where it says Brahman, so that is what they call as the unified field ground of being, or the Godhead, or Ishvara as the supreme controller. Now, this is not an entity as such. This is basically just this universal field or something, And the reason they like to point to Brahman is because that is what they think the reality is. All of this, what is below that, are the different manifestations. So they got the first 3, which is, let me just zoom in there. I can't zoom in this. The first 3 is, can I zoom? Yeah, here it is. Okay, so see it clearly now. Yeah. Okay, so you see the Brahman at the top. That's not an individual. That's not a person. It's just this unified field, or this universe, basically. All the cosmos, or all the things which you can imagine, basically. That's what it is. And within that, they are calling it the Ishvara, or the Ishwar as the supreme controller, and they manifest as Vishnu, Brahma, Shiva. Yeah, and then they tell us about the different wives or the consorts of these manifestations, and what are the different avatars. For example, on the right hand side, you see here, it says from 1 to 9, I think, or 10, the 10 different avatars of Shiva. Hold on, these are the avatars of Vishnu. Here it is. Yeah, and they even include where it says incarnations. So these are the avatars of Vishnu, and one of them is Varaha, somewhere there. Yeah, it's the number 3. That is where the wild boar is, basically. So yeah, I mean, it's basically, this is the different the chart, hierarchy chart. Just wanted to show you that. That was an interesting part. And yeah, there's another video also I wanted to share with you. So we have seen how the different hierarchy of the gods work. Now we're going to see the wrath of Shiva on Brahma. Brahma is one of the Trimurtis, and we'll see why he got angry. It's a bit of a long story, but when I say long, I mean like 4 minutes. So inshallah, we'll try to put it at 1.5 speed so that we can appreciate the story plus not be bored by it at the same time. Okay.
When the creator and the preserver of the universe battle for supremacy, a celestial conflict that led to a shocking divine curse. This is the untold story of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. When Lord Vishnu and Lord Brahma emerged from Lord Shiva for thousands of years, both of them remained in deep yogic slumber. When Lord Brahma woke first, he saw the divine lotus stem, which had neither a beginning nor an end. He was astonished and filled with curiosity. I alone exist here, he thought. Apart from me, nothing else has existence. That means I alone am the supreme god, the Parabrahma. Brahma then pondered, where does this lotus stem begin, and where does it end? At that moment, he saw a divine figure in deep yogic slumber. Basically, that divine figure was Lord Vishnu sleeping over Sheshnik. Who are you? Why are you absorbing the energy of the lotus from which I was born? Brahma asked to Vishnu. I am not absorbing its energy. He answered, but this lotus itself has originated from my navel. That means I am its source, and I am your creator. Brahma was astonished. It seems you are trying to prove yourself superior to me, he said, but you forget that I am the Parabrahma. I was the first to awaken, and thus, my existence was revealed before creation itself. That makes me the greatest. To this, Lord Vishnu replied, the one who provides the foundation is the greatest, and I am your foundation. That means I am superior to you. Brahma replied, your place is below, while mine is above in the infinite cosmos. The higher position is always held by the supreme being. Thus, a debate began between them who among them was supreme. As they argued, suddenly, an energy more powerful than the entire.
Yeah, so this is the initial part where Brahma and Vishnu are trying to understand each other and then trying to basically dominate or show that they are supreme from the another. So at the beginning, we saw this, Vishnu having a navel from which a lotus emerges. So this is Vishnu is lying down on the snake with I don't know how many 9 heads or whatever it is, and this is on the lotus sits Brahma, who is basically the one who created everything. He's a creator god, and at this point he's not understanding whether the creator is the god or whether Vishnu, from whose navel this creator emerges, is the god. This is what they were trying to find out, and because of this disagreement, that's where the fire comes out from. Sorry, this pillar of fire comes out. Where were we?
Replied, the one who provides the foundation is the greatest, and I am your foundation. That means I am superior to you. Brahma replied, your place is below, while mine is above in the infinite cosmos. The higher position is always held by the supreme being. Thus, a debate began between them who among them was supreme. As they argued, suddenly, an energy more powerful than the entire cosmos itself manifested before them in the form of an infinite pillar of light. Both were astonished. What is this? They wondered, apart from us, what else can exist? They could not comprehend that the pillar of light was nothing but the divine radiance of my Lord Shiva. The pillar had no beginning and no end. They tried to see its origin and its end, but they could not. In the midst of their debate, a celestial voice echoed from the heavens. O Brahmadeva, you are destined to create the universe, and O Narayan, you are destined to preserve and protect it. But how have you both become entangled in such a futile argument? If you truly wish to determine who is the greatest, then find the ends of this divine light. Whoever succeeds first will be the supreme one. Hearing this, Brahma ascended upon his swan and flew upwards, while Vishnu took the...
Yeah, so this is where they take two different forms and try to find the end of the pillar, because here Shiva is trying to be the arbitrator, trying to find a way to settle the dispute or the struggle or the argument between these two gods who are fighting for supremacy.
Form of a boar and dived downwards. As Brahma ascended higher and higher, he realized the journey was becoming increasingly difficult. Meanwhile, Vishnu, in his boar form, descended further into the depths, but he too could not find the base of the pillar. Eventually, Vishnu understood the infinite nature of this divine light and accepted his inability to find its end. But Brahma was not ready to accept defeat. Just then, he saw a Kataki flower falling from above. Seeing an opportunity, he asked the flower, "Where have you come from?" The flower replied, "I was drawn here from the summit of this divine pillar, hoping to meet my creator." Brahma devised a deceitful plan. "If you wish to be honored as the greatest flower in creation, then help me," he said. The flower agreed, and when Brahma returned, he declared, "I have found the upper end of the divine light."
So here is where we have a god actually being deceitful and lying in order to attain supremacy over the other god.
Here's the proof: the Kataki flower, Shiva, the supreme being, then asked the flower, "Is Brahma speaking the truth?" Kataki confirmed Brahma's words, but Lord Shiva was not deceived. "I did not expect this from you," he said to Brahma. "You have attempted to win through falsehood. I curse you, Brahma, that you shall not..."
So here Shiva is cursing Brahma, and this is one god cursing the other.
"Be worshipped in the universe you create." Then he turned to the Kataki flower.
What happened to his right eye?
Sorry, was that?
Just go back a little bit.
Oh, this is just basically AI representations.
No, but still, I mean, why are they using AI to generate their gods? No, the one on his
This guy
left.
or the other guy?
The other guy, the
Brahma,
one in the
that you
middle.
shall not be...
What
Yeah,
happened?
look at the middle guy's right eye. It's got a lazy eye.
worshipped in the universe
He's got a
you
lazy eye.
create.
Yeah.
Then he turned to the Kataki flower and said, "You were created to be the most
Maybe that
revered
was the
flowers,
effect of the
but
curse.
But you have
Yeah,
supported falsehood.
yeah.
I curse you that you shall never be used in worship and shall always remain outside temples and places of devotion. Brahma was furious. I am the creator of this universe. I alone am the Parabrahma. Who are you to curse me? Shiva responded, it is not you who speaks, but the ego within you. That ego must be destroyed.
Gods having egos.
Then, taking the form of Bhairava, my lord severed Brahma's fifth head, which had become corrupted by arrogance, even though Lord Shiva knew that by...
Did you see that? That was pretty quick, actually. Let me rewind that. So here Shiva takes out his sword and he decapitates Brahma, basically. He has got 5 heads or 4 heads, something like that, depending on which story or version you believe. And he actually cuts off one of its head.
The form of Bhairava, my lord severed Brahma's fifth head, which had become corrupted by arrogance, even though Lord Shiva knew that by doing so, he would bear the sin of Brahma's...
God bearing the sin of decapitation. You know, this is when the Hindus say, Tan se juda. This is what happened to one of the gods. And he's sinful. This other god, Shiva, is sinful of that act.
slaying. He still did it because it was necessary. That, too, was his ultimate sacrifice.
There you go. So yeah, like I said, these are stories from their own Puranas, from their own scriptures. We are not making this up to show them in a bad light. Obviously, the Hindus, they'll come, oh, this is all Maya, this is all, you know, something that is a play of the gods. But what is the purpose of this play of gods? What is the purpose of showing one god has ego, another god curses that god for telling lies, and that god decapitates him? What is all this, man? Couldn't you actually just tell this in the form of a story?
Huh?
And
the other guy became a pig.
Yeah, and became a pig, took the form of a pig. I don't know if the pig form is much more, I don't know, it's much more powerful. Because if he stayed in his own form, that's obviously not powerful enough. So he had to become a pig, because that had some advantage. I don't see the other reason why he would become a pig otherwise. But anyway, no moral teachings as always from this. They normally just wrap it up by saying, oh, it is a way to show how to control your ego. But come on, you know, there are better ways to doing this than reducing your gods to such a derogatory, you know, form and acts of telling lies and deceit. It is crazy, you know. Anyway, what's it? It's been nearly an hour, isn't it? Let me show you one more clip, and then inshallah we open up for the Q&A. So if there are any Hindus, we would like to hear from you guys as to what do you think about Maha Shivratri. Maybe tell us what you learned from these stories. That'll be great benefit for all of us. But yeah, no jalebis, yeah? Remember, you guys are fasting for Maha Shivratri. Okay, so let me play that again. I haven't shared it yet. So this is where the confusion of who is the supreme god still lies with the Hindus.
शिव पुराण में शिव जी सबसे सुप्रीम है, भागवत पुराण में श्री कृष्ण सुप्रीम है, देवी भागवत पुराण में शक्ति सुप्रीम है। तो सुप्रीम कौन है? शिव पुराण में क्लियरली एक जगह मेंशन है कि अलग अलग कल्पों में कभी शिव जी पहले प्रकट होते हैं, कभी ब्रह्मा प्रकट होते हैं, कभी विष्णु जी प्रकट होते हैं। जो
Okay, so those who don't understand Hindi, just want to tell you about how they're trying to make sense of these different contradictions. So, you know, the question here is, the question they're trying to answer is, which god is supreme from the Trimurti of the Hindus? Is it Brahma, is it Vishnu, or Shiva? This gentleman here is saying that there are different kalpas, there are different epochs or periods, or you know, and during these periods, sometimes Brahma is supreme, sometimes Vishnu is supreme, and sometimes Shiva is supreme. So he's in a way to basically, you know, trying to say that these books are not contradictory. These different Puranas are not contradictions. They are just about different gods being supreme at different periods of history. That's all it is. I mean, that still doesn't make sense, is it? Because whenever the period, one of them is supreme, the other one has to be not supreme. The contradiction's still there. They just don't realize it. So let me continue playing.
वो पहले प्रकट हुआ उसको सुप्रीम माना जाता है। हर पुराण अलग अलग दिन की कहानी बता रही है।
सो क्लियरली हमें पता चलता है कि ये पुराने जो है ये कॉन्ट्राडिक्टरी नहीं है। शिव पुराण उस दिन लिखी गई जब शिव जी सुप्रीम थे, तो उस दिन की सारी कहानियां जो वो शिव पुराण में डाल दी गई। तो इसलिए शिव पुराण में हमें लगता है कि शिव जी सुप्रीम है। कोई अगर सिर्फ भागवत पुराण पढ़ता है उसको लगेगा कि हाँ कृष्ण जी सुप्रीम है। अगर आप विष्णु पुराण पढ़ेंगे तो आपको लगेगा कि कृष्ण जी तो एक्चुअली अवतार हैं। कहानियां मिलती हैं उस दिन में जब ब्रह्मा जी कहते हैं मैं सुप्रीम हूँ, रिफ्यूज कर देते हैं मानने को कि विष्णु जी आपसे मेरा जन्म हुआ है, क्योंकि ब्रह्मा एक मॉर्टल बीइंग है। विष्णु जी, शिव जी, दुर्गा माँ, दे आर गॉड, बट ब्रह्मा एक उनकी एक लाइफ है फिक्स्ड।
Okay, so they have reduced one of the gods, Brahma, the one that Shiva cut his head off. He's the one who is actually a mortal. He's not an immortal god, even though he's part of the Trimurti. Right, just want to say Assalamu alaikum, Brother Muris.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
How are you doing, Akhi? All right?
Alhamdulillah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Nice of you to drop in. Yeah, this is, you probably heard most of it in the past from our streams. So just, there's a special festival called Maha Shivratri. We are just discussing that. And Shiva is like the main character, in this festival. So we are discussing and focusing mainly on Shiva and his stories from the Puranas. So as you have seen this Hindu guy, he's saying that in different periods, different gods were superior. And these books were written in, for example, when it was... when Vishnu is supreme, and you read the Vishnu Puran, because it was written in that time. But then when we ask them which time, they tell us millions or billions of years ago. Now you tell me who was writing millions and billions of years ago in what language? These books were like pretty recent. They're not written millions of years ago.
SubhanAllah too, because I was tuning in while I was on my drive, and I was trying to the question that was coming to my mind was, first off, you had, one supposed God, and then all of a sudden there's this, like, another one that pops up out of nowhere. It's like, was that willed into existence, or who did that? You know what I mean? Because the other guy was like, oh, shocking, another one. Like, what are you doing here? And he's like, I'm the supreme one. What are you doing here? Oh, no, I'm supreme because I became from that. And it's like, and then all of a sudden, a third voice comes in and says, listen, you two idiots, you guys can't settle your own dispute, so I have to settle it for you.
Exactly. That's exactly what happened, bro. That's exactly. And you're not exaggerating. That's
I think
exactly
you missed the giant circumcised erect penis as well. Yeah.
This too. Yeah, I liked how you said no corner cutting. Fortunately for everybody, there's no corners in a circle, right? So yeah.
So yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. So it's like I said, they try to interpret, try to damage control whatever they have. And I think this is one of the reasons you don't see many Hindus having debates on religion and taking it seriously, because they basically have no legs to stand on. The only thing you will see them do now is to hurl insults at us. Yes. Change the topic to Prophet, peace be upon him. Yes. And the favorite topic, the young marriage of Aisha radhiyallahu anha. That's all they got. That's all they got. I mean, if you really want to go down that route, we can find a plethora of stuff which is much more, according to your worldview, much more, I would say, indecent, to use a more, a word which doesn't insult your gods. Because at the end of the day, if you read your books, they literally do insult your gods. Not only reducing them to animals, as we have just seen, but even far worse than that, indulging in rapes, indulging in behavior which even a common man will find it humiliating. If anyone in the family does it. So it's something that you guys have to look into. Just look into the mirror yourself before you start pointing fingers at others. Same like the Christians. They like to throw stones when their own homes are made of glass, but they don't realize this. So we will not tolerate this whataboutery. Answer from your scriptures. If you want to, give us some explanation which you think is rational, you're more than welcome to do it. But try not to do any whataboutery, because we will not be tolerating that. Inshallah, we're going to open up for the Q&A. Muris, how are things on your side? I heard you changed the name of your channel.
Yes, alhamdulillah.
What is all that about?
So it's been on my mind for a long time. And finally, I was actually in mid conversation with Brother Sabur, and then he was just like, "Look, dude," and so we had this, heart to heart. And there's this desire for me to expand on the content that I'm delivering to people. And there was this searchability thing that was going on through my head, and I understand fully that it's all about the production that you're putting out. It doesn't really matter the name and the association and so on and so forth. But I felt like that there was a big thing missing in regards to when people are just discovering Islam and functioning as a bridge to the dealing with the polemic side of it. So I think, mashallah, we have a lot more people that are way more knowledgeable than me, and that are much more of experts in regards to the polemics. And it's not something that I'm going to, stop because it's sharpening my own blade. But I think that, Islam as a comprehensive and a holistic solution to life, there's so much beauty of it and within it that is just not being properly showcased. And I think that, I think that I can fill that gap quite nicely.
What's the new channel called?
It's just at Discovered Islam.
Is it okay?
I still haven't done the logo or anything. It's just I pulled the trigger while the name was available, so I was able to lock in 4 out of the 5 platforms. It was not available on
Discover Islam or Discovered Islam?
Discovered. Yeah,
Okay.
So Discover Islam was taken, but I wasn't able to secure the Twitter version of it, so it's on Twitter. It's Islam Discovered.
That's fine, no problem.
But
I kind of like Dawa Digest.
I loved it. I loved it myself. Yeah. It had an amazing tune to it. It's just it's still there in heart. I just think that a lot of people, when they're searching for Islamic content, they're not searching for strictly like Dawa. And then there was also the
but it doesn't matter. It's not the name that comes up.
Yeah, I agree.
Brother Zeeshan should be able to give you some nuggets from his experience and knowledge. Mashallah, he's got a subscriber base of
my name is Jannah.
Jannah.
Oh, dude,
exactly. Yeah,
man. Like, come on.
Like, when they get angry, they go, "Hey, listen here, Jannah. This is unacceptable."
Yeah, serious. Actually, the word digest. So it was supposed to be a play on a magazine digest. Right?
Exactly. We know that. Yeah.
And it was not universally translatable. A lot of people were just like, "Are you like digesting content?" Well, technically, you are digesting content, and so on and so forth. So,
yeah, don't worry about those few people.
No. I don't. It was my own. I promise you.
I still like the name Dawa Digest, and yeah, I mean, if you got all your socials already with that name, then stick to it, inshallah. And if you want to change it, it's entirely up to you. But
yeah, it's already shifted. It's now just getting the logo done. So there's a couple that have reached out.
Wish you all the best with that, and Allah make your mashallah. You got a lot of talent. It's just underappreciated, and I think once you start making those shots, your channel should grow, inshallah. So those who haven't subscribed, please do subscribe to Discovered Islam. It's under Muris's name, and inshallah.
There's a few things to bear in mind as well. Some brothers have said that if you look at certain channels that have done well, you've got channels like iShow Speed, which he clearly didn't anticipate that he would blow up as much as he did, and PewDiePie. Like a lot of these channels are, they're like a mouthful, but again, if the channel is meant to do well, it's meant to do well. So that's one aspect of the things that, according to the argument, that names don't necessarily matter. Then you've got brothers that say, and I think this is a good point. It depends though, because it's a two-bladed kind of argument. On the one hand, it's good to have your own name, or a name, because it makes it seem more personal. And it makes it seem like, oh, I'm an individual, makes you seem more relatable. However, if it's your actual name rather than a pen name, then you can have issues with travel. So it's always worth having some sort of pen name. But generally speaking, brothers that have their own name, it does tend to do well. However, people that tend not to have the name, like for example Smart Jannah, they do it with the hope that it's not going to be linked to one personality. That eventually, if my team
Yes.
grows,
Yes,
yeah, DawahWise is Hashim, Mansur, and other brothers. So there's that kind of vision of eventually I'd like to expand into like an organization.
Yes, and that was a major factor. That was a major factor, because there's people that reach out. They're like, "Hey, I'm over here in Dubai. Hey, I'm over here in Indonesia. Hey, I'm over here. Hey, I'm over here. What can we do?" And it's like, I would love to collaborate with you guys. And I have this bigger vision in my head, and yeah, man, I totally agree. As a matter of fact, Sabur was like, "Why don't you just make it Morris the Muslim?" And I was like, "I can." Why not? It's got a great ring to it. Eminem, like whatever. So, yeah, bro, it is, wallahi, it was a personal decision, but it was,
Yeah, it's fine. Alhamdulillah. Now it's time to focus on your logo and then maybe the content, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, the content has been pouring in. So alhamdulillah, it's and courtesy of you and the person that's helping me create the shorts. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward you. You know who you are. I'm going to keep you anonymous, but it's just an absolute gem of an individual. And yeah, so if there's any logo people out there that I have the full write-up, so happy to collaborate in any way.
No, it's good. Always good to take help where it's needed. We got an ummah size of 2 billion. I'm sure there are always people out there, young people, who are more than willing to help. If you don't tell, if you don't ask, you don't get. That's what I say. So
yes,
always plug in your channel. We don't mind at all. Mashallah, you guys. That's the reason we call you on the panels. So that not only you grow your channels yourself, but also become relevant amongst the ummah, inshallah. And we always appreciate people with talent, especially in Dawa. And alhamdulillah, you brothers are excellent examples of this, mashallah. So yeah, let's continue with our stream. Shall I put the link up now? We're going to have Maghrib very soon.
While you're putting that up, I just want to say, so like for all the people that are looking at getting involved in Dawa, we, just a word of encouragement to you. So when I was first encouraged to go online, I would head to these bigger platforms, and there's a stigma in regards to approaching a bigger platform and just like thinking that you're just plugging yourself in and this, that, and the third. And this was probably about, I don't know, maybe 2 years ago at this point, but I was on Brother Hamza's channel, and people were saying like, "Oh, this person's just trying to plug themselves in and this, that, and the third." And Hamza basically just like paused his stream and was like, "Look, guys, like, who else are we going to support? If not each other, who else are we going to support?" So we're all collecting ajr for the bank account of Judgment Day. And it's, of course, it's like the stronger the chain, the stronger the link, the stronger the farther that it spreads, the more benefit. Like, dude, that's why you have all these, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but there's a scholar that writes a book, and then another scholar that writes a book on the exact same subject, because they want the reward from people reading their book and expanding upon what the other scholar said, and this, that, and the third. So this is the whole idea when in the Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells you to compete for good, like, duh, so just do it, Alhamdulillah.
Right, so I put the link up there. It clearly says only non-Muslims, and I've got all Muslims in the back studio. Guys, come on, please. Give the Hindus a chance. You'll get your chance as Muslims. So please join later when we call the Muslims. Can you please respect that? Thank you. Right, I'm just going to take this call. But Maurice, if you see any Hindu in the back studio, take them in.
Sure,
Okay, I'm just going to call the phone and be back, inshallah.
Inshallah. Yeah, where are all the Hindus at? I genuinely want to ask the question if it was like an act of will for the gods coming about, because that is of keen interest to me as I was listening to the presentations in these videos. First off, I don't even know how the guy on the show, the one that Brother Hashim had put up there, I don't know how he could keep a straight face. Like, just, how do you keep a straight face listening to something like that? And he's just like, "Oh, yeah, that's exactly what it is. Oh, yeah, we totally jammed out to that. It totally made sense." How do you do that? How do you not like beg the question and be like, "Hey, listen, what you just said, just this how is this all working? How is this all connecting? So subhanAllah, man, we want to hear from the Hindus. Don't be afraid. There's a couple people that joined. I don't know if you guys are Hindu or not. You guys have very universal names. So what is truth? Are you Hindu by chance? Or the other person that came in, pen paper? Hilarious name. Okay, so we've got a couple Hindu guests. Cool, man. And again, we just want to have a discussion with you. It's not to kind of light anything on. Let's see. All right, can you hear us? How you doing, Tabahi?
Hello, everyone. I can hear you. How are you?
Nice, we can hear you too, man. I'm doing good so far. Doing good. Where are you calling from?
I'm from India.
All right, nice. What did you think about the videos that were posted or today's subject?
Yeah, I mean, I have wrote a couple of things said by my friend Hashim, and when will he come, though? I mean, till then I can have a conversation with you, but still, when will he come back?
Yeah, no worries. I was wondering maybe we could just start off with my question that I had. That was a burning question of, was this an act of will for even the first God to come about? What are your thoughts on that?
Can you elaborate that question, please?
Yeah, definitely. So according to what the video stated, there was a supreme deity. And then let's start with the appearance of another supposed supreme deity, right? So was it an act of will of the first supreme deity for the second one to come up?
Okay. So let me answer you this from Vedas directly. It's Rig Veda 1.164.46. The mantra is Ek Sat Vipra Bahuta Badanti, which means there's one truth. When it says one truth, it simply means one God, but it manifests in different forms. Now, the basic problems with you guys have that, I mean, you have a little bit knowledge of Hinduism, but there's a kind of criteria in the manifestations and God here. There are three types of Vishnu, Maha Vishnu, Garvodakshai, and Shirodakshai. I know you will not get these terms, but yeah, still, let me try to explain here. So the Maha Vishnu is the one who is said to be Parabrahm. Similarly to him, there's another God who is said to be Sadashiva. Now, Sadashiva is also equal to Mahavishnu and is Mahavishnu itself, but in different form, as mentioned in this particular verse of Vedas. Now, the lower manifestations of that God, they are not exactly the God, they are kind of position. Like, let's say, according to some Puranas, if we will do 100 Ashmedha Yagyas, then if I'll do 100 Ashmedha Yagyas, I will get the position of Indra. Similarly,
you're gonna have to explain what that term is. Is there?
Yeah, Ashmedha Yagya is a kind of yagya. It's a kind of a prayer to God.
You're talking about the horse sacrifice, are you?
Yeah.
Why didn't you just say so, man? Instead of hiding behind Sanskrit words.
I mean, it's the name of my native. I
know, but when they asked you what does it mean, you could have just said horse sacrifice. Are you ashamed of it?
Yeah, no, I don't have any problem with that.
You could have said that, right?
Prayer, like when I think of prayer,
horse sacrifice and don't relate a topic on
prayer, man. Huh?
Why do you sacrifice horses?
Okay. So it's not necessary to sacrifice a horse because Rama, when he performed Ashmedha Yagya, he didn't actually kill the horse. He actually made a horse of wheat. Then he cut the horse into 3 pieces. So it's only in the cases when you don't have.
Where does it say that? In which book does it say that?
Well, hold on. Before you guys pounce on him, I still get my question answered. Was it an act of will?
Yeah, Hashim interrupted in the middle. So let me answer you now.
Yeah, bad Hashim and bad.
Okay.
I clarified what you were trying to hide. Let's be fair, man. Come on.
No, no, you cannot hide it.
So tell me, how is it? Is it an act of will?
Did Ram's father sacrifice horses?
No horses yet.
Yeah,
I want to know if it was an act of will. What
bro, what is the question one by one? Muris is Okay. So what is actually exactly happening here is
No, hold on,
Morris
hold
is asking one question and you are asking another question, and there's let's stick to the one topic, right?
No problem.
Let's not
So
play
let
the
me
victim card yet. Let me ask you something. What was
It's not a victim
Muris,
card,
what
you
was
let them.
So
calm down, man.
here's what happened. So during the video, during
Yeah,
the course of the video, the thing the most pressing thing to me is that you had one God and then another one appeared, and then there was a debate, right, of who's the supreme one. So I wanted to know, was it an act of will for the other one to appear, and whose will was that? So two-part question.
Okay.
Was it an act of will for the second one to appear? And the second question is, whose will enacted it if it was?
So yeah, it is the will of the main god. I'm going to quote you a reference for this. It's
So there's three gods now.
No. I'm going to explain you. Sorry, I mean, my throat is not good. I'm kind of sick, but yeah, I'm answering you. So it's in Padma Purana, Patal Khanda, chapter number 108. It exactly says that Sadashiva, the most supreme form of Shiva, exactly created Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesha. Now here,
Okay, so
Brahma,
pause
Vishnu,
for
and
just a
Mahesha.
second.
Yeah,
So
so
pause for
there's
just a
one
second. I wanna
god.
make sure I'm
He
following.
created inferior ones.
Okay, so I want to make sure that I'm following. So you have Shiva, a supreme form of Shiva, created in an inferior form of himself.
No.
Okay, you have a supreme form of Shiva that created two other inferior gods.
No, you cannot call them God. They are born, they will die as well. The main supreme form of Shiva, which is
wait a minute.
Shiva.
What do you mean you can't call them God? Are they not Bhagwan?
Okay, so there are many terms in Hinduism, but yeah, you cannot call them God just because they are positions.
I use the term Bhagwan. Hold on. I know your games. Yeah. That's a reason I specifically use the term Bhagwan. Are Brahma and Vishnu not Bhagwan?
Bhagwan means simply someone who is, a kind of a good person. You can call your teacher as a Bhagwan, but it does not
kind of a good person? Seriously? So if you are a good person, I can call you Bhagwan?
Yeah. It's not. There are three terms in Hinduism: Devata. No,
these
you're
guys,
not good
you know,
enough.
with
Yes,
what is the Supreme God called?
Listen. You don't know a single thing about Hinduism. You just said that there's no.
Yeah, that's the reason That's the reason I exposed you of a house sacrifice, and you were trembling in your pants.
Where did you expose me? Where did you expose me?
You can't even speak properly. You're trembling already. Look at your words, man. Okay, so
no,
let me ask you
I'm
something.
not.
When you say Bhagwan, wait a minute. When you say Bhagwan, it just means a good person. Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
Can I explain you?
I thought you did already.
Yeah, let me explain you now. I didn't get the chance to speak. But yeah, okay. So there are three terms: Devata, Ishwar, Bhagwan. Devata means a kind of demigods. That's the closest to that term. Ishwar means the superior god, the one true god. And then comes the Bhagwan. Bhagwan means a Devta can be Bhagwan, but a Bhagwan cannot be Devta always. It's just like all bases are not alkalis, but all alkalis are bases. So,
okay, so which one is superior?
In that,
the Bhagwan or the Devta?
Which means, on the basis of yoni, majority of times, you can say Advaita.
On the basis of authority, which one is higher in the hierarchy, the Bhagwan or the Devta?
Okay, so let me tell you this now. It's again a complex thing. Rama is said to be a Bhagwan, and
I didn't ask you give me examples. I'm just asking you which one takes higher position in the hierarchy, the Devta or the Bhagwan? It's a very simple question. It's not complex.
It depends.
Okay, so tell me which one takes higher position in the hierarchy. You already told us Ishwar takes the highest position. That is very clear. Is the next position of Bhagwan or Devta?
Okay, so for that I have to give you an example, right? Now Rama.
So you cannot tell us without giving an example. You cannot tell us exactly which one. Hold on. Listen to the question first. Can the Devta ever be higher than the Bhagwan?
Can a Devta ever be higher? I mean, if he is a good Devta, but then yes.
Are there bad Devtas?
Devtas are simply a kind of yoni.
Are there bad
Yoni.
devtas? Answer that question. Are
No.
there bad devtas?
Not necessarily, but yeah, sometimes they may
You cannot
lack
give us a
some.
single. You cannot give us a single example of a bad devta. Yet you're saying if it is a bad devta, then yes. That was your answer, basically.
Rahu, bad devta. Rahu, Ketu.
Okay.
They were demon
Rahu
first.
is,
They became.
Rahu is a bad devta. Is he still a devta? Is he still a demigod?
Yeah, he's a demigod, but
So
yeah,
bad
he
guys can
became
be-
a demigod later.
That's fine, no problem. Bad guys can be Hindu demigods. Is that what you're saying?
No, he
That's exactly what he
did
said.
something.
Oh dear.
Okay, can I
And
explain
then
you,
he
bro?
says, I
You
don't know
need
a
answer
single
in
thing about
yes or no.
Hinduism.
Okay.
Bro,
Let's,
you know
let's
why you're
skip.
making jalebis now? Because you got caught out with
No,
your pants.
I'm not. You're
Yeah,
not
man.
listening.
You're just too
terms.
egoistic to admit that.
Three
Okay,
terms.
anyway,
you're not
Muris, has
listening,
he
to be
answered your
honest.
question yet?
No, well, let me see if I'm following him. So the first term is a
You're not
devta, right?
listening, to be honest. Okay, Maurice,
I am
can answer
listening.
me first. No
I'm
running off,
listening.
please. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
let
listening.
Muris,
so
he's
I
saying
have to
something.
ask
Listen
clarifying
to him.
questions, man. I have to ask clarifying questions in order to track the conversation.
yeah, I'm gonna answer you though. I mean, he
let me
interrupted
ask-
in the middle. Now let's have conversation with him.
Here comes the victim card again.
Jeez, man. Let me just ask the clarifying question so I can keep up with what you're saying. Okay. Because I can start speaking Bosnian right now, and you're gonna be like, "What the heck are you saying?" Because that's literally how I'm understanding you right now. Okay, so hold on. So the first term is a devta, correct?
Okay, yeah.
The first hierarchy in the hierarchy is Ishwar. Then
No,
I
right.
think
I
it's
just want to get the three terms.
Oh,
defined.
you want to know the meaning of the terms?
Just the names. So Ishwar is the first one, right?
Yeah.
The second one is a devta, which is a degree down.
No, actually, he hasn't come to terms with that yet.
Okay, that's where I'm.
I'm going to answer you. Will you let me speak? Okay, let me explain you, Morris.
Let me finish my clarifying question, dude, so you can know how to answer.
I'm not answering you. I'm clarifying you. Don't worry about it.
Man. I'm trying to help you. Help me help you. Help me help
Yeah.
you, bro. Okay, so the three terms that we're talking about, the first one is an Ishwar, the second one is a Devta, and the third one is a Bhagwan. And we're trying to establish the hierarchy of these in relation to one another, correct?
Yeah.
Right?
Okay. Yeah.
Babu,
yeah.
Can you just clarify for Maurice, as if he has never heard these terms before? So just clarify it from a point of view as if he doesn't know anything.
Right.
Okay. I was trying to do that from starting, but yeah. Okay. So Maurice, number one is Ishvara. Ishvara means they're exactly the God, the supreme one God who is mentioned in the Vedas, who is mentioned in Yajurveda 16.5, 40.8, etc., etc. Now comes another one, the Devta and the Bhagwan. Now, Devta are a kind of positions, they're kind of demigods, are kind of angels in your religion. So it's like, let's say if I do 100 Ashmedh Yagyas, then I will get in the position of Devta, the king of the Devta.
You're bringing a new term now, bro. So try to just stick it to English.
Okay,
because
the horse sacrifice, the horse sacrifice Yagya.
Okay, hold on. The reason why I said it is because last time you said prayer and it turned out to be horse sacrifice. So
no, that is prayer though. There are some
no,
mantras.
it's a horse sacrifice. It's an act.
Yeah, in the horse sacrifice,
it's not a prayer. A prayer is something completely different.
It is a yagya, which involves mantra, which is used in prayer,
term.
and
So
then the
what is
horse
that?
sacrifice.
What is
so
that?
it's okay. So
Brother Maurice, to be honest, you'll be here all day. He's just making jalebis. So basically, a deity has different forms. Ishwar is the highest form. Bhagwan is the personal representation of this Ishwar. Okay, and the devtas are basically a different.
No,
like
you're wrong. You're wrong.
You had your turn. You made your jalebis. Now let others.
No, you are wrong here. To be honest, you're wrong. You haven't read Hinduism.
I don't
you
care
just
if
said
I'm wrong from your point of view. We are not interested in that. Here, the topic today is about Maha Shivratri. So maybe you can share something about this festival, what it is, and why do you celebrate it? Let's start with that.
Marriage of Shiva and Shakti, Durga and Shiva.
Okay, so who is getting married here?
Shiva to Durga.
Okay, when you say marriage, you mean like literal marriage or something metaphoric once again?
Literal marriage.
Okay, so who is getting married? Humans, gods?
God, Shiva and Durga.
Okay, why does a god need to get married?
Okay, so, and according to me, according to basic idea of Hinduism, and it is mentioned in Rudra Hridaya Upanishad, which exactly says that Shiva is Shakti, Shakti is Shiva. There's no difference between them. They are one with the same consciousness. They just manifest in different forms in the Prakriti, the Maya, right? And they actually do things to give certain moral lessons, and I don't have any problem with that. And so deep down, they are one and the same, but in this world, because morality comes from God, and God is giving us morality by doing those things. Well, I don't
Just
have an
answer
issue.
the question, why do they need to get married instead of going making jalebis?
Okay,
Why do
why?
your gods need to get married? Just answer that question. Simple
Gods?
question.
Hey.
I expect a clear answer to this. Why do your gods need
Okay.
to get married?
Okay. Gods? No, God. Now, they are one.
Well, is Parvati a god or goddess or not?
She is Shiva.
So it's gods then, it's plural.
No, it's not plural. When the God is one in different form, you cannot
So
call
God's
them
marrying
as
himself
main.
then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Parvati is Shiva or not? Are they two different entities or one entity?
No, they're one.
So they're getting married to themselves.
Yeah.
Marriage
I
is
know this
between
was-
two people.
I mean,
Marriage is between two
but-
people. You can't get married to yourself. Listen to yourself, man.
Oh,
Listen to
God.
yourself.
No, okay, you are criticizing Hinduism, but
Of
you
course,
don't know the difference.
this is all about criticism. Don't you realize?
Listen. Don't interrupt.
Yes.
Right, I'm putting a point. Okay,
Go on.
so you don't know the difference between Paramarthik and Vyavaharik. Now,
No.
Vyavaharik is in
You
this
can
world,
hide behind your
right?
Sanskrit words. That doesn't really amuse us, to be honest. All I'm asking is,
explaining it.
hold on. First, you tell me, does it make sense to you? You need to have patience.
Yeah.
Listen to the question so you can answer. Does it make sense to you that the same entity is getting married to itself? Does it make sense to you?
Okay. So, yeah.
Okay, what does marriage mean in this context?
Okay. So, let me tell you this. Now, according to me, according to basic Hindu belief system, there are two types of things. Number one is Vyavaharik, number two is Paramarthik. I'm going to explain those terms, don't interrupt them. Now, Vyavaharik means something which is happening in this world, which you see as true. Now, Paramarthik is what is exactly the truth, which you don't know. Now, according to Hinduism.
What does marriage mean in this context? Just answer that question.
Okay, marriage simply means that God God is just doing an acting to give moral lessons. That's it.
God is acting to do what?
What's the
Give
moral
moral
lesson
lessons.
in marrying yourself?
So why would you term that as marriage instead of just saying is a moral lesson for two people, or rather to marry oneself? Is that what you're saying? To marry oneself is a moral act in Hinduism. Man, sometimes it sounds like Scooby-Doo, this guy.
God.
Let's answer the question. What does marriage? So is it a marriage or is it not a marriage? What is it? You're making a mockery. You're making a mockery of your gods now. Is it a marriage or is it not a marriage?
To be honest. Do you know the meaning of Arthavad?
No, is it a marriage or not? Answer that question first.
Do you know the meaning of Arthavad?
I don't care. Answer the question.
Yes or no marriage?
Is it a marriage? I'm going to bring somebody else in if you're not going to answer. It's simple as that.
Okay. You want yes or no answer, right?
I don't want yes or no. I'm asking you, is this a marriage between Parvati and Shiva, or is it not a marriage?
Okay. So I'm going to answer your question, but I need an answer first. Did you stop beating your...
Bugger off. I know what he was going to say. Right. So it's a waste of time. Any other Hindus out there who can actually answer this question?
It always boils down to that, by the way. It always boils down to raging when, and it's not even, here's the crazy part to me is he goes, our religion is simple. I got this. Let me explain it.
I know.
And then he just tangled the yarn so much
This
more.
is what they do. They play this victim card. They play ad hominems.
By the
They
way,
make jalebis. This is typical Hindu waste of time. I'm not saying they are all like that. We have people who come on our panel who give straight answers, who give a rational, reasonable answer. If they don't know this, I don't know. You know, we want people who are genuine. We don't want jokers like this guy who just came. You know, he called himself a Babu. He might be a Bihari Babu, wherever he comes from. I don't care. But he did not make any sense in any of the answers. You know, talking about horse sacrifices. And then, I mean, who asked him about horse sacrifices?
And again, he might have like a language barrier, which I totally
I don't think he did. He's just someone who's not sincere the way he came across. Right. Anyway, we got what is truth? Are you asking that or you are telling us the truth? I don't know which one is it.
Nobody knows the truth, so I also don't know the truth.
Okay.
Where
are you calling from?
I'm calling from India.
Okay. Are you a Sanatani?
Yeah, I do. Yes, I am.
Okay, good. And what is your sampradaya?
My sampradaya, the philosophy, the Advaita Vedanta, basically.
Okay, so you don't believe in the Puranas?
No, I don't. I know there are a lot of stories which are metaphysical. Yeah.
Right. I'm assuming you don't celebrate Maha Shivratri either.
No, you should celebrate everything. Celebration should be always celebrated. If there is any celebration, why to not celebrate something? Yeah.
Okay. Do you celebrate Ramadan?
Yes, I do. I have my neighbors which are from Muslim community, so we celebrate everything. Celebrate in
How do you celebrate Ramadan? Do you fast every day in Ramadan?
Give the sweets. No, not like that. I don't fast at all, so I don't. Fast
that's why I didn't ask about
festival.
Eid. I asked about Ramadan because you said we
I
celebrate
don't fast
everything.
in anything.
I was about to ask him about Eid. I was like, do you sacrifice?
No, I didn't ask that deliberately because there's nothing wrong in them celebrating Eid, you know, but they don't celebrate Ramadan, that's for sure. Okay, anyway, what's your name? What shall we call you?
What should you call me? You can call me Sanatani, maybe. That should be.
No, we want you to have a unique identity rather than just a Sanatani.
Okay, you can call me Gowda by my surname.
Gora?
Gowda. Gowda.
Okay. Can you make it easy for these Desi Goras here?
Mr. G, you can call me. I think G is fine.
Okay, Mr. G.
Should I use some fake name or something? I don't know. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. G. So what's you said you celebrate Maha Shivratri. How do you celebrate it and why?
So we celebrate in sense here in so I live in Bangalore actually. So here there is if you know Sadhguru, they have a big statue of Shiva. So the whole night they do this music concert. So a lot of celebrities come there and people do dance and everything.
He's got this massive statue here.
The two places I think. One is in Tamil Nadu and one is in recently now they got in Bangalore. 2 years back.
Yeah,
so
he has one in. I think the first one was in Coimbatore, which is in,
now
in Tamil Nadu.
Yeah.
So if those people who haven't seen it, it's pretty massive. It looks something like this.
Yeah, it's good. They and it generates pretty much good income. Yeah.
But why is this guy who's supposed to live in the mountains in a rough area? He's all clean shaven, you know. Why don't they actually?
This is. I mean, if you see, this might. I mean, I don't know. There are a lot of pictures of Shiva with the big beard and everything. So there are different.
That's more realistic, at least. But a clean shaven guy, I think, is just to appeal the Western world, maybe, or the modern world.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe you're right. What looks good to eyes, maybe it works that way.
But do you think do you think God actually looks like that?
No, I don't think so. No, not at all.
Why do the Hindus misrepresent their gods?
See, actually, so I think what they have done is there are two ways of looking at one thing. So one, they have given it for the people who don't understand much. So to keep it simple, they have created these manifestations. And then if you see the metaphysical meaning of these, they mean something, but to make it simpler for the people who don't understand, they're given a simpler meaning. But the problem is, with the time, there are a lot of corruptions and the understanding of things has gone in a very wrong way. So, but if you see the metaphysical meaning, then the actual concept is different. from what they try to convey. But that's
Okay,
okay. I
so
mean, in Hinduism, it does not. Yeah, it's
yeah,
okay. It works.
let's go back to that
Yeah.
question about Maha Shivratri. Why do you celebrate it, and how do you celebrate
Yeah,
it?
Maha Shivratri is basically the merger of the Shiva and the Shakti. Basically, that's what actually it is
What does
called.
that mean?
So Shiva
What
is
does it
called
mean?
yeah.
What does
Shiva is all
merger?
conscious, all knowing. Yeah, I'm
Yeah, what
telling
does
you.
a
So
merger
the Shiva
actually
is all.
mean?
Yeah, so Shiva is basically the pure consciousness which we talk about, the main consciousness, the all-knowing consciousness, which is there in this whole universe, which they call nothingness or everything or whatever you can call it, and it merges
How
with
can
the
you call
material world.
how can you call consciousness as nothingness?
Nothingness means something which is metaphysical, which cannot be seen, which
Yeah, but
cannot be weighed,
you know,
which cannot be measured, something like that. So
yeah,
there is no
you know
word like
your
nothing, right? Nothing is
emotions cannot be measured, okay, because it's subjective to
yes,
everyone.
yes.
You wouldn't call your emotions nothing, would you?
You're right. Emotions we cannot call as nothing.
Okay, so why do people
Okay, so
normally call
that's a word. I mean,
Shiva as nothing?
that's just a word. I mean, we should not argue on the words. Whatever you can call it everything, then it's
No,
okay.
you can't. That's the thing. You know, whenever Hindus say you can call it anything or you can shape it in anything, that itself sounds blasphemous and
No,
wrong
this
in
so
so
this
many
word
ways.
nothing is not. So this not from some scripture. I'm telling you, this word nothing, which I'm telling you, is because Sadhguru advocates this word. So I'm just telling you.
Yeah,
But
so you
people
picked
call
it
it
up
this.
from Sadhguru, but it makes no
Yes,
sense.
but
Do you not analyze the words of Sadhguru? Sadhguru is the kind of guy who doesn't even believe in God from many of
I
his
given you.
lectures. I've seen.
I've given you three words: consciousness. Then I given you everything. Then I given you nothing. Then I given
Okay.
you this whole supreme being, all knowing. So you can take whatever word, but I just giving you all the words just to make sure that you understand anything of it. So it's okay if you say
No, but
nothing,
that's the
nothing,
thing.
remove nothing.
It's not open to interpretation. Whenever you talk about God, it's not open to interpretation. What you're saying is that anyone can envision God in any way they like, and that is God, which is not the truth.
So, see, we don't know the God, so we give different meanings to the God. So it's okay if
Okay.
people want to give
So
different meaning. I
let
don't have
me
any issues
ask you
with that. I
something.
mean,
Let's say you don't know your
yeah,
great grandfather. Yeah.
yes,
If
yes.
somebody makes a really hideous picture of your great grandfather who you've never seen, you have never known, and they say this is what
Nobody
your
nobody have known, right? You're saying nobody
yeah,
knows. Only the
and nobody
grandfather
else
knows
knows,
about
yeah,
it.
because there were no pictures back then, and they say this is your
No,
grandfather. Would you accept it?
no, nobody knows means nobody from the grandfather family also knows. Nobody knows at all, right?
Yeah,
Only
but
that
if
one person, which is grandfather.
somebody makes an
Yeah.
image which is kind of repulsive, and they put it in front of you, say this is your grandfather, will you just accept it, or would you actually say, who told you this? How dare you?
And when you say repulsive, what is the? Because it's very subjective to say repulsive. What do you mean by repulsive? Is it the
Well,
photo of a
it can
mouse you
never be
created?
good if it's repulsive.
But what does that mean
Let's
when you
say
say repulsive? Can you give me?
it's hideous. It looks
Putting
like a
that
monster.
it's
Okay.
It looks like a mouse.
Yeah. Would
Yeah.
you say it's okay?
Yeah,
Would
I
you
will
say that?
mind
Yeah,
it. I
that's
will
my
not.
grandfather.
Yeah, I will. I might not like it. Yes.
So if you cannot tolerate this about human beings who are related to you, then how can you tolerate any shape, any form, okay, or any imagination about the
Yeah.
Almighty, the Supreme Being?
I'll give you the reason if you can listen to me. So you talked about my grandfather. So I have the basic idea that my grandfather was a human. I mean, when you're saying grandfather, you're talking about some 10, 15 generation, right? Great grandfather, great to great grandfather. But
Yeah.
when you say something like you say Homo habilis, your ancestor were Homo habilis, something which I don't know. And if they create some image out of it, I will accept it, whatever it is, because I don't know at all. So if I have a little bit of idea or the presentation of something, then I will not take if something is giving me some wrong impression. But if I don't have any idea, then I will take whatever is given
So
served to me.
you're saying if it's a human and it looks really ugly, you will just accept it as your grandfather?
Yeah, if it is no, I will not accept it, but I'll say, yeah, it could be. I'll say, yeah, this could be the image. I'm
How
not
do you
sure,
know
but
it
this
could be? You've
could
never
be
seen
the
him.
image. So,
When you say the term "it could be,"
because
that means
somebody is claiming.
that there is a possibility your grandfather could have looked like that. But you see, that is just
No,
speculation, like the way you're speculating about God.
no, wait. listen. So whoever is claiming, if he's a bit more knowledgeable than me, then I'll say, okay, let's see. If you're saying, let's accept it. If somebody else comes with some other claim which looks much better, then I'll go for that claim. It is all about who is claiming what, and if that claim
You have
does
no
align
idea.
with
That's
my
the point. Do you not realize it? You have no idea what your ancestor looked like. For you to say yes, maybe, maybe not, is all speculative.
yeah. So that's what I
And
told you,
wait a
right?
minute,
That
wait a minute.
I
You
will not
asked the
get
question,
offended.
what is
I
the
will-
truth? Speculation is not the truth. You know that.
No. We started with the question that will you get offended? So you asked me this
Yes.
question. You didn't ask me.
And you said
will
yes.
that be?
You have already answered that question. We have moved
No.
on.
You said
What
grandfather.
we have
When you said
realized is that
grandfather,
you will accept as a maybe or possibly based on speculation. Instead of you saying and answering that I have no idea, you could have said that very easily. I have no clue. But you said maybe,
Since we do-
which means
No,
that there is some, listen to me, which means that it is
Yeah.
possible it could look like that. But all of this,
No.
you have no basis for what your ancestor looked like. So your entire
No.
basis is speculation, just like the way you speculate about gods in Hinduism.
No, that's what I told, right? So if there are 10 possibilities they're showing me, they'll say it can be any of this. I don't know, right?
No,
I'll
there
not
is
get
no,
offended.
because you have no grounds of saying maybe. It's just
I will
speculation.
not get offended. It's okay. I'm saying I will not get offended by it.
You
Can we
already
move
answered
forward? I
that
will not
question.
get-
Now you're making a U-turn. Earlier you said you will get offended. Now you're saying no.
No, that is you said about the grandfather. I said something which I don't know. If I know something, some basic details,
Even your
then I
grandfather
might
you
get
didn't know.
offended. So grandfather, if somebody will make a the picture of dog, then I'll get offended.
I never said
no,
dog. I said it looks hideous. I never said it was a non-human.
You said
I never
monster.
said that.
You said monster.
Like
You
a
said
monster.
monster.
Like a monster.
Like a monster. Yeah. So
Yes.
no, it's not like a monster. It's a
like
human.
monster. Okay, so if it's a
It's a
human, looks like a monster,
Yeah.
very hideous, you have no problem at all, yeah?
When you say what do you mean by looks like a monster? Does
No,
it have
you know,
a
here
horn?
I'm not sensing either common sense or even truth here. You're just, for the sake of argument, you're just arguing now.
No. If you're saying ugly human, I can understand. But you're saying a monster human,
I
I don't
did.
understand.
I said monstrous.
Yeah.
What more you want? I said hideous. What more do
I
you
think
want,
here's
man?
what's being said
Okay,
is
it's very subjective. It's a very subjective question, Hashim. That's the problem. Is very subjective.
I know, but if something is hideous for anyone, okay, they understand this and they will not like it. You wouldn't even if it was your family member and somebody called them hideous, even if it's subjective from their perspective, you will feel offended, right?
So you mean ugly face, or what does that mean actually? Can
No,
we elaborate on this?
If I'm saying like
So
a
I don't know
monster,
because
like
there are a
hideous,
lot of people
how many
who.
clues I'm giving you?
Okay. Let's not go into this. Now I don't know what we are achieving with this because
Well,
I
here's
told
What
you
I'm
if something
achieving with this, what I'm achieving with
Yes.
this, when Shiva is represented as a penis of a
Yes.
human, okay, then you
Yes.
have no issues.
No, that is
Right.
not a penis. That there's a lingam, right?
Okay, let me show
When-
you the
when
picture of
this
that.
Willy.
Shall I show him the picture of that?
You just say that?
If
Bro,
the understanding is
dude,
if
you're
the understanding
depicting,
is
you're depicting a god of yours by a male private part. What? Like,
No.
where,
So
where do you draw the line, man? Where do you draw the line?
wait,
Like, look,
wait.
subhanAllah,
Listen.
bro, I was, hold on, look, just real quick. Let me give you a small example, right? So I was at a place where I witnessed where a person had tattooed a portion of the Bible, right? Like where their leg is, like underneath their private parts. And I turned to my wife and I said, subhanAllah, how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala humiliates these people. They take their holy scriptures and put it beneath their crotch, right? And, okay, so now that's one form of humiliation. The second one is to actually take this divine entity and to shape it in a crotch. Like, bro, you serious right now, man? It's not even about being hideous or not. Like, this is how do you have the gall to do something like that, man?
Okay, so can I answer now? So okay, so I think I've not clarified my philosophy. So Adit Vedanta, if I'm not wrong,
we know your philosophy, bro.
Okay,
Today
good. So
the topic today
now
is
that
about
you know,
the topic
Shiva.
today is
So when you say
about Maha Shivratri, What I'm
Yes.
asking you is that would you tolerate a god being represented as a male reproductive organ? Would you tolerate that?
Yeah, so I will answer that.
Yeah?
So I don't think that let me answer that. I'm saying, let me
Yeah, go
answer
on.
that. I don't think, from my perspective, if you ask me, from my perspective, it is not a male reproductive organ. If people think this is a male reproductive organ, that's very bad for them to think that way. That's what I can say.
What about temples having this kind of form? One of the oldest temple has a Shiva linga in
Yes.
this form, and this temple is from the time of 2nd century BC.
So badly done job, right?
Yeah.
The artist has done a very bad job in that. I could say that. So
Okay.
if you
Guys,
see,
I
if
need
you
to
ask
take
me
this
what,
call.
yeah, hello, yeah. So from my
We're not
perspective, it is
talking about the aesthetics of it. We're talking about the concept.
Yes.
yes,
Okay.
I'm talking
So,
about the concept only. The concept is basically they call it as an energy form. So somewhere they might represent it as a penis.
we understand that, brother. We
Huh?
understand that, but there are
Yes,
some
yes.
temples, some of your oldest temples, they have depicted it exactly in the shape of a human,
A
or
willy.
man's member. Yes.
Willy.
So,
Very
I'm
bad.
gonna make a button.
okay.
Here.
The brother actually showed it, and it's not just one temple, so many temples.
And bro, one
Yeah,
thing I
I think.
noticed in India, anytime their religion gets offended, they go nuts. They start taking these, you
I
know,
don't
they
get
these
nuts. I don't get nuts of
burning
this.
sticks
Yeah.
and they go and they march. Now, what the brother is saying, that if you feel that your religion is being disrespected to such a degree that a giant erect circumcised penis of your god is being placed in a temple, surely if this was completely out of your religion, it would be plastered over Republic TV. Arnold Goswami would be having a field day with this. NDTV would be posting it. India Today would be posting it. People would be out on the streets. Possibly BBC World would be covering it. BBC India would be covering it. However, Sanyata, it's completely quiet. No one is mentioning it. Just casually on a DawahWise stream, as somebody is saying, "No, this isn't really, this isn't really
Okay.
what we do." It doesn't sound genuine, brother. Please tell me the
Yeah,
truth.
you're right.
What is the truth?
You're no, you're
That's
right
your
in
name,
saying
by the way.
that if the people are not getting offended, and there might be some truth about it, right? Because people should get offended. So when you talk about the Bhakti Marg, which is where they believe Rama Krishna as God, where they believe everything as a god, like a lot of gods they have created, right? So when you go into those mythologies, those books about Shivas, then I think they will take it as a literal private part. So maybe that's why this picture came from. But when you go into the metaphysical term, they say it as an energy. So what they have done is they call it as a masculine energy. So consciousness is a masculine energy, and the earth or the material world they call it as a feminine energy. I think Hashim knows about it. He earlier talked about it also. So when they talk about male energy, somehow I don't know from where this came into their mind. They thought male energy should be represented as a this private part of the male, and female energy should be represented as a, because if I'm let me tell you this part. When you talk about this temple, right? So there is a lingam, and then there is something on the base, they call it as a yoni, which is they think this is a female body part. So mixture of both will create the universe, because they say when the consciousness meets the material world, then this universe was created. That's what Maha Shivratri is, right? The creation of the universe. So here masculine and feminine part are represented as this is Bhakti Marg, pure simple understanding for the simple beings. So you are saying why I'm not getting offended, or the people are not getting offended about it. Nobody gets offended about anything in Hinduism. There are few now people, I don't know, something has happened to people, something has gone wrong into their mind
Okay,
that
let
they
me
are
give you one
agitating.
example. Let me give you one
Yeah,
example. So
yeah.
Hindus don't really regard the cow as God, correct?
Hindu calls everything as God. Forget about the cow, even the ant is God. But cow they call it yeah.
Technically speaking,
How?
cow is not God, correct?
Cow is God, technically speaking, yes.
Oh, technically
Technically speaking,
speaking,
what is the meaning? Say, very, very confusing. You are asking me as my opinion, or you are saying in the
I'm
Bhakti Marg
saying
is there?
generally speaking, amongst the
Yeah,
Hindus, they do not
yeah,
regard the cow as God. However, I'm just going to continue the point. However,
yes,
when
yes,
people are suspected that they are transporting the cow for the purpose of them being sacrificed for food, you will,
Yeah.
and you do have a special group called the cow vigilantes. So again, this is for something that is Gau Mata. It's regarded as mother cow, something that is valuable, something which is blessed. So just because of that, the Hindus go nuts. Yeah, and to such
I
a
think it's very
degree,
bad. I think it's very
yeah.
bad for the people
No,
to go nuts about this.
of
I mean,
course,
they
of
should
course.
not actually.
And that's
Yeah.
good. I appreciate
Yeah.
that. However, the point that I'm making is slightly more nuanced. And the point
Yeah. Yeah.
is
Go ahead.
that if Hindus are getting triggered because of something that they regard to be close to something that is divine, what
Yeah.
about when their god is being depicted as a bronze circumcised medium-sized penis? Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Actually, so no, they take it literally. They think this is what it is, right? So if you
yeah.
ask a Hindu who is on, yeah, they say
Do you think
it
that
is a
those
pen.
people are nut jobs? People that depict their god as a willy?
They depict no. So really, but then they say it is an energy.
No.
It is
Do
an
you,
energy of
in your
the.
opinion, regard them
Yeah.
as just crazy people?
No, I mean, see, so in Hinduism, a lot of things are there. Naga sadhus also, right? People are roaming around naked. So
All
this,
the people
I'll tell you one
destroy
thing.
willies.
I'll tell you one thing. I'll tell you one thing here. Listen to me carefully, and then you will understand why
Okay.
there is a difference between how you perceive things and how Hindu community or the community who lives in India perceive. A long time ago, almost I would say some 700, 800 years ago, the female never used to cover their breast, right? So they started covering their breast later on. The covering of breast was not there. They used to roam around like that because, and at that time also it was okay for the male also, okay for the female also, because when something is very common, then it does not make any difference. But if it is like, if you're seeing people naked going naked, after some time you'll be like, it does not matter to you. You will not keep on observing everybody, or you will not feel shy about
Oh.
everybody.
Do you
So
believe
it was
Hinduism is a religion of all time?
old times, yeah, obviously,
No. So
very old,
the
I would
whole.
say.
Do you believe
How
Hinduism is a religion
I
for
think
all times?
I would say my understanding is at least 1000 BC is what I understand,
No,
because
no, no. Maybe
such
you misunderstood what I said. Let me reiterate.
yeah,
Do you believe Hinduism works for the people of today as it did for the people thousands of years ago?
yeah, I think so. Yeah, it works well because there's nobody's getting offended by anybody. So
Okay,
now
so
in
then
last, okay, wait. Let me clarify. So I think now
you
Hinduism
were
is getting
talking
bad
about
in last.
boobies, yeah? You said some time ago women would have their boobies out. So
Yeah,
bearing that in mind, you're saying it was correct then, but today if somebody did it, it would be wrong, right?
no. So this is very subject to morality. Now people have done this job that they're covering with clothes. So they're covering, everybody's covering, right? So what is wrong and right? I don't know how to judge the. So you're saying that the morality is with the time. I
Okay,
don't think so.
interesting. Okay, so you think it's okay for a woman to be walking out with the boobies out?
I think it was okay earlier.
No, now.
Morality changes with time. Now it is,
I
now
know, but
people are
what
not
do you think?
covering. I don't see. So this is on the eyes of the men. The problem
What
is
do you
with
think?
the men,
Not
right?
some man. You. What do you
As
think?
a man, for me, it does not make any difference. For
So
me, if you ask me
you would be
personally, it
okay.
is.
You would be okay if your mum went outside with her boobies out.
I would be okay if anybody is going out with their boobies out. It does not make any difference to me
You've got to
personally.
be kidding me, man. You've absolutely have to be kidding me, bro. You're like probably like the most worst, best, most genius, retarded troll I've ever heard in my life.
What's
There's
going
no
on
way.
here?
I'm so
Why are we
sorry, bro.
laughing?
There's no way, dude. You would literally accept your own mom doing that?
I'm done,
No,
bro. I'm
you're saying
done.
no.
can't.
Wait a second.
I'm
Just listen.
done.
No, wait a second. Let me understand this.
My
So let
job
me
is done,
understand
man.
There's
this.
no way to
No,
understand it, dude. There's
let me
any
understand this. So
value.
you are saying no. Wait to listen to me. Now, if you have to
Even
listen
with
after
these
that,
ancient cultures, they always had the females and males. You know, even if
right?
they were exposing certain parts, they would cover other parts, which means
How do you
what?
know
They
that?
still had some sense of shame. Look
How
at
do you
look
know
at
that?
how they're depicted. Look at how they're depicted in art form. They always had
How,
some part always covered. And this is why, by the way, there's a statement that you made earlier. You said with Brother Zeeshan when you were speaking to him that morality changes over time. Subjective morality, yes. Objective morality, no. That's why we actually say that morality has to come from an objective source. If it's subjective, this is what you run into. One thing that you're going to consider wrong today, tomorrow you could say it's okay. That would include things like incest. That would include things like, you know, necrophilia, or the most disgusting, abhorrent things that you think today, tomorrow it could be okay. You know, that's why
I'm
for
asking
us,
one question.
it has to come from a divine source.
No, wait. My question is very different. So you're saying that the top part of the ladies, the chest part, you're saying, was never covered earlier, or it was covered earlier for you? It was not covered,
No.
right?
I'm saying even with them, even with those, like if you look around the tribes, right? Where
tribes don't cover. They don't bother about covering their top part. Bottom they cover.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You will never see them. Usually, you will. I'm not
showing
saying
their private part. Yes,
brother. Can I complete? Can I complete?
Go ahead.
You asked a question. Let me clarify. Okay.
Go ahead.
Even when you look at these tribes, till this day, that are totally, distance from the civilization as we know today. Okay. Yes. Look, I live in Brazil, right? So in the Amazon jungles, etc. Till this day, you see them exposing the women would be exposing their chests, but they would still cover
not the bottom,
their lower parts. That means, look, this is what we believe. That is part of the fitra, innate disposition. You want to cover yourself. You feel exposed. Yes, you could be, psychologically speaking, you could be immune to it. You could be immune to pretty much anything if you keep doing it again and again and again. That doesn't make it right.
Yes, so fitra. So when you say fitra, so now listen to me. Now you said so many things. Listen to me. You're saying so fitra says that women, the tribal women also, which do not have any idea of religion or something, with their fitra they're covering their bottom part. They are not covering their top part. Okay. So ladies, still there are tribal areas where the ladies are not covering their top part. Now I don't understand. So covering the top part is something which is when you have the luxury of having clothes and everything, then you can do that. So people are doing that. So why there is a laugh? Muris was laughing about something.
It had nothing to do with the luxury, because even if the
no, not luxury. In India, it was because of the Mughals and everything which happened. So they started covering their head also. They were not covering their head earlier. If you see the photos in the temple and everything, you will see their top part is uncovered, their bottom part is covered. So that's how the culture was earlier, right? So what is the point of laughing? Because you're saying showing breast is, so if you see somebody's breast and you get ignited or something. I mean, if you're doing that, it's okay. It's person to person. But let me tell you this, it was the culture earlier. Now it is not the culture. Now the moral value is subjective, whether it is moral or not.
No. So this is where we disagree. You're terming it as culture. We are not terming it as culture.
It is a fitra. Okay? It is a fitra. Okay. The fitra was not to cover the top.
Not just fitra. It is found in fitra.
What do you mean by fitra? First tell me what is the meaning of fitra? It's a Urdu word. I don't know. What is the meaning
I said it earlier, but you love to talk without listening.
Okay.
If you're going to engage with us, brother, you have to listen to our side as well. You cannot just keep going on tangents, okay?
No,
what we're saying,
I felt
fitra, I did define. See, you're doing it again. Okay. You're doing it again.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so fitra, I described it earlier. I translated. I said fitra. It actually, and you have had enough talks with us that you know what fitra is. So please. Don't act aloof. You've been on our streams for long enough. I've spoken to you a couple of times myself. You know what fitra is. I purposely use that word.
My understanding for fitra, which from Islam is something which God gives you when you are born.
There you go. So why are you asking? Why are you asking a clarified question if you already know that it means innate disposition?
Because I'm not an expert, man. You are an expert, so I'll ask you.
Nobody's asking you. Nobody here on the panel is an expert. Nobody's asking you to write a thesis on what a fitra is.
Okay, good.
You're just wasting time. You're trying to play coy, and it's just not working. So stop wasting time. Let's get back to the meat and potatoes, okay? What I was telling you is, subhanAllah, I even lost my train of thought. It's like, dude.
Okay, go ahead. Good.
I don't even know who
That was his whole game plan.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Muris, then I'll ask Muris. Muris, when Fitra is given and with Fitra you're not covering your top part, what is the point you're laughing about? Can you clarify? Because and you
what
said
I'm
something to me that
laughing
you are
about-
some kind of psychopath or something. You said I don't know what you said.
Because
Yeah, good.
okay, I'll tell you why. Because our Fitra
Good.
tells us that we have shyness, bro. So like
Yeah.
you have like this
Yes.
this desire to want to cover up, right?
Yes.
So now if
Yes.
you're all of a sudden saying, "Oh no, you should be revealing yourself," that's a complete
No, cover up what? When you say cover up what?
any form
Everything.
of private part, anything that somebody considers private would be
Considered
covered
private by whom?
by God.
But God Fitra is not covering the top part. There are tribals who are not covering their top part, right? That's what Fitra we are talking about.
Okay, so hold on. According to who? According to the true God, which we believe in, or
According to the discussion me and Fawad has had just now.
yeah.
No.
So that's why Fawad is telling you that you have to understand that you're talking about two worldviews. One worldview is correct, where the natural fitra is telling you that you need to cover up, and then your world, in which you would permit your own mother to go off and do heinous things, is not correct. This is what
You're not understanding me.
The whole point of the
No,
conversation.
No,
you are contradicting yourself now. You're contradicting. Both are contradicting. Let me clarify.
What
Let me
we're
first
saying is
clarify
this.
before.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I don't know. See, Fawad said that tribal areas, ladies are not covering their top part but they are covering their bottom part because of the Fitra. Fitra says to cover their
No,
bottom
I
part. Now
didn't
you're
say
saying.
this.
Then what you said?
That's not what
No,
he said.
Then
At
what
all,
is
man. He's saying.
Then what are you
I'm not going to
Hey,
speak on
man.
his
Okay.
behalf, but I do have to step
Clarify.
away. Fawad, here's what
Okay,
I'm going
please
to do.
clarify. Please clarify.
Can you hear me?
I'm just laughing at one of the brothers.
No, let me.
Please clarify.
in chat, he got caught in a booby trap.
Oh, that's pretty funny. Dude. That's pretty funny.
Somebody please clarify. Somebody please. Please go
Okay,
ahead.
no problem. I'll let Fawad speak for himself because I want to speak on his behalf. I have to
Please,
step away
please.
for a bit. But what I do want to do, Prasoon, you're in the backstage, right? You can hear me, right? Thumbs up, yeah. Okay. So, hey Prasoon, can you hear me now, bud?
Oh, hi. Oh, hello. Yeah,
Hey,
sorry.
I'm just gonna bring you up here, man, so you can keep Fawad company because I actually love you as a human being, and I'm still waiting for your shahada, bro. So,
Okay.
Okay. The reason why is because if there's any Sanskrit or any type of terminology that's used, please just spare us the research and just give us the definition with this guest over here, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
All right, man.
Okay.
Fawad, are you good, man? I have to step away for a little bit. Okay, inshallah.
That's fine. I Prasoon. I think we've spoken
Yes.
before.
Yes. We did.
How are you
How are
doing,
you?
brother?
Nice.
Good. Yeah.
Oh.
Should I leave or
having
what?
this discussion.
Okay.
Yeah. So, okay. Now let me clarify what I was saying. Okay. I said
Right.
even with these tribes that we actually see, and then you can find that sense of shyness, of consciousness, of modesty, right?
Okay.
Where they want to cover themselves. Now, and this is where we have to distinguish, because you kept saying that this is subjective. I agree, it is subjective. It is traditional, it is cultural. If it's not coming from a divine source, if it's not coming from an objective source, right? And there are certain things, for instance, like earlier, I don't know if how long have you been listening, but I pointed out that there are studies have shown there are certain things that human beings are born innately in their nature. For instance, cleanliness is one of them, right? Justice is another thing, right? No human being is born thinking justice is not correct. This is innate in our nature, that we like justice. Okay. Whether or not we want to apply it is another question, but we all like the idea of justice, right? Cleanliness. You look at little children, right? When they have their diapers dirty, they want to be changed. It's because of the smell, because of the feeling of it. And the moment you change them, they go to sleep. They relax, right? Apart from that, so many other examples. Take the example of, look, you don't literally have to teach a little child
gravity, the concept of gravity. Now try to, put something on a table in front of a child, right? And then remove the table from the bottom, and if it's hanging by a thread, you will actually see the little child go like this. Now these are certain things that you don't have to teach human beings. We are born with certain things in our innate nature.
Okay. I will put my last thought. Person, wait a second. I'll put my last thought and then I will leave because it's a long period. You have talked to me. You talk to the new guest. So the discussion was in the tribal. Ladies do not cover their top part. There are a lot of tribes which we have. And we said but they cover their bottom parts because it's the Fitra. Now you're telling me that they do cover their top part, right? Is that what you're telling me? Because of Fitra, or they're not covering?
But I qualified it. I qualified it with two things. You're forgetting. You can suppress certain things, right?
Yes.
You can suppress that. The innate disposition that you have. You can suppress it over time, but that doesn't mean you were not born with it. So culturally speaking, for instance, right? Because look, I live in the West. I don't know if you have ever been in the West or if you have lived there for long enough. It does happen.
I've been there.
Very natural.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Yeah. I've been there actually. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. But visiting is one thing if you live in a particular culture. And what you were used to in your previous culture where you were born and raised, you actually see how certain things you may not even agree with, but over time, you can suppress that part and you become immune to it. Now that's a separate thing. What I was talking about is, are you born with that innate disposition or not? Do you understand the difference?
Yes, but so they're saying the tribal people are born with the disposition. But somehow they are not covering. They are not covering because but how do we know that? So there is no example we have done. Right?
I did tell you the other examples that I gave you, right? Now, because there have been psychological studies about how cultures around the world and people in general, they can suppress their innate disposition. For instance, would you disagree with the other examples that I gave you? Would you disagree that every little child, one second, that every little child is born liking cleanliness? Would you agree or disagree with this?
I agree with you. On that 100%, I agree with you. Perfect. There is no doubt. Yeah.
Now, do we see people sometimes on the street, right? Those people, they're able to, like you and I.
Yes.
I don't know. I mean, I'm just going to. Go on a limb and say that you take showers every day. As a Muslim, I have to, right?
Yeah.
Because we pray 5 times a day, so we have to do wudu, right? So there are people that I personally know. I mean, I'm sure you know of so many people that actually reek. They actually have a lot of BO. They get used to it. You can get used to not being clean. Right?
Yes.
But that's because over time you have suppressed your innate disposition. That doesn't mean that's how your innate disposition was. Because you were born liking cleanliness.
So I'll close this now. I'll close this saying. So this is when you're saying it is a fitra, you are saying it from the point of view of your religion, because I understand few things matches between you and me. But when it comes to the cloth part, you say some people that everybody prefers to cover their top and bottom. This is what they learn from when they are born. It's something which is very subjective to me. If you ask me, it is very, very subjective to me that how much part you can cover and how much part you should not cover. But it's okay. It's okay. We are okay to disagree. But it is something not to laugh and say that you are a very monster guy, because I felt bad when people started laughing on this, because it is a very subjective matter for people. Okay, guys. I think I'll close it.
Hey, are you still going on about that?
What?
Hey. What? Are you still thinking you don't understand?
No, but see, the moment I think it was brother Zeeshan that asked you, would you be okay with your mom doing that? Do you see how you actually took it?
No, that's not a very fair question, though. I mean,
No. Prasoon, it was not asked by me. It was asked by someone.
But
it's actually a fair question.
This is the idea. This is the.
1 second. It's a fair question because what is the truth? He came up with this idea. He does not feel that there's something wrong with this.
And when I
right?
and I
But
answered,
the
and I
moment
answered, I
you
said,
actually,
if you ask me,
because if you
I
ask
answered, I
me, for
answered.
me, it is
You
objectively
didn't.
wrong.
You didn't listen to my answer. My answer was, if you ask me individually, if you ask my perspective, I do not think that it is important for everybody to cover. If women are moving in their breast, showing their breast, it does not make any difference to me, even if it is my mother. That's the
Get out of here, man. What kind of an individual is this? Can't even respect his own mother. This is the same guy who's eternal soul. Wallah, I feel sorry for his mom. Jahil. Proper Jahil. Astaghfirullah.
That ended very quickly.
Okay, let's
Where do these guys come from, Prasoon? Which hole do they creep out of, these guys?
Oh my god.
Okay, so so how's everyone?
Alhamdulillah.
Okay.
How are you doing, Prasoon? You all right?
I'm good. I'm good. Did
you go for a
yes,
dip in the Mahakumbh or you didn't?
At the Kumbh, yeah. I was there.
Oh, you did.
Last week.
You made it in one piece. That's good.
I made it in one piece. Thank God. I
How
didn't
was
stay
the
there.
journey?
I just went and took a quick dash, and I was back in within 2 days. And I was
How
expecting a lot.
how was your journey?
Oh, good. I mean, the crowd was thankfully at that point the crowd was low. So somehow I managed. Yeah.
Did you have the VIP pass?
I didn't have it, but I could.
You should have just said, "I'm from DawahWise, man."
Sorry, I'm from what?
I'm from DawahWise. They all know me.
No. I could predict the crowd would be low because the airfare prices were low. So I could predict that the crowd is low right now. So let's just take the quick.
Nice.
Yeah.
So did you guys went by train or how did you get?
No. I took a flight because trains would be
No, but from the airport to the Kumbh.
From the airport, I took a taxi at 3 times the price. 4 times the normal price. Yeah.
And how close did you get to the Kumbh by car?
No, I went after that I had to walk a couple of kilometers. After which
Only
I got a boat.
I've heard people saying 12 kilometers and all that.
No, I walked barely a kilometer.
Okay.
And then I took a boat. I took a boat to the center, the confluence point, the Sangam point.
Yeah.
The Sangam point. And then, of course, I took my leisurely dip because I was alone on the boat. Somehow the boat was free and and then came back.
How much did the boat charge you? 3 times more?
Oh, the boat. I mean, he's 10 times the normal what I would have paid otherwise. 10 times. Wow. But the poor guys, this is when they make money, right? He's doing it all by hand. He's literally rowing the boat.
Once in 12 years.
Once in 12 years, he's making money. So let him do it.
All right, Kare. And the Sangam itself, how was that?
Sangam was. I mean, sometimes you're lost for words, right? When you see the sea of humanity, there's so many people. You feel so minuscule and so insignificant, and that's the spiritual awakening that somehow I think should hit people. That's what that's what it's all about.
That's interesting. You had your pilgrimage and you did your job.
Right.
What about this topic of today, Maha Shivratri, which we are
I was.
So tell us a bit because none of those Hindus were able to tell us something.
You're losing connection again and again. I think everybody's losing connection again and again over here. Now it's Fawad's going. Yeah, right.
No, here on my side it's fine.
Yeah, I can hear properly as well.
Acha?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. I think
because you're on the phone, so you will have.
No, I'm on an iPad. It's an iPad and it's connected to Wi-Fi.
It's still a mobile device, yeah. But you're on your Wi-Fi?
Okay. Yeah, I'm on Wi-Fi, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, tell us a bit about what Mahakumbh is. Sorry,
Maha
Shivratri.
Maha Shivratri, there are a couple of stories. There are different stories. One of the stories is Shiva gets married to Parvati today. The other story is Shiva drinks the halahal poison, which is the most deadly poison which emerges from the churning of the ocean today. And the other story is he does the cosmic dance, right? So Shiva is attributed to a form of dance called the Tandav. There are many dance forms in India, and Shiva is the originator for the Tandav form of dance. So he performs this dance, which is a dance of destruction. So basically, that's how So that's the
dance of destruction. Does it destroy things with that dance, or is just?
No, this is
just a representation of destruction.
Of course, it's a probably a display of power, or maybe you have those on national days, armies have the parades, so some of that sort. Yeah. So
Okay.
yeah.
Or is it like the Kiwi dance? In New Zealand.
No, the Haka dance. The
Haka dance, which
the
is
war,
basically war dance.
It's a war cry. It's a war cry.
Yeah.
Yes, but this is not a war cry. This is expression of anger, basically, or not anger, but intense thoughts. It's not a nice, feminine kind of a dance form. It's a very, very masculine, high energy kind of a dance, and typically women will not be learning it. Typically, it's most men who learn this form of dance because it's very, very masculine in its body language.
What does this signify? It signifies destruction?
Tandav, the ability of destruction, the innate ability of destruction, that, of course, all of us have this ability, right? We all can destroy certain things. So we all, Tandav is the presentation of that. And
So which is the most common narrative which signifies the Maha Shivratri?
I think mostly people would be following the marriage
with Parvati.
Story. Yeah, marriage with Parvati.
Okay. And what does that signify? What does a marriage of a god signify?
So yeah, it's the coming together of Shiva and Shakti, right? So Shiva is the male, rather the matter, Purush and Prakriti. So the coming together of nature and intention or matter and consciousness together to create the world, right? So that's what Shakti is. The of course the matter is treated as Shakti.
Matter is already. I thought you said matter was Shiva.
No. Shiva is intention, Purush.
Okay, so he's the consciousness.
Yeah, he's a consciousness.
No, she's the consciousness.
No, she's matter. Shiva is
matter.
Consciousness. Yeah, Parvati is.
Yeah.
Now you confuse me. Shiva is consciousness and Parvati is matter, right?
Right, because in the story of, when his son was decapitated, Shiva's
Right. Yeah. So
Ganesh.
since Parvati,
he connected the head
of an elephant, right,
on his son, and then he had to take it in order to give it a soul. He had to take it to Parvati. Is that true?
No. He Parvati formed the boy entirely out of her own bodily refuse.
Yeah.
So it was just it was not divine at that point. And then
which is matter,
Shiva,
isn't it?
Yes, matter, right.
Yeah.
Of course, you need matter and consciousness, right? Right.
Yeah.
So when you put the elephant head, it's a representation of removing your smaller thinking ability with a larger thinking ability, right? Technically, I
don't know. I thought humans were more intelligent than elephants.
No. It's of course it's like the Asian elephant is supposed to be a very, very wise animal.
Doesn't matter if it's Asian or African. Humans are more intelligent.
Yeah, but it
doesn't matter how you spin it, Prasun. You need to admit.
No. The
animals cannot be compared to human intellect.
It's not.
If he connected it for that reason, then he must have demoted his son from a human to an elephant head.
No. But of course, you never see somebody roaming around with an elephant head, right? So the idea is that this person could take the a larger form, and I'm losing you again and again. So yeah, this person, we lose our smaller self and we take a larger self. Take our if we submit our ego, we grow wise by submitting our ego. That's the whole idea behind it. Yeah.
Anyway, so in that story, if I remember, Shiva had to take his son with the elephant head to Parvati in order to restore his soul because he couldn't provide the soul. Something like that.
I don't know which version of the story you're talking about because, of course, there are multiple ways in which stories are told. Because there are multiple ways, multiple explanations of how we got the elephant also, right? There's one of them says that they went in a certain direction and the first animal they found, they took the head. Another story says that you go in a certain direction and the first animal that you find where the mother is sleeping with her back towards the child, you take that animal. So the multiple
I'm talking about after that. So after the surgery of the head, then to give it life, they had to go to Parvati. So anyway, that's we digress again. So coming back to the story, which is the You're saying the one that's the majority narrative is the
Yes.
wedding of Shiva
Shiva and
with
Parvati,
Parvati.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
first, let us understand: is Shiva and Parvati, are these like literal people, or they are just
No,
a
these
symbolic?
are cosmic. These are cosmic beings. These are not in our level of physical level. These people are devatas, are of a different loke altogether. And I mean, that's what is said about them. They're not of our loke, as in not of
So
our.
why do they need to get married then?
No, because it is so all of it is will be representation of the same patterns, right? So the traditions that we follow, or the rituals that we do, are a representation of all cosmic events. These are not, I mean, these are not historically. We don't do certain things because of the certain historical events. We do this because these are patterns going on in nature. So as a representation of those, we do these. So just the way Shiva and Parvati get together.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to understand. What
in
is
fact,
this
we are
get
copying,
together? What is this marriage? What exactly does it represent?
I think the better question would be, how do you understand the word marriage? Can you describe? Can you define it?
Yeah. So unlike in the Hindu tradition of things, marriage is one of the how do I say, one of the rituals a person does to purify himself, or to graduate in his journey of life. So that's the way that there are rituals for like name givings. The rituals when you're given a name.
You mean maturity?
No, the certain things that you have to do to attain the levels. I mean, like how do I say? Have you heard of Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha? The 4 steps.
No, what is it?
Okay, fine. So basically, in the purpose of the life, according to our Hindu philosophy, is that we acquire 4 steps of maturity within ourselves, or evolution within ourselves.
That's what I use the term maturity.
No, I'll explain to you what I mean by evolution.
But here we are not talking about a human.
understand
Remember, you said you're talking about a cosmic being. So in the context of a cosmic being,
yeah,
what does marriage mean? That is a question I think Brother Fawad was trying to imply.
No, but then he asked
because
me.
Prasun, like I'll tell you what my understanding of marriage is, or how we humans have always understood, right? Marriage is a union between two different people, right? You need a male. Well,
yes, sure.
2025. Normally it was always between a male and a female, right?
Always,
and we usually get married for reasons like companionship, could be cultural reasons, for physical reasons, to grow our families, to pass on our legacy. Now, are you applying this term marriage in case of the marriage between Parvati and Shiva in that same sense, or it has nothing to do with any of that?
Of course it has, right? Like creation and those kind of things, right? So coming together of, in fact, the primal, the way we explain the world is coming together of Purush and Prakriti. I mean, that's one of the fundamental beliefs of our philosophy, that Purush and Prakriti coming together creates all of our universe, our physical being, and so on and so forth. So yes, therefore Shiva and Parvati coming together is
okay. Let me rephrase that question. When you say coming together and marriage and this bonding of these 2 different dimensions, or reality, if you want to call it, the question is, before this marriage, were they separate?
Oh, that's a good one.
Okay, fine. So yeah, of course, definitely. I mean,
which means God changes.
Sorry.
Which means it's a change.
No. Hold on.
Oh.
When we are saying coming in the primordial sense, if we say Purush and Prakriti come together, right? So there is no before and after in that sense, right? Because time itself does not exist.
No. When you say coming together, then time does imply.
So we are coming together because we have to understand in a human terms, right? We are human. We are anthropomorphizing these.
Yeah, we already realized that, but it still means that there was a change after this coming together. So there must be a different state of affairs before this coming together.
Because change always signifies time. You cannot separate the two.
We are already
anthropomorphized.
We have already anthropomorphized our
I'm not even talking about the entities. I'm talking about the impact of this coming together.
Yeah, so the impact of coming together is creation, right?
No.
Yeah.
When you say creation, okay, are you saying that was the only reason for them to come together?
I mean, I didn't get to
so this marriage was only to create. Is that what it is? The whole idea of coming of Parvati and Shiva together as a bonding, or as you call it, a marriage, was the purpose of this bonding creation?
I'm seriously I'm at a loss. I mean, I didn't,
because I'm trying to understand the purpose of this bonding. What is the purpose? If the purpose is just creation, then the question is this marriage now only for creation of other beings, of other things? Is that what the reason was for the coming together? What was the purpose of the bonding?
You carry out all the baggage that comes along with it, right? All the baggage that comes along with creation. I mean, with coming together of two entities. All of that is going to be there.
The purpose of this bonding was
creation will be there. There'll be creation.
The bonding was there just to create. Is that what you're saying?
Bonding was just to create. Now this is again, we're getting into philosophy now, because now we
the whole Hinduism, the whole thing is philosophy.
Yeah, right.
You just realize that?
Right, of course. So what's
Wait,
going to happen is now...
It's such a simple question, brother. Look, two different entities, they came together. As a result, what happened?
Creation happened.
There you go. So just say yes. Creation. That's what he's been asking.
That's not the question. That's not Hashim's question. Hashim is asking, why did they come together, right? Are you asking that?
Yes.
I'm asking two things. So number one,
yeah.
Before they came together, they were not together. Number one.
Of course. Yeah.
Number two, what was the purpose of them coming together?
So you're asking why? What was the purpose of creation? Is that
that's the second question. The first question is when they were not together. When they did not meet, when they did not bond, were they always separate?
So there's also stories of how these so now when they were always separate. There are stories of how Parvati is a reincarnation of somebody who was already Shiva's consort.
No, we're talking about Shakti now. No playing games with Parvati.
No, hold on.
We are talking about the Sada Shiva and Shakti.
Sada Shiva, right. Parvati Shakti, even Rati was also Shakti. Okay.
No. Shakti, before she was Shakti, what was she? I thought she had no beginning.
Rati, who was the
She had no beginning. Shakti is one of the, what do you say, one of the supreme goddesses.
Right. So the one in the earlier birth, the partner that Shiva lost, she was also Shakti. Parvati is also Shakti. So the idea is that this coming together and separation happens again and again.
Shiva was Shakti before he was Shiva?
Shiva had a previous wife, right? Remember in a previous birth, remember?
Yeah, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the very first one.
Previous birth of Parvati, right? Yeah.
I'm talking about the very first one.
Previous birth of Parvati, she was already married to Rati.
Sorry,
not Rati. Sorry, I'm missing. He was already married to the previous form of Shakti, right?
And she died?
Yes, she died. She was.
How did she die?
She died. Okay, this is skipping my mind, but
this is a god's wife who was.
No, hold on. She died. Shiva went into recluse. He became a monk. I mean, he stopped.
He became a devdas.
Kind of, yeah, right, exactly. Literally, and
the
again,
Indians will understand that term. Basically, he became this loner who went into became an ascetic in the mountain, away from everyone, because he was full of remorse, sadness. I mean, this is your God we're talking about, bro. Not only his wife died, he became a recluse. Yeah, like you said.
Yeah, he went to recluse, and in order to break that chain, otherwise, people would, because no further creation would happen, right? Because if people stop marrying, and the world is not going to go forward. So to break that, Shiva marries Parvati, and of
Okay,
course,
so there is actually an actual marriage. Yeah, here we are not talking about some Shakti.
Wait, hold on. We have already answered.
Did you see?
No,
Have you noticed, Fawad, how quickly the narrative changed?
No.
The previous wife died.
Yeah, she was Shakti.
And you know, by the way, Parvati she wanted to marry Shiva for a long time. She did all this penance in the mountains.
Yes.
You know, stopped eating at one point, and that's when Shiva comes and he tests her whether she's worth worshipping, being a devotee and all that.
Because
his wife,
not devotee.
His wife basically. He wanted to test because she
gives
was begging to marry him.
Yeah,
he
because
kept
he was
testing her. I mean, this sounds like an individual to me. It doesn't sound like a God.
I told you, we are already understanding the divine in anthropomorphism.
Everything is anthropomorphized. Everything in Hinduism, because you guys cannot think philosophically, so you have to reduce them to humans and to animals, and sometimes in betweens, hybrids. And this is what it is basically.
For me, if you ask me, I would like to discuss the philosophy, right? But since we are here discussing
initially we did ask you about philosophy, but after some time you couldn't control yourself. You went back to the anthropomorphistic view of the Hindu gods.
We have to draw a line whether we would like to talk about the mythological narrative or the philosophy. If you want to talk about the philosophy, then we can talk about the philosophy. If
you can't separate one from the other. You know why? Because when you start using terms like marriage, when you start talking about children, when you talk about emotions, this is humans you're talking about, or even animals sometimes.
Yeah, that is why we have the Puranic explanations, right? All the philosophy is anthropomorphized and presented in very human terms. So those are.
In fact, you don't have any stories of Shiva from the Vedas. So you need.
Vedas are not stories. Vedas are not storybooks.
I know. You don't have even
there are literal human emotions associated with your gods, the way they're depicted.
Yes,
right.
Definitely.
You cannot explain them any other way. Them lusting after one another. All of these things. Unless you want to special plead. Look, Prasoon, I will say just something because I have to go for Salah. I'll be right back. But just listening to, because I'm not very knowledgeable in Hinduism. But subhanAllah, like all of these, this is a common trait that I've seen in all of the polytheistic religions around the world, right? That they have an obsession with either bringing God down to the level of men or raise men to the level of God. Like, why can't it's either one of those two? Look at how your gods are depicted, either as humans or animals or plants, flowers, etc. All of these things are created things, and you clearly see them. They're having one second, but I'm almost done. They all have a date of birth. They have limitations. Right? A lot of these things are not even conscious. Right? They lack, you see, your gods, the way they're depicted, they lack complete knowledge and must depend on one another for information. Like the that you guys are celebrating, right? One god has to ask the other god, about some.
Yeah, I think Fawad, we are losing you because your internet connection.
Yeah, I was right.
You guys hear me now?
Now we can.
Yes. So one god has to ask another god for certain information. Now that is not something that you associate with a god. God asking another god, that means he lacks some knowledge. He's not omniscient.
Sure. Right. First of all, let's get clear with something. We are not, when we say Shiva, and these are not gods, these are deities, right? Because God, the way you understand it in the Abrahamic sense, we totally, that's totally.
Actually, Shiva is a god. What do you mean deities?
He's a Mahadev.
Yeah, so he's one of the Bhagwans.
He is one of the issue.
He's not just someone who is a Deva.
No, he's a Mahadev. He's a Mahadev. In fact, he was one of the.
Yeah, exactly.
But the thing is,
but he's also a Bhagwan. He's one of the Trimurtis.
In fact, no, Bhagwan. Bhagwan is a more wider term. Anybody can be a Bhagwan. I mean, according if I wish to make him a Bhagwan, right? So that's Bhagwan. So let's get clear with terms over here, because when we say,
brother, the moment you actually worship him, the moment you can look linguistically, you can call it whatever, but for me, It's not about Abrahamic religion or Hinduism or whatever religion you want to associate this with, right?
Paganism. Let's just say paganism.
Because then we have to define what God is. Sure, you guys have different categories in there.
Brother Fawad, that's the thing. We unfortunately, in the case of Hinduism, we have to separate it from the Abrahamic faith. You know why? Because even the term worship, you could worship in Hinduism your parents. They wouldn't have a problem, not even a bit of a problem, an issue with that. They could worship a guru. They could worship a cow. So, like I said, these terms do matter in Hinduism, because when we come from an Abrahamic faith, at the beginning of the Hinduism streams, Prasun will know this because he's been with us from the start. I used to make the same mistakes because I used to somehow juxtapose the understanding of the Abrahamic faith onto Hinduism, but it doesn't work, because even the term God has several different layers in Hinduism. So just like I was telling Prasun about,
they have
even the Trimurti, they say it is a manifestation of a higher being whom they call Ishwar, yes, or Para Brahman. And this is not even a being. This is like an idea, if you ask me. It's not an individual.
He's right.
So we have to understand from a very nuanced perspective when we discuss Hinduism. Like you said, as soon as you say the word worship, it means God. No, not in Hinduism. They worship everything and anything. They worship the river. He just came from a pilgrimage where they call Ganga as Ma Ganga. Yes, Mother, Goddess Ganga. So they worship the rivers, the mountains. They are nature worshippers. They worship animals. They worship like this celestial beings, which they categorize into different hierarchies, which we would call, we don't have hierarchies for God. We have one God. So monotheism is very, very simple. Polytheistic religions like Hinduism and henotheistic religions like the ones that the pagan Quraysh used to worship are different again. You see, so we need to keep things in perspective when we discuss Hinduism. So, but the thing is, every Hindu we ask, they give a different definition. So it doesn't really help us at all. It just makes it more confusing and complex.
So I have a very simple question, Prasun, brother.
Yeah.
Just to speed things along a little bit, right? When you say, so your Trimurti, all three of them separately. So for instance, let's take the example of Shiva, since we're discussing Shiva, right? What are his attributes? Is he all-knowing? Is he all-powerful? Yes or no?
Yes. I mean, yeah. He's all-powerful, yeah.
So the moment you say he's all-knowing, and then you say he didn't know something.
Come again. Hold on. I didn't. You in between the script. I didn't say all of. Come again.
Okay, I said the moment you say he's all-knowing, do you know what?
No, I didn't say all. No, I didn't say that. Hold on. I didn't say that. I said all-powerful.
He's not all-knowing. Prasun, he's not all-knowing.
Yeah, because he often gives boons. He's known to give boons, which eventually turned rogue.
Exactly. Not only that, he didn't know who was Mohini. Remember?
Yeah, I didn't know who was Mohini. So
now we're making progress. So among all of these three Trimurti that you have, right? None of them individually are all-knowing and all-powerful.
Yeah, right.
Okay. So and this is the problem that we have. Me looking fine. You can say that since I come from an Abrahamic faith, for me, how I identify a deity or anything, even a human being, a tree, is with the attributes that you associate with it.
Yeah, again, I'll try to make it easy for you. I'll try to make it easy. See, the reason we call it Trimurti is because these three combined make up the eventual divinity, right? So
it's a godhead. It's a godhead
complementary. Sorry, I'm sorry.
It's a godhead, like the way the Christians consider the Trinity.
Not really.
Not exactly same, but kind of similar.
Because Christians
the whole makes this deity or the divine.
Yeah, because Christians would ultimately say they're monotheistic, and they have those kind of plans, but we don't have those claims. We say these three are representation of different forces of nature within our world, and the three of them combined, they are complementary. They're complementing each other's qualities. That's how they are the ultimate divinity. They're not
they're not individually supreme.
They're not individually supreme. The three of them combined are supreme.
So none of them individually are basically Almighty God.
They're not Almighty God. Like,
Okay. Is that the reason? Is that the reason the Hindus see them in a different light, individually?
I lost you. Come again?
Because
I lost you. Come. I lost.
Yeah. What I'm saying is that when we ask a Hindu who is your Almighty Supreme God, what would be the answer?
Now, coming from an academic learning, I mean, I'm not saying from a bhakti viewpoint. I'm not saying from a point of devotion. I'm saying from a clinical viewpoint. Ishwar is the term that we have closest to your idea of Allah or the Supreme God, if you were to say. Ishwar.
But Ishwar is not a personal God, right?
Ishwar can be a personal God, and Ishwar might not be a personal God, because
no,
Ishwar
you can't have both, man. You can't have both.
No.
Come on.
No, Ishwar can be understood personally.
It's not about understanding. Is he a personal God or is he not?
What do you mean personal God? Come again, personal as in?
By personal God means he cares for you, he's merciful, he's kind, he looks after your affairs.
Those kind of qualities,
if you call upon him, he has the right to answer or not answer. That's what I mean by personal God.
Yeah, but Ishwar is not an anthropomorphized.
Allah is neither.
Right.
Allah is not an anthropomorphized
Exactly.
God.
That's what I'm saying.
We can call upon Allah. Allah can show His mercy to us. He can show His justice.
Which is why
that is what I mean. My personal God means you have some direct connection with Him, where He can communicate to you.
Yes,
for example,
you can pray to
in the
Ishwar
form
also.
of the Quran, for example.
Yeah.
So this is what I mean by personal God, not like in deism, for example.
I don't know what these terms.
So deism is a form of is an ideology where God has created everything and then He left us. It's like an absent father.
Deism would be closer to the Brahma concept. The concept of, because it talks about.
It's the same thing. Brahman is not a personal God.
Brahman is not a personal.
It's not a personal God either.
Yeah,
so it's just like some sort of a unified field, if you want to call it. I think that's the term that was used in that little slide we showed earlier. And I think that's a better description of a unified field where everything is basically everything in existence. If you look at it like is a canvas. And this, we all are part of that.
Just all is
canvas.
one, all is one kind of a.
Yes. But because it's not a personal being, it's not a personal God. So you cannot say he or she, in that case.
In fact, you can't even worship it.
Exactly. So how can it be a God if you can't worship it?
Exactly.
You hit the nail on the head.
Now comes the point. So now comes the question: why?
That's what Fawad was looking for.
Why have it? Why have that idea?
Exactly. And even taking a step back, here's the issue that I have. You have split God, one supreme God, into three different entities, three different consciousness. Okay, and they all have to depend on each other. They all are fighting against each other. And
no, they're not fighting against each other. Fighting against each other. They're cooperating.
Of course, they're fighting with each other.
They're hurting
each other. Yeah.
Yeah, in the sense, just the way various forces of nature are fighting against each other, right? Like
no, but the forces of nature don't have consciousness.
Yeah. So similarly, hold on. Forces of nature, according to us, okay.
Forces of nature don't. So you're telling me, if your village was hit by a cyclone, the cyclone knows what it's doing.
The cyclone is ultimately a
the force of nature.
Certain forces, right? Like wind and accumulation of things, right? And of course, when it does something, there's a larger scheme of things that's about to happen, right?
No, but would you not consider a cyclone to be a force of nature?
Definitely, yes, right.
Does it have a consciousness?
By itself, the cyclone itself, no. But the pattern, the wind, the vayu, the wind, the winds, and the
wind has consciousness.
According to Hindu philosophy, everything has got consciousness, only at differing levels. So there is.
Yeah, but what does that even mean then? You completely ignore the meaning of the term consciousness.
Right. So now I'll explain to you. Yeah. So we have differing levels of consciousness, right, from extremely jad to chetan, extreme chetan, which means extremely base, lacking any awareness, to supremely aware, right? So something that you call non-living is basically not aware of its consciousness. Similarly, many human beings might not be aware of its consciousness. Many human beings live very.
Let me ask you this: Would plants be conscious for you?
Yes, to a certain level, yes.
Okay, then you shouldn't be eating anything.
No, but I've already explained to you. I've already explained to you the principle of ahimsa, right? Have I explained to you the principle of ahimsa?
What, non-violence?
Yeah, no, not non-violence. Less violence, minimal violence.
Minimum violence. Okay.
Minimal violence, right? So when you're eating plants, it's not as if they lack consciousness. They also have consciousness. But you because you want to sustain yourself, you go the minimum damage way by eating plants and not other more sentient animals.
Okay, so that's okay, right?
Yeah. Sorry, come again.
Is that okay? It's still a
What is
living
okay?
thing. It's still a living conscious being.
You
for
are
you.
no, right now I'm breathing. Okay, I just killed a few million bugs in the process, right? But it's essential for my survival. So similarly, what is necessary for your survival, you have to do those things.
So what if it was necessary for your survival to eat meat? Would you eat meat?
Definitely. That's why the Kshatriyas are allowed to eat meat, right? Kshatriyas.
Okay, so if nature allows you to eat whatever you want, yeah.
No. Nature does not allow you to eat whatever you want.
Wait. I'm coming to the harm principle.
Yeah.
Then why are you worried about the harm?
As human beings, since we are more evolved beings, we have to take steps to minimize the damage that we can cause. For example, a herbivorous animal, for example, does not have control on what it wants to eat. A carnivorous animal also does not have what it wants to eat. Now you might say something like a gorilla or these omnivores, which have the choice of eating meat or herbs. I mean, they have a certain choice, but they can't exercise it because they lack the awareness. As human beings, we have the awareness of exercising choice. I can choose to eat meat or not to eat meat. I can choose to get my protein from eating another animal or from eating nuts and for like milk or whatever different kind of things. So the whole idea of being a evolved human is being mindful of what you're choosing, what kind of choices you're making in life, and of course, Hinsa is not only. Yeah.
Is that subjective?
Of course,
that choice.
That's of course your awareness has to rise, right? You can't be a totally a moron and make the kind of decision. You have to be aware of the things around you and yourself. So
you're saying there's no consistent way. Yeah. So you're saying there's no consistent way of applying ahimsa. Yeah. So somebody
there is a consistent way. There is a consistent way. You have to elevate your awareness. You elevate your awareness, and the more aware you are, the less damaging actions you will take in life.
Doesn't that contradict what you're saying? Because surely if everybody is required to update or increase their awareness, that means not everybody is at the same level of awareness. So that means that everyone is applying it differently, right?
Are there people whom you think are of a lower level of awareness than you, or less spiritually aware? Let's say, for example, somebody who does not follow the same moral standards as you. Somebody who's got poorer.
I'm talking consistently amongst people that believe the same thing that you believe.
Yeah. So when you become more and more aware, when you become more and more aware of yourself and your surroundings, you make less and less damaging decisions.
Let me give you an example. So you come to the UK. I put some water in front of you.
I'm really sorry, but I just lost you again. Please start again. Yeah. Sorry. Network is bad. Yeah.
My bad. Okay, so if you came to the UK and someone put a glass of water in front of you, would you drink it?
Sorry?
If someone put a glass of water, tap water, in front of you, would you drink it?
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, the tap water in the UK is good enough to drink, right?
As far as you're aware.
As far as I know, yeah.
But then a Hindu that's been living here for 10 years would know that the chlorination process of tap water has killed millions, if not billions, of microbacteria in the process of purifying that water for you to drink.
Right.
Would you drink it now?
Definitely, because it's necessary for my survival, right?
No, tap water is not necessary for your survival.
You got other alternatives to tap water.
Okay, fine, that way, yeah. So you mean to say, would I differentiate between tap water and still water? Is that what you mean to say?
Well, that's the other differentiation. That's the only way for you to avoid tap water, for you to drink.
Yeah. So the thing is, yeah. So if there are options available, to me, like if I can get spring water, for example, I'd rather have spring water than tap water. I mean, it's also it's a matter of what options, what choices do you exercise.
So it comes back to this point, isn't it? That no matter what position you're in, no matter how high you think that you have increased in terms of morality, there will always be another morality that trumps your morality.
There will ultimately be your physical baggage. The ultimate baggage is your physical baggage.
And that's the thing with human beings, that their IQ is always varied. You're not going to have two human beings with the same level of knowledge. And that's why our argument is that ultimately to provide anchorage in terms of morality, the only solution is scripture, and scripture that is...
No, scripture can help you to a certain level. Scripture can't take you to the... Scriptures can...
No, but my argument is as follows, that scripture provides the moral anchorage and provides the usuls and the principles that you need to do this. Of course,
the objective morality.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Yeah, right. So the debate between what would be whether morality can be dynamic or it has to be set to certain standards, right? That's the ultimate question.
It cannot be subjective, because then everyone will have different morals.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's like, for example, if you came to the UK, you would be drinking tap water. Another Hindu would see you and think this guy is like, he's a very violent guy. He doesn't know about his religion properly.
But hold
This
on.
is appalling. This is sickening. However, once we have a conversation and I make you aware that, look, you're in London now, and in London, our water comes from the Thames River, and there's a process of chlorination, and of course there are millions, if not billions, of microbacteria that get killed in the process of you getting water. Would you prefer me giving you another a bottle of water or something? You would say an answer in the affirmative. Another passing by Hindu would see you drinking bottled water. They might say, you know what, that's fantastic. However, because they subscribe to this same school of thought, however, a third Hindu going past would go, this guy Prasun is a dangerous guy. Why? Because he is increasing plastics in our society, which in turn is going to have a negative impact on the whole in terms of the climate, not even in terms of individual, but in terms of legacy as well. Because even when they went to the depths of the oceans, more deeper than they'd gone, more deeper than they had gone before, you know what they saw right in the depths of the oceans?
Plastic.
Yeah, plastic bags.
Yeah, right.
So
now there comes the question. Now comes the question: which is a more damaging choice? And as you know, oh my God, somebody spent $10,000.
MashaAllah, Barakallah Feek, brother Faiz.
Wow. So I mean, that's quite money, quite a lot of money, yeah. So
that's 100 pounds.
You're used to this. You're used to this, I think. I mean,
I'm not used to it, actually.
Nobody is nobody.
We say Alhamdulillah, praise be to
Allah. Eyelid. Nobody better than eyelid. Wow.
So brother, the point that we've established here is, no matter what standard you take, there will always be another either superior or inferior standard. But whatever explanation you now give, whatever it is, you can take 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. At the end of your explanation, you can't say that your standard is better than someone else's standard, and that's
of course, never.
In the end,
you can never say that. You can never say that my standards are better than others. I can take the best decisions as per my awareness and understanding.
And that's the problem, because someone with a lower awareness and understanding that also follows the same scripture as you, they will be doing something completely different, would be regarded, I would say, objectively as incorrect and wrong. But they would say, look, they're lower down in understanding and this and that. We say we can't risk this sort of stuff. People going around in society, you know.
Yes. So there's
your initial point was about the right awareness. Where does this come from?
So right awareness comes by purifying yourself and making yourself more and more.
So let me ask you this.
I had a shower.
Do you think
I'm purified?
Alhamdulillah. do you think all the Bhagwans in Hindu had the right awareness?
The varying levels of awareness, right? And of course, since they are deities, Bhagwans, they have higher awareness than us.
So why did they eat meat then?
Depending upon what what kind of a deity it is.
Well, you said right awareness.
Yeah. So
for example, let me give an example. Ram and Lakshman are worshipped as Bhagwans amongst the Hindus. They killed and ate deer because they were basically
because they're Kshatriyas.
Yeah, they're Kshatriyas.
They're Kshatriyas.
Doesn't matter. Did they have the right amount of awareness or not?
As a Kshatriya,
Is the
duty.
awareness now linked to your
the awareness?
Basically,
no,
your
awareness does not mean being aware. Does
your
not mean
jati.
for example, I'm aware that when I drive my car, I'm polluting the atmosphere, right? But that does not mean I'll stop driving my car. What I can do is I can
That's why I use an electric car, so there's options for that.
Yeah,
okay?
right. So,
but I'm talking about earlier you said about the right awareness, and where does it come from? It's different people have different. The Bhagwans, I mean, I'm assuming at least the Bhagwans had higher morals than the average people, right?
They hold on. They are first of all, these are not Bhagwan. These are characters in
they worship as Bhagwans.
Itihasas.
No. They are worshipped as Bhagwan. Don't tell me they are not.
They worship as Bhagwan.
They built a Ram Mandir.
Yes.
And they worship him literally.
Ram is a Bhagwan.
Don't say, because you just said they are not. They are Bhagwans. Are the Bhagwans having higher moral standards than the average people?
Yes.
Okay, so if they can kill and eat deer meat, then
under
is
what
that
context?
Okay? Or is that bad for you? According to your moral standards, is that good or bad?
So you have to look at the context as to why they killed the deer, right?
Doesn't matter what context.
No.
So they were not starving. They had other options, but they still killed and eat.
Yeah, but as Kshatriyas, they are supposed to train. They're supposed to train themselves. Military training.
So you're saying they were in training?
Like the military. In the military, when you are in the military.
And I'm talking about Ram and Lakshman.
Yeah, so
when they killed this deer, were they in training?
Yeah, definitely. As a Kshatriya, they are supposed to do.
They were exiled in the forest.
Exactly, but
maybe they didn't have other means of protein.
Did they give up their bow and arrow?
Sorry, yeah, they do carry bow and arrow. I think all the Kshatriyas do.
Yeah, so
in fact, all the gods in Hinduism carry some form of weapon.
Some form of weapon, yes. So
yes.
It's
very they were not exactly following ahimsa, were they?
They were following ahimsa. So there are methods laid out as to what you can do and what you cannot do, right? There's a righteous kill and there's an unrighteous.
Okay, so what is a righteous kill for killing a deer? Why is it righteous to kill a deer? Tell me.
Yeah, because as Kshatriyas, they're supposed to train themselves.
Nothing about training. It was about food.
Okay, now let me. In case you don't know,
don't try to change it to something else, please.
No,
nothing to do with training. The reason Ram and Lakshman killed the deer because they were hungry. Nothing to do with the training.
Hold on. They didn't kill the deer for they
killed the deer because brother, you cannot use the word righteous anymore, because earlier you told the brother that because now it's a moral question.
Sorry, come again.
Because the moment you say it is unrighteous, you're basically saying it's unmoral or immoral.
Yeah, so I'm basically at that level, right? We have to get to that level and put ourselves in those shoes and think at that level.
Okay, so
if I'm
when you think as a Bhagwan, tell me how is it righteous to kill a deer? Because it was certainly not a training, which you keep saying. It is not a training. They were exiled in the forest.
Yes.
And they were hungry. And
no, they don't kill because they're hungry.
Protein for that.
No. They were not hungry. Because it was a golden deer that you're talking about, right?
Not the golden deer. No, it's not the golden deer.
Okay, fine. Others. Okay.
Yeah.
So the thing is, as when they were exiled, so now there are two versions. One version said that they went purely vegetarian and they did not eat any meat. The other version says, of course, which you said they hunted and ate meat, right?
Yeah.
So there are different stories. Now we'll stick to the one which you were talking about. We'll stick to the version where you're saying they hunted and killed deer.
Tell me how is it righteous in your worldview?
Yeah. So when they're hunting, staying in a forest, and they have the Kshatriya, they're allowed as Kshatriya to kill and eat meat, right? So they are just practicing their the dharma.
Right? So you're saying for a Kshatriya, it's okay, yeah?
Yeah, that's what it says, right? Kshatriya.
It's nothing to do with righteousness then. Now you went to the jati.
No, varna. We're not going to jati. We're not going to varna.
It is still jati.
No, varna is not jati.
So are you saying they were not born Kshatriya?
Sorry?
Were they born Kshatriya or not?
Yeah, of course they are Kshatriyas, right?
So it's jati then.
No. Yeah. No. Hold on.
What do you mean yes, no? Make up your mind. If you're born as a Kshatriya, you're a Kshatriya, right?
You mean jati? Yeah, fine. In that sense, yeah, you're born Kshatriya.
Yes. In that sense. Yeah, don't try to fight it.
No, hold on. You have to be clear about what you're talking. No, hold on. Yeah, fine. Okay, so when you're born Kshatriya and you are you're supposed to lead a kingdom, you have to have the right to kill, right? You have to know when to and when not to kill.
Yeah, we are not talking about killing for self-defense. Here we are talking about hunting for food.
Right. And since you have to practice, you can't practice on human beings. You cannot be practicing and killing human beings for
Dude, they were not practicing. How many times I have to tell you? They were killing
at that
for
point
food.
they were not
hunting for food.
Yeah, so as Kshatriyas, you are allowed to eat meat.
So
Kshatriya,
here is my point. So you have now shifted your goalpost from being righteous to being a particular jati or varna.
Yeah, so when you are put into a certain context, suppose we are supposed to rule, you are supposed to do that, right?
No, but you see, you have changed the goalpost. Have you not realized?
No,
earlier you kept. Did you not keep saying righteousness, awareness?
Yeah,
now
right.
all of that has taken a back seat, and it depends on your varna or your jati.
Your awareness, when you raise your awareness, right? You raise your awareness and you do the minimal damage thing, right? How do you do the minimal damage thing? Did
Ram and Lakshman do minimum damage or maximum damage?
At least in killing a deer is minimum damage, right? Because doing
killing a deer is minimum damage.
Yeah, if you want to eat meat, considering they want to eat.
Then you shouldn't have any problem with any non-vegetarians now, unless they were killing for sport, which even the Muslims say is not right. Just for sport. But if it is for nourishment, that's different.
You have already jumped several steps over here. You have already
jumped
so many.
You said a Kshatriya for a Kshatriya is okay.
I'll tell you why you're wrong at so many steps, at so many levels. I'll tell you.
Yeah, I mean, first you need to understand the point I'm coming. So what I'm criticizing is what you said earlier. You said you have different levels of awareness, and because you have this awareness, it depends whether you're righteous or not. So a righteous person.
No. That's not. You hold on. That's not what I said.
Okay, so hold on. Let's get this out of the way. For you, is it okay to be a non-vegetarian?
Depends.
In what? On what context?
Depends on what choices you're faced with.
Okay, so let's say it's not out of necessity.
Yeah, then you should not, right?
Then you should not. Was it necessary for Ram and Lakshman to kill a deer?
Yes.
It was necessary.
Yes.
They would have died otherwise?
No, necessary. Hold on. Why did they kill a deer? Did they kill it because they were hungry for the meat? Is that the?
No. Necessary means there is no alternative.
Necessary can be at several levels. Necessary does not.
I know. I'm talking about the level where it is absolutely
it can necessary because something is at life. So hold on. For example, when you kill off a wolf, right? Because otherwise it might attack your livestock.
Yeah, that's different.
You will not die because
that is self-defense. That's very different.
Yeah,
I'm not talking about self-defense.
Yeah,
I'm talking about in terms of your diet.
Yes.
Okay? So for example, let's say for me it is necessary to get protein because I cannot eat so much vegetables to get those kind of proteins.
Yeah. So right. So
in that case, I would say necessary for me.
Now we're getting somewhere closer. Yeah.
Don't get that protein, Ak.
Hold on. Yeah. Now we're getting somewhere closer. There are certain
cultures. The vitamin B12.
No. Hold on. Yeah. There are certain cultures. There are certain cultures, most Western cultures, which have not yet figured out how to get proteins out of vegetarian food. In fact,
look, you're changing the goalposts again.
No, I'm not changing the goalposts.
I'm trying to understand. Look, in the case of Ram and Lakshman, did they have a choice to eat something else other than the
let me
meat?
Your question. What you're asking me is, I'm not going to die if I don't eat meat, but still I need my protein. So in that case, can I eat meat? Is that your question?
No. In the case of Ram and Lakshman,
for
you they were Bhagwan. They had high consciousness, high awareness, highly righteous. All those things satisfy.
Yes.
Yet with all those characteristics, they still ate meat.
Yes.
Even though there were other choices besides the meat. Now, I've given you the context. You said depends on the context. Now I've given you the context.
Yeah.
Now, were they righteous in killing the deer?
Yeah. So
okay, then you have no problem with non-vegetarians now.
Sorry, come again.
If with all these characteristics, Ram and Lakshman
a lot of I can't hear you because I'm losing connection again and again. I'm sorry if I.
By the way, guys, if there are any Hindus out there, they want to join the stream because it looks like they all ran away. What time is it in India?
It's 1 o'clock. It's pretty late actually. Yeah.
That explains it. After all that bang on Maha Shivratri.
Bhang. It's called bhang, not bhang.
It's called bhang. Is an intoxicant, right?
Yes, an intoxicant. Yeah.
So is that righteous or is that unrighteous?
Yeah. So Shiva's prasad is bhang. Bhang is Shiva's prasad.
Is it righteous or unrighteous to have that bhang?
Well, for a Shivite, it's fine. For a
Why?
Shivite, not a
Does it not mess with your judgment?
It does. Of course, it does.
Is that righteous?
So as I've told you, intoxicants are allowed for the Vaishnava, for the Shaivites, not for the Vaishnavites.
Why?
Because Vaishnavites follow a stricter code of conduct.
Are they more righteous than the Shaivites?
They are more vegetarian, more vegetarian driven. They're more, they're very
intoxicants are not vegetarian, non-vegetarian. It's about does it mess with your judgment, basically? Because it's an intoxicant. It's like alcohol, basically. Yeah.
Yeah. So as far as bhang goes, bhang goes.
By the way, is alcohol permitted for the Vaishnavites?
No, not for Vaishnavites.
Not at all. So they are like Muslims. Yeah, it's haram for them.
But they don't eat any non.
No, I'm talking about the intoxicants.
Yeah, I mean, you can say so. It's not haram for them.
Why is it permitted for certain people, not for the other?
Because this is what I'm trying to understand.
Our senses, they work. I mean, they stop working normally, no matter what caste you belong to. Whatever.
It's about what kind of practices you follow. As Vaishnavas have stricter.
No, that's fine. But look, let's say if you're, what did you say, Vishnuite?
Vaishnavite.
So those who consider Vishnu to be God, Supreme God, they are Vaishnavites. Those who consider Shiva to be Supreme God, they are Shivites.
Okay. And then so if I'm Shivite and you're Vishnuvite, right? We both consume.
Come again. Yeah. Come again. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. So let's say you're Vishnuvite and I'm Shivite,
right?
It's difficult to say. Just say Vishnu devotees or Shiva devotees.
Yeah.
So if we both consume intoxicants, it will affect our senses equally. We both can misuse it.
Yes,
so I'm trying to understand the rationale behind.
Because as a Vaishnavite, the practices that I would be doing are a lot more stricter, and also my social life would be very different from you. Because of at least in earlier times, because when these people were worshipping different, typically certain businessmen would typically be Vaishnavites and traders, those kind of people. So that was the major difference. So as a result, people who want better control and better nuanced judgment, they would be Vaishnavite, and they would be, therefore their lifestyle would be like that. They wouldn't be eating non-vegetarian food. They wouldn't be eating onion and garlic in vegetarian food. They wouldn't be, drinking
that's
alcohol.
Subjective, brother, because the same thing even Christians say, and you see there's a big alcohol problem in their society for that reason. They justify it exactly the same way. They say, oh, it's okay if you drink it a little bit for religious ritual purposes. That's how it started off. Now you see they're available in bars. They're available everywhere. So it's all subjective. How do you control?
The West is having an alcohol problem because it's how do I say, available at a available very easily. Okay, the idea behind having bhang or these kind of things is traditionally you would have it only at certain days.
I think the brother's question was a really good question, and that was that regardless of whether you're a Vaishnavite or a Shivite, alcohol will have an impact on you.
Come again.
And the thing is, why one rule for one and one rule for the other when it affects everybody the same way? I feel that you haven't really addressed that. You've kind of gone around it.
I'll address that. So Vaishnavites follow stricter rituals. In the Vaishnava tradition, you follow stricter rituals. Purity and Vaishnavism and kind of the way you live. You can't, sleep at certain times. You have to wake up at certain times. The whole daily schedule is very.
What's that got to do with alcohol, though?
Yeah, because alcohol can, with that kind of strict schedule, alcohol might not go ahead because it'll, of course,
no, brother. It will. What you're doing is you're throwing science under the bus with that.
Hold on. I will be explaining the Hindu rituals, right? You cannot be explaining Hindu rituals to me. Okay, so
no. We're not talking about the Hindu kind of theology here. We're talking about how alcohol affects the body, and that's not something that we look towards Hinduism to explain to us. That's something that we look towards science to explain to us. You can't say somebody with a better lifestyle can tolerate alcohol more because. Hashim, remember that study beginning the Lancet journal that said it doesn't matter however much alcohol you consume.
Any amount is bad for you.
Yeah, there's 0% benefit from alcohol. So regardless of your lifestyle is like this or like that, in science we don't distinguish whether it will have an effect or not. It's the same blanket rule for everybody.
What's the question you're asking here?
So the question I'm asking is what he's saying,
Yes.
that why one rule for one group and a different rule for another group when it comes to alcohol.
Yeah, because certain as if you follow certain traditions, this morally or the the relative morality that we talk about, those are stricter. In Western
Morality doesn't affect your threshold for you becoming drunk. That's our point.
But ultimately it's my choice, right?
Sorry?
I can choose to exercise my morality or not.
No, but here we're not talking about your choice. We're saying why in your religion does it make for one group a different set of rules and for another group a different set of rules when they're both human beings with the same physiology?
Okay, so the thing is, if there are strict codes, okay, and there are easy codes. If you're ready to go into the strict codes, you can go to the strict codes and live your life that way, and you'll have a very, very pristine life. Now, there are many people who are not able to exercise those strict codes, and so they can go for the easy codes. Like, when you play video games, there are levels: expert, novice.
So two people at school, two teenagers at school. One has a strict code, and the other one has a very lenient code.
Yes.
Are you, as a head teacher, are you going to have different rules of alcohol for those two students?
So this is not some boarding school or some convent school that you're talking about. We're talking about Hinduism, which is a much more
example, it is. I'm giving you a
President brother. Does it depend on who can handle their alcohol? Who can handle the alcohol better?
I think we were talking about morality and not about the threshold.
No, definitely not. See, the thing is, when
handle
we're
their
talking
liquor
about,
better.
Here's a study that we were referring to earlier.
Sure, please. I'm open to us.
So this is actually in the medical journal called the Lancet, which is the #1 medical journal in the world.
Sure. And I totally.
They did a study, and this is what they found.
I totally agree to it.
New global study published in the Lancet has confirmed previous research, which has shown that there is no safe level of alcohol consumption. Okay, so even moderate drinking is bad for you.
But why are we discussing?
The reason we are saying this is like, regardless of which person drinks it, it's bad for you.
That's fine. I understand that. But why are we going over it again and again?
The reason we are bringing this up is because you're saying the Shivites is okay to drink, but not for the Vaishnavites.
For the Shivites, the laws are less. So if you want to drink, okay, if you want to drink, you don't become a Vaishnavite. Simple.
Okay, so which is more righteous then, the one that drinks or the one that doesn't drink?
If you want to drink, if you can't stay without your drinks, right? Don't become.
That wasn't my question. Which is more righteous?
Which is more righteous?
The teetotal or the alcoholic?
I mean, this is again angels on the head of a pin kind of a debate. This is
no. It is because your key point at the very beginning is different awareness, different levels of righteousness.
Yes.
Now, which one is more righteous? The one who's a teetotal.
There's not more righteous, less righteous.
It is because it's
not that because
when your judgment is impaired, then clearly that person has no idea what he's doing. That's why you don't drink and drive.
Of course not. Yeah, right. So therefore, you won't do a lot of things when you drive.
Now,
right?
when you have all these Naga Babas,
can a Shivite drink and drive?
Can Shiva drink and drive? Shiva can do anything. Shiva can do it.
You end up like the Naga Babas then. You can do anything.
Naga Babas. Okay. As far as Naga Babas go, Naga Babas
they do weed. They consume alcohol. Yes, I mean, every vice you can think of, they do. They roam around completely naked.
Hold on. You're confusing Nagas with Agoris. Nagas, they're two different people.
No. I'm talking about the Naga Babas.
Yeah, so Nagas.
They do drink. They do drink alcohol and consume weed.
Yes, they do drink alcohol. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
No, hold
so
on.
These are intoxicants.
Yes.
Which impairs your judgment, right?
So so now the thing is, why do they do it? Why do Nagas do it?
First, you need to answer the question. Does it impair your judgment? These intoxicants.
Yes, it does.
It does. Okay. Did you see how they behaved in the Kumbh Mela?
I mean, you want to cherry pick certain Naga Babas misbehaving.
I'm not cherry picking. How many? These were Hindus.
I saw Naga Babas.
Wait a minute.
I was
these
there.
were Hindus recording. There were no Muslims in the Kumbh Mela. These were Hindus.
There are all kind of Hindus. They're all kind of, no, hold on. There were many Muslims, by the way. I saw Muslims over there. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. We are not about the exceptions. We are talking about the norm. The norm were Hindus, right?
Yeah. Similarly,
we
these
got
Naga
crores of people coming there who are Hindus.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, fine.
Now these Hindus, many of them, these Naga Babas had their hand like this for decades.
One Naga Baba, not all of them. One Naga Baba is famous for holding his hand.
No, there were quite a few of them actually.
Yeah,
with the hand like this. Some of them have some other. He was sleeping in the thorns. Another guy had different abilities.
One of them has grown plants on his head.
Exactly. So these were Naga Babas. They were not dongis. So
yeah. So real Babas. Yeah.
They were real Naga Babas, and they were consuming alcohol and weed.
Yes.
Okay.
So now do you want to know? Now do you want to ask me? Would you like to ask?
I want to ask you if this is a characteristic of a righteous person.
So now the question is, now what I want to tell you is, why do Naga Babas consume weed?
Yeah, before you answer the why, answer my question. Is this the characteristic of a righteous person?
First, I have to ask the basic question first. You have to answer.
No, the why comes later on.
Righteousness comes.
You need to first understand whether it's righteous.
Okay, let me give you an example. I'm shivering out with cold. As first time I go to UK and I'm shivering out of cold. Somebody says, have a spoon of brandy and you'll feel okay. Okay, and now I don't drink alcohol. I don't drink alcohol at all. Okay?
I think they should have offered you a code instead of brandy.
No, somebody does it.
I think you wanted brandy.
I've never had.
If you came to me and you were shivering, the first thing that would come to my mind is, have I got any warm clothes for my friend Prasun?
Yeah,
I wouldn't offer you
warm clothes, everything.
As a Muslim, I wouldn't have brandy at home.
Yeah,
so that wouldn't be even an option.
Okay, the guy's not Muslim. The guy.
If you were given the option of a brandy or warm clothes, which one would you pick? You can only pick one.
No, hold on.
Answer the question. Which one will you pick?
I don't know the
brandy or warm clothes.
I'm already in my warm clothes. I've already worn warm clothes. I've had a hot.
No. Then if you were freezing, then those were not warm enough. Then.
No, I'm still shivering. Let's say I'm still shivering, and somebody suggests, okay,
if you're still shivering, I'll offer you some warmth, a heater maybe. Come on, man. There are so many options.
Everything.
One is not the only option, person. Unless you want to be a drunkard.
But why would listen? I'm not.
Every example that I gave you about the Naga Babas, you agreed that yes, they do this. The question which you're failing to answer is this the characteristic of a righteous person to become drunk and basically to become
right? The answer is a proper Naga should not become drunk and out of control. A proper Naga does not drink alcohol or have weed to go out of control. A proper Naga does
can they drink alcohol or can they not drink alcohol?
They can drink alcohol, but not get out of control.
If you out of control is the cause is the alcohol. Every alcoholic.
Yes, it is.
Every alcoholic at one point said, "I can control." Every alcoholic said, "I can control the amount I can drink." And
give
then
me 30 seconds, I'll tell you why. Give me 30 seconds, I'll tell you why they have those alcohol. Okay.
Yeah, go on.
These people have alcohol and weed in order to dissociate themselves from the worldly conditioning. We are all born free, blank slates. But due to a societal interaction, we accumulate worldly conditioning, which prevents us.
What is a worldly condition that gives them the only option is like to drink alcohol or consume weed? And get
I thought that's what meditation was for.
So for example, if you ask me, I would go into meditation. I would go into a lot of yoga, this, that, and that would.
Isn't that the whole lifestyle to be meditating for the Naga Babas?
Yeah, but no, the level of unconditioning that they have to do is vastly beyond what we can do, right? They can go to levels where they don't feel pain anymore. They don't feel cold ananymore.
Then why do they drink? Why is there the need to drink alcohol and consume
so in order to achieve those levels of not really achieve those levels of awareness, but achieve that level of dissociation from reality, where after which, these are used as bridges. They use these intoxicants. To another level of awareness. Okay.
Oh, hold on. So you're saying in order to help the meditation, they need these intoxicants?
Not in meditation. No.
Suppose. What do you mean other level? I don't understand.
Okay, I'll give an example. Right. So, for example, somebody who's working out in a gym, right, and he's working out and eating good protein food and all, but his muscles are not developing. So now the trainer tells him, have this protein powder. Just use as a bridge for a short while where you develop certain muscles, after which you can stop having that protein powder, and now you can.
We're talking about the Naga Babas. What is their motivation for this?
Similarly, in ascetic, these traditions, they try a lot of practices where they want to dissociate themselves with the worldly body. At certain levels.
What do you mean? You mean the meditation?
Not meditation.
So how can you disassociate from your worldly body?
Well, I mean, that's how the person was lying in a bed of thorns, right? How do you think he achieved that state? He couldn't have achieved it overnight. It must have taken years and years of practice, right?
Practice of what?
Of dissociating with the body.
And what's the point of lying?
You're saying they use alcohol for that?
They might use it as a bridge, but not permanently. You're not supposed to stay in a drunk state. You're not supposed to stay in a drunk state permanently.
Look here, person. I think you need to first understand whether alcohol and weed is good for you or bad for you.
You know. Before we go ahead,
that's the reason. Before the why, I wanted to know where you stand in terms of morality. Whether this is something. This is from your view of a moral, righteous person, or someone who makes this as a habit for his lifestyle.
Yeah. So the Hindu answer.
Which one is it?
The Hindu answer is these are not questions of morality. These are not points of morality, right? The Hindu answer is you have to.
So you're saying intoxicants doesn't come under the topic of morality.
It doesn't come under the topic of morality. No.
Really?
Nudity does not come under the topic of morality in Hinduism.
Okay. Would you allow that for any of your family?
What?
Nudity.
What?
Nudity.
So now comes the question of contextuality. What kind of a world are we living in?
No, wait. It's got nothing to do with morals, you said.
It's got to do with morals.
Now you're bringing morals in again when it comes to your family.
Hold on.
You keep changing the goalposts. I don't know how many times.
You three guys going around have to keep changing the goalposts.
Only one guy is asking you, not three guys.
No, there are three guys.
Come on, you're playing the victim card again.
Okay, fine. Hold on. We'll go one at a time. Okay. Now let me.
First, you need to look. You really need to understand the question I'm asking. Is morality for you something from your worldview? Is it something that can change based on who actually practices it?
Yes.
Okay. So moral standards are different for you and different for
everybody. Moral standards are different for everybody.
Is it different from you and other members of your family, or is it the same?
Definitely.
It's different.
Yeah.
Okay. So how would you judge someone is moral or immoral?
How would I just see? Judgment is it's not. That's why we say
because you have to look. If you live in a society, where certain things are considered as immoral.
We don't judge morality and immorality. We judge whether the person is fit of living in a society or not. Okay. So let's
How
say
would you judge that? Somebody becomes
a murderer. I'll give you an example. Somebody becomes a murderer. Okay. Now he might have gone through certain very sad experiences in his life which turned him into a murderer. Okay. In his way of thinking, he's very very just and righteous in killing, going around killing.
I'm not even from his perspective.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the perspective of law and order. Hold on. Within a society. Wait. Does where you live? Do you have different laws or the same law?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. From a perspective of society, he's a dangerous person.
So there is judgment, right?
So he has to be jailed.
There is judgment. That's what I'm saying. No, you need to understand one thing. Look, wait. It is based on morals. The law and order in any country is definitely based on morals.
Can you give me 10 seconds? I'll just drink water. My glass is over there. Hold on.
Yeah, sure. No problem.
Yeah. By the way, this is
unfortunately no other Hindus want to discuss Maha Shivratri because Shiva is such a guy you can't really you can't oppose him. He's going to strike you down maybe.
Not true. He's very chill. Shiva is a very chill person.
I don't think Brahma would agree with you because he chopped his head off, didn't he?
Because he did something really, really bad.
Oh, I thought there was no good and bad in your worldview.
No. He did according to Shiva, he did something really bad. According to Shiva.
So wait a minute. Is your understanding of good and bad better than Shiva? No. So there is such a thing as something very bad in your worldview?
Sorry, come again?
Is there something as very bad in your worldview, like evil?
Yeah, a lot of things are very bad in my worldview.
Okay, so now you believe in good and evil.
Yeah, so I have my list of things, right? I have my conditioning. I have my likes and dislikes.
Not conditioning. Is there such a thing as good and evil in your worldview?
Good and bad. I have good and bad. Hold on. I have good and bad in my...
Evil. Same thing. It's just semantics.
No, it's not.
It is semantics.
Hold on. The choice of words represents a philosophy. Okay. The philosophy, I mean, it's very, very important to use the right kind of words. And at least in Hinduism, we say the choice of words that you make totally represents your conditioning.
Okay, so what is the difference between bad and evil for you?
Yeah, so in bad is, as you know, bad as we know, right? Evil.
No, I don't actually. I don't know what do you mean by bad.
Fine.
You need to
bad,
explain to us.
Right. Okay. Fine. So bad is opposite of good. Okay. Now good. Good. What is good? Something that you like things like to happen, and then the bad things that happen which you don't.
And what is evil?
Now evil is something which has got inherently no good qualities at all.
No.
Okay, that could have some
Hold on.
Who told you that definition, by the way? Evil has evil. An evil person has no characteristics.
No. What I'm saying is no. That's what I said. No, I'm not saying what I'm saying. The evil act. A person cannot be evil.
A person can be evil.
Okay, fine.
That's why I asked you to define what is evil.
Yeah. Okay. So, an evil occurrence. Okay, an evil occurrence.
You cannot you cannot divide evil from the individual, because evil doesn't just float in the air. It needs to be predicated to a person.
Okay, right. So a person is
so an individual can be both
right?
good and evil, and this can be have an evil person can have certain good characteristics, but still be evil. For example, if I remember correctly, Hitler, according to you, would be a good vegetarian, but he was also evil. He killed many people.
First of all, Hitler was not vegetarian. It's a myth. Hitler was.
Let's say if he was. Let's say for the sake of argument, if he was, would he be good or evil in your worldview?
No, he will be evil because of what he did, right?
I thought you said there's no such thing as evil. Thanks for agreeing with me.
No.
Hey.
When
Gotcha.
he would be evil. He would be evil for that context of what he did, or
Bro,
bad rather.
that's why I said evil is an action which has to be predicated to an individual.
Right. Okay.
You cannot divorce the action from the individual. For example, if an individual does something bad, then the individual is punished, not the act. The act is never punished. It is always the individual. Like in the case of Brahma, he did something bad.
It is the intention that you want. Punished. It is the intention that you have to look at, right?
Which is again associated with the person.
Yeah.
Only a person can have an intention.
It is a context. Like
of course it has context. I never said it's devoid of context.
Right. So, for example, there are many of these stories where so supposedly gods are raping other women and all, right? Right. There are stories of that. Vishnu taking. Yeah. Right. Now the thing is
Vishnu and Vrinda.
Vishnu and Vrinda.
This is only in Hinduism, by the way. Yeah.
No, it's in all pagan religions across the world.
Which other religion?
Greek religions.
Greek religions.
Mayan religions. That's obsolete
religions. Yeah.
Sorry.
Not Abrahamic faiths.
That's what I'm saying. As a pagan faith, that's what they said. I didn't say Abrahamic faith.
I didn't hear you. I think your audio dipped.
Yeah, my audio keeps. Dipping here. Yeah. So
anyway, look, we were discussing. I think we are discussing the semantics between bad and evil. Both, according to you, both exist now. Yeah.
No, hold on.
You call Hitler evil, so it must exist.
In your terms, I'm using to use your terminology. Those
were your words, not in my terminology.
See, because for example, if let's say
I really want to know what's evil once again. What's the definition of evil?
So evil is, in fact, in the Abrahamic sense, since the
No, in your worldview, we know what evil is. In your worldview, what is evil?
Sorry. Evil means something out of which no good can ever arise. Right?
Where do you get that definition from?
Something is an evil act, right? Something is an evil act, right?
No. Where did you get the definition?
It goes
from?
against God's.
It is neither in the Hindu scriptures nor a dictionary definition. So this is just your individual worldview.
No. Okay. So what is evil according to you? Let's hear. Because maybe I'm mistaken.
It's an act which is something which is abhorrent. For example, murder, rape. All these actions are evil.
For example, murders are evil. Okay.
Yes.
If the murder is done in hot blood.
In hot blood, like give me the context.
Yeah, somebody, you see somebody, see somebody.
Self-defense?
No, not self-defense. I'm not talking about self-defense. I'm talking about somebody killed a dear one to you, and you see the person in front of you, and you got hot blood, and you killed him because revenge.
Out of anger, revenge.
Out of anger, yeah. So is it evil or bad?
It depends on the context. Like for example, if it is a murder, like most cases, when you see an individual with a gun, yes, in many countries, it's perfectly legal to shoot at them because there's a possibility If you kill one person, then it is a possibility he's going to kill you.
Right.
Okay.
That's self-defense.
In that case, it is self-defense.
That is understood. That is very clear. There's no.
So that's why I said the context is self-defense.
Now let me change the context.
There's no need to. There's no need to beat around the bush for every single thing. Otherwise, we'll never finish the discussion. I'm asking you, in the case of deliberate murder, okay, like first-degree murder, then that is evil. In the case of rape, then that is evil. Rape.
See, that's what I'm telling you. Yes, the act is a wrong act. Yes, it's a bad act.
No. It's an evil act.
The person did a heinous
thing. It's an evil act.
You mean to say the person did a
even if Vishnu does it, is an evil act.
Vishnu does it, it's not an evil act. I'll tell you why it's not an evil act.
Oh dear.
Vishnu does not do it.
Here comes a special pleading. Go on.
He does not do it out of lust. Vishnu does not do it out of lust.
How do you know that?
Yeah, because that's what the story
You said it depends on the intention. How do you know Vishnu's intention?
Yeah, because it's very clearly it is to break Sati's Vrinda's vow, right? In order to make his husband weak enough to be killed, right?
So how is it Vrinda's fault?
No, it's not Vrinda's fault.
Exactly.
So
raping an innocent woman is wrong.
Damage in the context. So
that's a very strange.
The ends justify the means, then.
Yes, I mean you're just saying
intent before content.
If somebody,
intent before content. Yeah, tell me.
Yeah. So if somebody's accused of rape, right?
Yeah.
And somehow he proves that he didn't do it out of lust. So would you let him go?
No, but this is not. No, hold on. This is not possible in human. It's not possible in human terms. These are cosmic level stories that we're talking about. You can't equate them. You know.
I thought Vishnu was more powerful than Brahma.
Because unless you are redefining the term grape, okay.
Okay, hold on. By the way,
grape is done.
Do you even know the story? Do you even know the story that we're talking about?
If we define this term,
let me define it to you, because do you even know the story? The story says Vishnu changed his form. He changed his form.
I know the story.
I know. I've
heard
question,
it. Changed his form.
The question is, why did Brahma give the boon? Why did Brahma give the boon to Jalandhar in the first place? As a god, he should know what Jalandhar was going to do.
Shiva gave the boon to Jalandhar.
Yeah, exactly. So it's even worse then.
Yeah.
If Shiva gave the boon, does Shiva not know what he's going to use it for, whether for good or evil?
So Shiva.
Whether is Jalandhar bad or evil for you?
So Jalandhar is going ahead and doing his own. He's operating within his own.
Is he good or is he evil? Which one is
he's
he?
Doing
How would you define him?
He's doing bad things, right?
So he's not evil.
Evil. See, when you say evil, I will try, because then I'll try to find the
even the gods couldn't defeat him.
Yeah, because of his
they had to take the chastity of an innocent woman.
Innocent woman, right? Not innocent.
Because of what? Female. Because of Shiva's fault.
Now, see, this is how it cause and effect relates to each other. Cause and effect it works in a very, very chain reaction kind of way, right? You are saying it's Shiva's fault, but if you go step backward and step backwards.
Sorry, just 1 second, brother. Right. Just 1 second. Yeah. By the way, all those guys who are complaining about how long this conversation is, if you guys know any Hindus, share the link with them, because there are no Hindus in the back studio. Okay, so please stop complaining.
Are there other Muslims who want to come and like?
No. We will give priority to the Hindus today. It's a stream about Hinduism.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think I've been.
What are we going to do?
Already 1:30. Wow, it's 1:30. So I mean,
we enjoy learning about Shiva.
Yeah.
Yeah, you will.
But just I wanted to go back to what you said, because this is like shocking for me, right? Because this word grape, right? How do you understand this? For me, it's like a person forcing upon another person against his or her will. Right. Doesn't matter what the cause.
Yeah.
Is that your understanding of it of this term?
So if you say that is rape, then this was not rape. This was deception.
Okay, so then you have redefined this
one, because
let's say by the way, rape can also be about deception.
I don't know of people taking anthropology.
There is actually a law in India. Do you know that? Are you aware of this law?
Of course.
In India, there is a law that if you have sex with someone by deception, that's considered as rape.
Yeah, I understand.
You're aware of that, right?
I've never seen anybody transforming into somebody else and doing this kind of thing, right? I mean,
doesn't matter.
That's what deception is. So there are different forms of deception.
Right.
The way that Vishnu did it is one of
just
the
the way
worst
this is
forms.
not just the way this is
He,
not possible
he was actually impersonating Jalandhar, the husband of this woman who is completely innocent.
Right.
The woman is innocent,
he also,
not
by
the
the way,
husband.
by the way,
But
by
in
the
this
way,
case,
Vishnu also,
in this scenario, the woman gets punished.
No, he doesn't get punished. Vishnu promises her. I mean, he makes things.
After raping her.
After that, he said, from now on, I'll in another birth, I'll marry you, and you will be the crown of my head. So she becomes Tulsi.
Really? So after marrying, he gives a promise of.
She becomes Tulsi.
After raping, he gives her the promise of marriage. How is that right?
How is that right?
Reminds me of the biblical passage. Fawad.
It is right because he was able to kill Jalandhar because of that, right?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Even the gods are so helpless that they have to indulge. They have to indulge in rape, and
that is exactly how forces of nature work. You are constantly bombarded all the time.
No. These are not just forces of nature. These are your gods.
These are, and they are also forces of nature. All gods are forces of nature.
Whatever you do, call them. They're still your
gods.
gods.
Gods cannot control themselves. Like, how are we humans supposed to control them?
No, but
we're
they can
look
control
up to them for morality.
They can control themselves, right? They can go beyond morality. They can go beyond our level of morality, and that's how they do things.
Okay, so when the gods do it, it's not immoral.
They are considered gods because what they did was not immoral.
Why did Shiva, after cutting off the head of Brahma, he said he's committed a sin? Why did he say
because
that?
because he did Brahma Hatya, right?
Yeah. So it's a sin, right?
So he underwent the penance for that, right?
Doesn't matter. Is it a sin?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so your gods commit sins as well.
Hold on. Okay, you manage first, Hashim. Hold on. I mean, you manage for a minute. Yeah.
Yeah, your gods commit sin.
Yes.
And they have to undergo the punishment as well for that.
Yes. Everybody is ultimately governed by the law of karma. The law of karma is supreme.
So law of karma is, who controls the law of karma?
No, I mean, see, law of karma operates by itself.
No control at all?
No, law of karma operates by
so
itself.
Even the gods are subject to karma.
Law of karma, right? Every entity is subject to law of karma. Okay. And now, of course, most people.
So in other words, the law is greater than the gods.
Yes, the law is supreme. The law of karma is supreme, and that is why
the law is greater than gods.
Is the law of karma is accepted across Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, Sikhism, all the Dharmic religions. Even if you look at the Viking religion, they have something called Valhalla, which is somewhat similar to our idea of karma, where you enter the Valhalla. It literally means the echo of your memories. So even they have something similar in their in the mythology.
One thing that is missing in the law of karma.
Tell me.
Forgiveness.
Sorry?
Forgiveness.
Forgiveness. Okay. So
which we have in Islam.
I understand. Yeah.
Because Allah is Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim.
Yes.
And we have the concept of forgiveness and istighfar.
Yes.
So
we do have.
So the justice system in Islam is something that we as human beings will recognize to be true, unlike the so-called unregulated karma.
No, unregulated. So I don't know.
You said no one controls it.
Okay, so I don't know what people understand by law of karma. Law of karma does not mean I do good and I'll get bad in return. I'll go good.
Karma is cause and effect, basically.
It's cause and effect, right?
Yeah,
so when I do something bad to somebody, the seed of the punishment is built in. I've built it, and that is manifested in me, and that goes over time. That is what law of karma is. Law of karma is all the remaining desires you go ahead and finish. You experience in this world. So when I do something bad to somebody, I also put in the seed of the punishment, which is going along in my conscience.
Exactly what I meant by there's no concept of forgiveness.
There's no third party. There's no third party governing it.
I'm not talking about third party. I'm saying there's no concept of forgiveness in the law of
forgiveness. Karma. Okay, as far as forgiveness goes, there are certain acts that you can do. For example, penance. Chanting.
That's called payment, not forgiveness.
Yeah, that's pay. So if you're paying it off.
Do you know the difference between forgiveness and payment?
Yeah,
the Christians have the same dilemma, by the way.
I know. You can, but you cannot be forgiven for it.
Exactly.
But you can do certain. But you can pay.
Which one is more merciful, more moral, more just?
I don't know.
Come on, man. Look, have you ever forgiven anyone in your life?
I hold no right to forgive anybody.
No. Have you forgiven anyone in your life?
The only person I can forgive is the thought, the burning I have. That is the only thing I can forgive.
No,
right?
no. You know what forgiveness mean, by the way? Do you know?
Yeah, but I let you go. What, you did something to me?
No,
but
no.
I let
What
you
does
go.
forgiveness mean?
Yeah, that you did something wrong to me, and I let you go. That is forgiveness.
No.
Have you ever forgiven your friend
For what?
for anything?
My friends.
That's what Hashim's asking. He said,
If,
not a very
if someone harms you,
yeah,
like let's say minor harm, not major harm.
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you forgiven anyone for a minor harm to you?
No, that's not forgiving. That's just called being, being benevolent.
Have you done it?
I mean, you mean to say have I been benevolent? Yes, I've been benevolent many times.
Have you forgiven that person once they've said something?
I don't call it.
to you
I don't call it forgiving because I
don't care what you call it. Or
I think you should look up the definition of forgiveness in the dictionary.
It's a very simple word.
What I mean to say is I can be benevolent enough to let it go. I
No.
don't
Forgiveness is not just let go. Forgiveness is basically showing mercy to someone who doesn't deserve it.
Well, I can't. Then I'm sorry, I can't do that. I'm afraid.
You've never done that.
I can be benevolent. I can be benevolent. Let go somebody, but I can't show mercy to somebody who does not deserve it.
Stop playing semantics, brother.
Semantics.
Has anyone?
Semantic.
Person, let me ask
These
you
words
something.
are very.
Yeah.
Each and
That's
every
what I'm
word is
asking.
important.
Has anyone wronged you in your life?
Yeah, a lot of people have wronged me in my life. Yes.
Okay. Have you always taken revenge against them?
Sometimes not.
Okay. When you did not, what is that act called?
Being benevolent.
And what is the other form of that? What is the other?
Okay, in your terms, you mean to say in your terms it's called forgiveness? Fine. In that case, yes. Fine. I mean,
okay.
Yeah,
So you have forgiven, because the thing is,
Yeah,
forgiveness is the act of not letting go of the resentment and the hurt you feel towards someone who has wronged you.
Fine.
So it's a conscious decision.
Okay,
It is
I
a conscious
using the
decision.
term
to take.
benevolent, because
Okay, I agree.
that's not because you're very particular when it comes to semantics. Can
Yeah.
you tell me what the definition of benevolent is?
Benevolent is you take a larger view of things and you
No.
can just let go of.
That's
let go
not
of.
what it means.
Okay, you tell me.
It just means well-meaning and kindly.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
Yeah, you're
talking about, of course, that's a
misusing this
dictionary.
term, but then you're saying according to your religion, it's very important to use the semantics and the words properly. You're not doing the same thing over here. You're misusing it completely.
So in other words, if I am being benevolent to you, it doesn't necessarily mean you should have wronged me first. I can be benevolent to you without you wronging me. But if
It's
you
basically
wrong
just
me,
another term for kindness.
Yes,
Yeah, okay,
kindness.
fine.
So you
But how
could
are
be.
Let me ask you something, Prasun.
Yeah.
Have you ever forgiven a debt in your life?
Forgiven a debt.
A debt.
Somebody owed me money. Somebody owed me money, and
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, all the time, yes.
Okay, that's called forgiveness.
Okay, so in that term,
So you're better than your law of karma.
No, law of karma. The law
Because
of karma
karma
does
is
not
no
have
concept of forgiveness.
So why? But why? I mean, why should it have a thing of forgiveness? How can a cause not
That's
have?
what.
How can an effect?
That's what a righteous
not have a
person
cause?
would do. That's what a righteous person
Yeah,
would
but
do.
the law of
Not in
karma,
all. By the way, I'm not saying you have to forgive anyone and everyone.
I'm not saying that
It
either.
obviously depends on the context.
Yeah,
But
definitely.
normally in Islam, we have the principle that forgiveness is something which is a better virtue to have than revenge.
Okay, sure. I mean, I'm not.
You agree with that?
To it. I know.
You know where I brought you in the whole circle of this thing? I brought you back to ahimsa, which was your principle. Now I'm teaching you.
Now you tell me. I mean, how is
ahimsa is forgiveness.
No, ahimsa is not forgiveness.
Yes. Yes.
Ahimsa is not forgive. No.
The principle involves forgiveness.
It does not involve forgiveness.
Okay, let me ask you this: would you always take revenge, or would you let go?
Do you take revenge with the food? Do you take revenge with the food? Like, do you eat somebody because you want to take revenge on that?
No. I'm talking about human to human.
Yeah. So do you?
Okay?
Yeah.
So if you follow the law of ahimsa, the principle of ahimsa of non-violence, yes, what it means is that if someone slaps you, yes, you don't slap them back.
No, that's not what.
Not all the time. Not all the time.
No, sorry.
I'm saying this is generally.
That is not what ahimsa
means.
means.
It means you don't take revenge.
No,
you don't resolve issues.
Of course,
with violence all the time.
Of course, your actions
Okay?
should not.
So what do? That act where you did not take revenge or where you were not vindictive, is called forgiveness.
Okay, now let me tell you what. Let me give the Hindu perspective on this. When you take actions, when you do carry on actions without an emotional outburst, okay, like vindictiveness, revenge, anger, that is called being a dispassionate action. That's called a dispassionate action. And in the Hindu thing, or in the way of thinking,
Sorry, what action is that
thinking
again? I didn't catch that.
Sorry?
What action did you say?
Dispassionate actions.
Dispassionate. Is that a word?
Dispassionate.
I don't think it's a word.
Okay, fine. I'm so sorry if it's not a word, but not a passion driven, in the sense not bound by attachment. Okay, when an act is bound by attachment,
Attachment to what?
To the action. Okay, to the fruit. I'm sorry to bring in the Gita terms now, but yeah.
I think you're translating from maybe Hindu to English. That's why it's getting muddled up.
Yeah. So, but when your
actually
actions
he is correct. Dispassionate is a word.
Is it? What does it mean? Like you're basically not passionate about what?
No,
dispassionate, not influenced by strong emotion, and so able to rational and impartial. to be rational and impartial.
Okay, so basically devoid of emotions, basically.
Not devoid of emotions, devoid of the passion, devoid of the attachment to the fruit. Okay, you have to have emotions. We all have emotions. We'll feel angry, sorry all the time. But if our actions are driven by attachment to the result, we are bound to commit blunders. In fact, that is what is sin. Sin is doing things for a unjust cause because you're bound by the result.
Bro, I was talking about forgiveness. You're bringing all this in. It's irrelevant. The act of forgiveness is a virtue in anyone. You should know this, of all people.
Okay, fine.
If you follow the law, the principle of ahimsa, this should be up there as a priority for you. You know why you're using all this philosophy now is because you realize that in the law of karma there is no concept of forgiveness.
Of course,
so it is not something which is a virtuous law. It is just like black and white, like
what do you mean
right or wrong. There's no in between.
There's no right or wrong. There's no right or wrong in
of course, you said there's good and bad, so there must be right and wrong.
Law of karma does not operate on right or wrong. It does not even operate on bad. It does
because the principle of the causation here, it depends on the action, whether the action is right or wrong.
Yes.
Good or bad.
Now let me please give me some time to explain what law of karma means. Law of karma states that whatever remaining desires we have within ourselves are fulfilled by the world itself, in this world, in the world, within this world itself. So when I do something wrong, I create a seed of the punishment, and that is why I'm
the consequence of your actions.
Yeah, right. So now you want to say, there's no concept of forgiveness in this. Yeah, you're right. There's no concept of forgiveness in this.
That's all I'm saying. So there's no need to beat around the bush. Just admit it and move on.
I've already agreed to it like long back.
But I'm saying this concept, this principle, which has no concept of forgiveness, it is like a machine. It is not something humane.
It is not bound by
something
what we think it is.
that has the law of compassion. Sorry, the principle of compassion.
It is not bound by what you or I think is right or wrong, or it is
because it is based on the principle.
It is how our philosophers have seen it.
Right? No, it is definitely bound by the principle of good or bad, or right or wrong.
It's not.
It is bound by that.
It is bound by the self-principle.
The law of karma operates on this. For example,
it is bound by the principle of self-fulfillment.
Okay, let me give you an example from your books.
Yeah.
It says anyone. This is Chandogya Upanishad, book number 5.
Which one? Sorry, come again.
Book number 5, chapter 10, verse 7.
Of what?
Chandogya Upanishad.
Chandogya Upanishad. Okay, tell me. Hold on.
Let
me Google
it. It says that if you
before you go ahead, let me Google it. Hold on. Yeah.
Okay, go on.
Yeah. Tell me, book Chandogya Upanishad.
5.10.7.
Chandogya.
So this is where the karma plays an important role.
5.10.7, yes.
In deciding your next life, basically.
ये छांदोग्य एक मिनट hold on. प्रमाणिक है.
Sorry guys,
हाँ ठीक है.
we are looking for a Hindu if there is any in the stream, watching the stream, you're welcome to join. Did you find it?
Yeah, fine. Okay.
You want to read it for us?
Yeah, basically, the crux says whatever you've done wrong. I mean, whatever you've done, accordingly, you get the next birth, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what it says.
So, what do you think of this? This is a law of karma.
Yeah, it's a law of karma.
It is,
Yes, that's what
it is a root cause of casteism.
No, it's not the. Hold on.
You didn't expect that.
This is not even the root cause of casteism. This is,
read it, man. Read it. Read it. Then we'll find out whether I'm right or you.
Okay, let me explain to you.
No. Before you explain, read it for us.
Among them, those who did good work in this world attain a good birth early and born as Brahmin, Kshatriya, but who did bad work in this world?
Wait. Complete it. Yeah. Okay. So, what do you understand by good work?
Yeah. So, when you're born good work, you're born towards higher realms.
No. What does it mean by good work? That you attain a good birth accordingly, and you're born as a Brahmin, Kshatriya, or Vaishya.
See, I mean, if you talk about Hindu, then I'll start from the beginning. Okay. Then I'll.
Can you please answer the question?
Yeah.
Why are you born in this particular jati or varna, if you want to call it? It's up to you.
Yeah, right.
But I would say jati is the correct word here because it's a birth-based discrimination.
Okay.
Based on your actions in your previous life.
Right. So when
you say jati, this is, by the way, this is karma, right?
Yes.
The cause of this is your deeds, and the effect is based on the karma of your past deeds.
Yeah. So basically, it's saying whatever you're born in, whatever jati, whatever it is a result of your past deeds.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah. So
and that's your karma, right?
Yeah. So your karma defines your further course of action, right? And
your karma defines your birth.
So in the eventuality of rebirth or rebirth, when we're saying that yes, you're born into certain places because of your previous karma.
Exactly.
Now, you might be born.
Completed, by the way. Finish the passage.
Yeah, but those who did bad work in this world attain a bad birth accordingly, being born a dog, pig, or casteless person. What is a casteless person? Do you know what a casteless person is?
Yeah, a Chandala.
No, Chandala is not a casteless person.
He's a Dalit.
No, by the way, Dalit is a totally new modern political term.
By the way, you know why I said Chandala?
Because
that's what the Sanskrit says.
Yeah, but no, hold on. Dalit is not.
Dude, that's what the Sanskrit says. Are you going to reject the Sanskrit?
No.
You said it's not a Chandala. I'm saying it is a Chandala because that's exactly what the Sanskrit says.
I said there's no such thing as Dalit. That's what I said. I said
no. You also said it does not mean Chandala. Are you going to take that back?
Come again? Sorry?
You said it is not Chandala. Were you right or wrong about that?
You said it's a political term or something like that.
Dalit. I said Dalit is a political term. Dalit is a political term.
I said Dalit after Chandala. My first term that I used for a casteless person was a Chandala.
Definitely, I must have messed up.
Okay, so once again, is a casteless person a Chandala?
Chandal, yeah. Chandal, yeah.
Chandal. And who are the Chandal? Who are the Chandal? Are they not Dalits?
No. Because
they are from the untouchable category.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. As far as untouchability and these goes, I mean, people have this nice, this whole thing that like the Shudras and these people have been suppressed, and that's how the term Dalit comes along. So, do you know, as per the Shastras, what are the Shudras entitled?
Bro, I know you want to go away from this point here. By the way, this hold on, Prasun. Yeah. These casteless person, they are in the same level as a dog and these are human beings, been compared to the same category as an animal.
Sorry?
So, if you do bad deeds, you're born as a dog, a pig, or a casteless person. What is a casteless person?
Hold on.
What is a casteless person in this context?
Yeah, Chandal it says over here, right?
Yeah, but what does Chandal mean? What does it mean?
Chandal,
does he belong in the four jati? Sorry, the four varna?
Four varnas. Now, okay, that's a Varna now we're getting into Varna theory now. What a Varna thing is.
The Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya.
Yeah,
and
but it's much more complex than that. No,
no, I'm saying, is it in the 4 Varnas or is it outside the caste?
Chandal can be so a Chandal. Okay, a Chandal can be also be in a Brahmin Chandal.
No, I'm not talking about their children. I'm talking about the birth.
You can have a
I'm talking about the jati. I'm talking about the jati.
You can have an untouchable Brahmin. There are many untouchable Brahmins.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the Brahmin married to someone who is untouchable.
No. The entire caste which are untouchable of Brahmins. Okay. So you can't.
So when he says, wait. Then now you're confusing things. You know why? Because according to this Upanishad,
yeah.
Hear me out. According to this, it says anyone who is born. Anyone who does bad deeds.
You can't just take one chapter and start over there. Okay, we have to start from the beginning. We can't just randomly jump to chapters.
In this context, what does a Brahmin mean?
What is a Brahmin something out of context?
No, you put it in context. What does a Brahmin mean in this context?
Fine. So no. Before we say, let me tell you firstly we are discussing theory of rebirth and how birth.
Yeah, this is a theory. This comes within that because
if you
in your previous life, you're born as a Brahmin.
There is a lot more theory than this.
Not as a casteless person. But if you do bad deeds, then you're born as a dog, a pig, or a casteless person. My question to you is, Chandal mean in this context?
This is one explanation of the thing. Upanishads are way more than this. Okay, this is just one Chandal.
I know, but in the context of this passage, what does Chandal mean?
So now let me tell you how rebirth works. If it is,
But that is not my question. Before you tell me that, answer the question. What does Chandal mean in this context?
Chandal is a very, very lowly person, a dog eater.
Dog eaters?
Yeah, dog eaters, yeah.
Okay, are they human beings or not?
Yeah, they are, but a dog eater is not a very nice.
And they're born that way.
No,
because it talks about them being born that way.
And Baba, you are jumping things, right? You are
no, I'm not jumping things. I'm actually reading the text.
Yeah,
how can someone who is just born become a dog eater?
That I'll answer when you start from 1. Okay, that I'll not answer now. Why? Because you are reading from verse 5, 10, 7. When you start from 1.1.1, I'll answer that. Okay.
You want us to read the whole Upanishad to answer this question?
No. You can't just pick up something. May I ask you, how did you come across this chapter? How did you come to know this chapter?
Oh, we were discussing this since a year now.
Yeah. So, but how did you come across this?
Because many Hindus, they actually say that, just like you tried to dispute earlier, that the term jati here does not apply.
Hold on.
This is a jati, by the way.
That's not what I said. Hold on.
Okay.
Please.
How is jati determined in Hinduism?
Jati is the birth.
I know. How is it determined?
So it's a combination of two things. Okay. There are 25,000 jatis in India. 25,000. And if you most of them will align to one varna or the other. Okay. So when you actually get into figuring out how the jati aligns itself, then this is decided by the jati itself in a very democratic process. The jati itself.
No. A jati is determined at birth.
At birth, yes. A jati is
okay,
by
good.
Birth. You can't...
Now tell me something. Imagine somebody is a Chandal. Okay.
A Chandal is a casteless person, right?
I know. A Chandal is, like you said, dog eaters.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's your definition, right?
Dog eater is a. I mean, how do I say? It's a title given to them. It's not a.
It's a derogatory title, man. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Okay. So how would you consider someone a dog eater as a moral person?
He is born into that jati, which means he has got very little to rely on. Okay.
Okay.
So what do you mean very little to rely on?
Hold on, Fawad. I mean, let me answer Hashim first.
Okay. What do you mean very little to rely on?
I wanted to just clarify.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Tell me. Yeah. Fawad.
So I was asking you. So they're born that way, right?
No. We are all born into a jati. Everybody's born into a jati.
They're born that way, yes or no? Because your scriptures say that they are born that way. Every person is born into a caste. And then certain people are born as pigs, dogs, and casteless.
Yeah, that's one. Yeah, that's one. Chandogya Prashad is one theory. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
The other theory also, but we'll discuss it later. Yeah, we'll discuss it later.
Perfect. Point number 1, they're born that way. Okay. Now, second question is, how do you determine that someone is born casteless?
Come again. How do you?
How do you determine that somebody is born casteless?
So that's why I say Chandal, right? That's what it's called, a Chandal. A dog. I mean, the title is given dog eater.
Whatever, A, B, C, X, Y, Z, whatever you want to call it.
In the sense,
I don't care about the semantics. How do you determine that this child that was born yesterday in the hospital, how would you term him to be casteless? Chandal, whatever you want to call it.
These are archaic terms. These are not modern day terms. Like in modern day, we don't have any Chandal.
They still categorize them as Chandal.
Yeah, I mean, you might say some Shudra, some Dalit, some people can call themselves Dalit and those kind of things. But
that's what I said earlier. But you said they are not Dalit.
No, Dalit is a modern political term. It's not.
Dalit is the umbrella term for all of these casteless persons.
No, it was created only in the early 1950s. Before that, there was no word Dalit.
I'm saying
Dalit
this is how it is used as an umbrella term for all these casteless persons.
By definition,
you need to understand that.
Hold on. By definition, even I'm Dalit. If you want to, because my caste, which is a business community, actually falls under scheduled caste, right? But we
What caste is that? What is your caste?
My caste is Shondik. It's called Suni. So Jaiswal, Suni. So it's of course you don't know it, right? The 25,000
I don't know. There are like hundreds of castes. How would I know all of them?
25,000.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but because that's a hereditary business. Long before all this reservation came up, our community progressed on because of sticking to one business, the business that was given to it.
So are you saying that your caste was treated as untouchables?
No, not untouchable, but basically, technically, if you look at as per the government thing, we would be somewhere down there. But we have been a business community for as long as our generations can remember. Like even 200-300 years back, I have my family tree. We have been a business community.
Yeah.
And why we have been a business community? We have been a business community because our caste was given that specific trade.
Okay, looks like we have another Hindu here, so maybe we can bring them here.
Okay, should I leave now because I think it's 2 o'clock?
Yeah, I know. You need to take a break, man. But I think Fawad has a last question for you.
Yeah, I had that. It was not answered. How do you determine that a child that is born is casteless?
Yeah. So typically in the ancient days, when a person would not have any caste to call of his own, he would be called a Chandal.
Fawad, let me answer that question for you. It depends on your parents.
Okay, there you
parents,
go.
I don't know why I didn't want to say that, but basically caste is determined based on your parent. That's why they say if you're born as a Dalit, you remain a Dalit.
No, this is,
this is the jati. What about the jati?
Your jati cannot change.
For example, like you said, a Chandal is someone who's a dog eater, but you wouldn't call a baby born on day one.
Yeah, because
a dog eater, would you?
Because the parents are have the kind of like abandoned him or something, that kind of stuff.
No, the parents already are stuck with that label.
But the reason why I asked that is because he actually said that you could have a Brahman or a Vishnu or Chandal or whatever, right?
No, Brahman, the Brahmin Chandal also. That's what I said.
Right. So, but how would you know?
The Brahmin Chandal, you're talking about someone who married
a Chandal.
You're talking about a Brahmin who married a Chandal.
No. Brahmin, you're born as a Brahmin. I mean, you might.
So if you're, let me get
Jati
this.
Is Brahman.
No, let me get. So a Brahmin father and a Brahmin mother.
No, like a Brahmin father and how do I say?
Exactly my point. I'm talking about Brahmin and Brahmin, not some other. Yeah, I'm not talking about the mix
Brahmins.
of.
Hold on.
Yeah, I'm not talking about
within Brahmins,
intercaste marriages.
No, I'm not about not even intercaste. Within Brahmins, there are thousands of Brahmin castes, right? There are thousands of
Yeah, I know, but if you have a Brahmin mother and a Brahmin father, they can never have a child who's casteless. Do you agree?
No, you can have a class who's casteless.
No. If you have a Brahmin mother and a Brahmin father, you can never have a casteless child of those two.
Certain castes within Brahmins are Dalits. Like there's a like for example,
in that scenario, is the mother and father both Brahmin?
Yeah.
And the child is the child is a Dalit, yeah?
Yeah. For example,
I really need to see that category.
There is a Sharma. I'll give you. For example, there are certain carpenters. Okay, carpenters who have the surname Sharma as Brahmins, right? But they are carpenters and they're actually OBC or SC/ST. Sharma, Brahman, but carpenters and very menial workers. So those kind of things are there.
I'm talking about the jati.
But listen, you want to get into the complexity of caste system? That's fine.
I'm saying the basis of the caste system is a karma system. Like I showed you from the Chandogya Upanishad.
You have already oversimplified it and already
No, I haven't. You haven't explained it. Why I'm wrong.
So on another day, one day we'll discuss Chandogya Upanishad, and on another day we'll discuss caste system. Fine?
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Bye everybody.
Yeah, it's going to be Ramadan, so maybe inshallah after Ramadan.
Oh my God. Yeah. Chalo. I mean, all the best to all of. Because tomorrow, right? Ramadan begins.
No. Maybe 1st of March, inshallah.
Sunday it begins, I think. Sunday, I think.
In India, it might be the 2nd of March.
2nd of March.
Or later
right.
even.
Okay.
It depends on the moon setting, as you know.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Okay,
Prasun, thanks for your time.
Yeah.
Always a pleasure.
Everybody.
Take care.
Yeah, chalo.
Bye-bye. Right, Mr. Das, can you hear us? K. Das?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi, how are you doing?
Of course.
Right, you wanted to join us?
Yes.
You want to discuss, you know the topic today, by the way?
No.
It's about Maha Shivratri, yeah.
Yeah.
So, do you celebrate Maha Shivratri?
No, we not celebrate.
Why is that?
In our family, we don't celebrate, but because
But Maha Shivratri is not based on birthday.
Yeah.
So why don't you celebrate it?
I don't know, but my family don't celebrate Maha Shivratri.
Oh, you're not?
Yes.
Are you a Hindu?
Yes.
So you are a Hindu. Who is your supreme god? Which god do you worship?
Everyone.
Including Shiva?
Yeah, they all are one.
So why don't you celebrate Maha Shivratri then?
According to the story, the Shiva marries Mother Parvati on this day.
Yeah.
So that's why it is celebrated.
Wait. Because Shiva married Parvati, you don't celebrate it?
No. Because Shiva marries Parvati, that's why it is celebrated in India.
Yeah, but why don't you celebrate it? That's the question.
No, I don't know. My family don't celebrate.
I thought you guys worship all gods, which includes Shiva.
Yeah, but we don't celebrate all festivals.
No, but he's not asking about your family. Like, what
there
about
are
you?
so many festivals in India, so
Yeah,
we
you're
don't
old
celebrate
enough.
every
He's saying,
festival.
why don't you? What's your personal reason for not doing it?
Do you have any reason why you don't celebrate it? I know your family doesn't, but is there like a reason for it not being celebrated?
No, we don't celebrate. We just go to temple and but we don't celebrate like a celebration, big celebration.
Oh, so you do partake in the festival?
In which festival?
This one.
Maha Shivratri.
Yeah, in parts of India it is celebrated in a very big way, but in many cities it is not celebrated.
Okay.
So that's
What part of India are you from?
I live in Delhi.
So in Delhi they don't celebrate Maha Shivratri?
Yeah, in many areas they celebrate, in many areas they don't celebrate.
Okay, that's fine, no problem. If you don't celebrate, you don't really need a reason. So in this case, what do you understand by the marriage of Shiva and Parvati?
Like
why do Hindu gods need to get married?
I don't know, but it's our culture. It's in the philosophy, in the religion.
Yeah, but why? Does it make sense to you, gods getting married?
You know, it's our mythology. In our culture, gods marry.
So you don't really, you have never questioned this?
No.
Right. Does it seem right to you that gods have to get married?
Yes, everything is possible.
Is it possible for God? Is it possible for God to die?
Yes, God can die.
Okay. What does
In
God mean to
Christianity,
you?
God die.
Yeah, but we are not Christians. You know that.
No, I'm not talking about you.
Yeah. So let me ask you something. What does God mean to you? The term God, what does it mean?
God who created the universe.
Mm-hmm.
And
Is
who
that
is
it?
running the universe.
Okay, so when God dies, who runs the universe?
I don't know.
Come on, bro. You must think logically, man.
Yeah, I don't know.
Imagine you are a shop and you're the only person who runs the shop. Yeah. And let's say in future, and we all are going to die one day. In future, let's say you die one day. You haven't given the shop's responsibility to anyone because you don't have any children. You don't have anyone to hand it over to. Will your shop still remain profitable, or will it die out as well along with you? Oops, did we lose him? Come on,
we should have asked him if he thinks
God is immortal, if he actually agrees with this.
Yeah. Right. We got another Hindu here. Krish Nemar.
Hello.
Hi, Krish. I'm assuming you are one of those Hare Krishna guys, yeah?
Yep, you're right.
When they have the name Krish or Krishna, you know that.
Yep.
Okay, so do you celebrate Maha Shivratri? I know Shiva is not your supreme god, but do you celebrate that?
That doesn't mean I wouldn't celebrate it, but
yeah, I know. That's why I'm asking you. Do you celebrate it?
I mean, not over here, but if I were to be in India, I would have celebrated it.
Okay, where are you?
Canada.
Right. So I'm sure they celebrate in Canada as well. Depends.
They
Sorry,
just
the majority.
do it in the temples. It's not like the Mahakumbh. They don't, there's no Ganga over here.
Yeah. But for Maha Shivratri, you don't need Ganga, do you?
You don't really. You just called Jal Abhishek, where you just pour the milk and water on the Shivling. But there's no Shiv temples near my place, so that's why.
Okay. So what is the reason Hindus celebrate Maha Shivratri?
To commemorate the wedding of Shiva and Parvati.
Yeah, and what does that mean?
I don't know.
Do you consider Shiva and Parvati to be like literal people or persons, or are they something representing some other form?
No, literal.
What do you see them as?
So Shiva is the god of destruction.
Okay, so did Shiva actually exist as an entity?
He did. He's still
Shiva,
existing.
does he exist as an entity, as a being?
He is eternal. He is eternal. He is.
Yeah, but does he exist?
He does.
Okay. When you use the term Shiva, what comes to your mind?
So you know what Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva is? They are compared to electron, proton, and neutron. In that sense, that three of them are present in every atom in this universe.
I didn't ask you where they exist. I'm asking you, what are they? Are they matter? Because electron, proton, neutron, these are parts of an atom. So they are basically matter. So are your gods matter? Is that what you're telling me?
Everything is made up of it. It's like an energy. It's not necessarily them.
Yeah, so they are matter.
It's like an energy of them.
Even
matter
energy.
Is an energy of it.
Yeah. Even energy is something that is a creation of God.
Yeah, it's an energy. It's not exactly.
So are your God's creations, basically? That's what you're telling me.
Are we not God's creation?
Shiva, is he a creation or not?
Shiva is he can manifest as a creation as well.
Okay, who's supreme, Krishna or Shiva?
Krishna.
Why did you say that?
Because if you read Bhagavad Gita, you will know.
Yeah, but if you read Shiv Puran, you'll know as well.
But okay, let me explain that. So Shiva is situated in the mode of tamas and rajas, which is rajas is passion, tamas is basically ignorance, and then Vishnu is situated in mode of goodness. So you see all the demons, they worship Shiva, and all the bhoots and all the goblins, they worship Shiva, and all the like the Mahakumbh sadhus and all.
Okay.
They eat meat, they do all these things.
Sorry,
and then
did you say all the Ashurs, they worship Shiva?
Exactly.
Okay, is Parvati an Ashur?
Not necessarily all the Asurs, but all the Devs and Asurs, but only Vishnu devotees, only only the good people devote to Vishnu.
And is Parvati a good person or not?
Good, she's good, yeah.
So why is she worshipping Shiva?
No, all of them also worship Shiva, but more the people who are more inclined towards the mode of goodness are directed towards Shiva himself is a Vishnu Bhakt, is a Krishna Bhakt.
No. That is from your Vaishnavite bias.
I mean, there are
obviously you're a Vaishnavite, so you'll be biased
but
towards.
There's one thing to prove that. There's one thing to prove that because Shiva fell for the Mohini, right? That you bring up oftenly here. That God cannot fall for lust, and Shiva did, so he's not the supreme. And there are many stories like that. Like in Ramayana,
that is also from a
there was fight
Vaishnavite
between-
narrative. That's from the Bhagavatam.
But
Obviously,
there was a fight
these are
between
biased
Vishnu.
towards
There was a fight
Vaishnavites.
between Vishnu and Shiva, and Vishnu won. Shiva lost.
And what about the fight between Brahma and Vishnu?
What about there was no fight between Brahma and
Who
Vishnu?
became supreme at that time?
There was no
when
fight
Shiva
between Brahma and Vishnu.
became this infinite pillar of fire. Okay, he proved.
So those are okay.
He
So Krishna is
tested
different from Vishnu.
Brahma and Vishnu, which means he's superior to them.
No, but Krishna is different from Vishnu. That's Vishnu.
So why you kept mentioning Vishnu if he's different?
I mean, it's used interchangeably in Vaishnav philosophy.
So if it's used interchangeably, when I use it, you have a problem.
But you know what I'm talking about.
I know exactly. That's why I
There was
pointed
a fight
out your
between Krishna and
contradiction.
Shiva as well, and Krishna won.
Whenever Vishnu is seen in light, you say he's not Krishna.
Yeah, I mean, we use it, so I forgot here. I mean, we
You use it
interchangeably.
interchangeably when it suits you. Whenever Vishnu does something bad, he's not Krishna.
Like, what
Do you see
exactly
a
are you referring
contradiction,
to?
or do you not?
Okay, what exactly are you referring to here?
I'm saying that don't try to contradict
I'll try
yourself.
not to.
You can't say I use Vishnu and Krishna interchangeably, but as soon as Vishnu does something bad and he's considered to be inferior
Let
to
me tell you
Shiva in
again.
the story of the, in the story of that pillar of fire, then you say, oh, he's not Krishna.
Yeah,
Why do you do that?
so
Why do
Vishnu,
you actually are in denial?
Yeah, what I meant was Vishnu is sattvic and Krishna is above sattvic as well.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, sattvic, tamasic, all these things. It's irrelevant. What really matters is that in many stories, Vishnu is supposed to be inferior to Shiva. And many
Which
stories,
story? Tell me which
Shiva,
story,
like
please.
I give you the example of the pillar of fire, where both Brahma and Vishnu were arguing with each other as to who's superior.
Though that wasn't a fight actually. That was a
I
competition
didn't say
between
fight.
Vishnu and
They were
Brahma.
arguing with each other
But
as
that
to who is
doesn't
superior.
establish anyone supremacy, whatever that is.
Actually, that was the argument with Brahma, was it not?
That was between Shiva and Brahma, not Vishnu and
No,
Shiva.
it was between Vishnu and Brahma.
Okay, the fact is all three of them are below Krishna.
That's your opinion. But in that story, Vishnu was below below Shiva. Because he's the one, he actually submitted to Shiva, saying that I cannot find the end of this pillar of fire.
But that was
So he
in a
submitted.
competition.
When you submit to someone, that means you're, in other words, saying that I submit to your superiority.
I mean, there are stories where Vishnu took, won
There are
over
different
Shiva as
stories.
well.
That's what I'm telling you. You cannot, because you come from a Vaishnavite background, you're a Hare Krishna. So for you, you'll always consider Krishna and Vishnu to be superior
But we
to
can,
Shiva.
see the
But if
chain
you
of
ask a Shivite, they'll say the exact opposite of what you're saying, that Vishnu surrenders to Shiva.
But we can see like the chain of existence, right? Who came from whom? Like from Krishna manifests Vishnu, Brahma, and then from Brahma comes Shiv. So Shiv is actually below even Brahma as well.
No, I'll give you another perspective. Shakti is considered to be the mother of all of these, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva.
And Shakti comes from
in the
Shaktiman.
in the Shakti Puran, she is the one superior to all of them. They were
And
all created by Shakti. So there is another
Shakti comes
dimension
from the
for you.
Shaktiman. Shaktiman is
What's
Krishna.
that?
Shakti comes from the Shaktiman, the holder of Shakti, who's Krishna.
No, not in the Shakti Puran. In the Shakti Puran, Krishna or Vishnu's,
And you
who is
know
actually
what? That's what I'm
Vishnu's
talking about.
avatar, comes from all of them come from Shakti?
You know, let me give you a small explanation of this. All these Shiv Puran, Devi Puran, and all these are all of them are situated in the mode of Rajas and Tamas. They're not very sattvic, so these should not be
That's your
considered the top.
interpretation, not according to them.
No,
according
you
to
see
them,
the.
according to
So
them,
meat eating is not
Vishnu
allowed.
is
Meat eating
Vishnu is inferior to both Shiva and Shakti, depending on whether you read the Shiv Puran or the Shakti Puran.
No,
So
so meat eating
every
is,
Puran will have their own bias. Just like you have the Vishnu Puran, they will consider Vishnu to be superior. So it depends on which book you read of the Hindus.
though. So that's just being humble.
Okay, let me ask you something. Do you consider Krishna to be a righteous man?
Not this debate again. Yes.
Okay, why did he steal the clothes of the gopis?
Because they went to bath naked, and then he had to
So
teach them a
why steal
lesson.
the clothes? Why steal the clothes if they went to bathe naked in the river?
To teach them a lesson not to go naked. Because
Could he have taught them a lesson without stealing the clothes?
So we have to know that Krishna doesn't have lust like humans do.
I am not talking about lust. I'm
So
talking about the
morality
modesty
comes
of the
from- the
women.
concept of
You know,
morality
when you see naked women somewhere, whether you have lust or no lust, it is not right for you to look at them.
So is it right to bath naked? I mean,
It's
in
not
those
right.
times,
I'm
it
not
wasn't considered.
saying it's right. I'm saying that if they were doing that, then the only option is not to steal the clothes.
It's called Leela. Leela means playfulness.
Oh,
so
now it's
even
Leela. What do you mean
everything
Leela?
is
Why
Leela.
every time when Krishna does it, it's Leela,
He's
or when
God,
you do it, it's character
allowed.
Leela.
So we have lust. He doesn't have lust. We cannot do Leela.
Yeah. So why is he stealing the clothes? That's the question.
I mean, I steal my roommate's clothes sometimes. Not in like.
By the
he's
way,
taking a bath and-
are the gopis real, or are they also a part of Leela only?
Gopis are actually sadhus who had done tapasya for eternities.
Are they real or are they not
Of course
real?
they are.
They are real. Okay. Did Krishna marry in his Leela, or did he really get married in real life?
He really got married.
Okay. So when he really got married, is not a Leela then, right?
No.
Okay.
Leela means playfulness.
Wait a
doesn't
minute.
mean
Wait a
joke.
minute. These women who were taking bath naked, is the river real?
Everything is real.
Good. If everything is real, how is it Leela then?
Leela doesn't mean fake. Leela
Is
mean
illusion.
simulation.
Leela means
No.
illusion.
No. Leela doesn't
Okay.
mean
What does
illusion.
Leela mean then?
Leela means like
a play.
No, let me explain. Like what
Okay,
I
go on.
do is if I'm in a relationship with somebody, I can maybe hide their just to make them mad. I can hide their stuff, maybe something like that. A play, you can say that. To
Okay,
make
is
them
the
mad, to
play,
make them angry at
even
me.
if it's a play, are you playing with real people or fictional
Real people.
Good. So this is a matter of morality and immorality. If the
They're
women
not-
were taking, if
So God
the
doesn't have
women were
lust. There's no
taking
matter
bath in the river,
No, God doesn't have lust. You forget
hear me
that.
out. I never use the term lust, so please stop strawmanning me. Okay, listen to what I'm saying. This is a question of morality. Okay, even if you don't have lust, would you look at someone who is naked deliberately?
Also, there's another thing.
Can you answer the question, please?
If I don't have lust, it wouldn't matter anything. I mean,
So,
to me,
would you?
would you
Are
look
you
at
saying? Are you
your-
saying
if you
those
have a
women?
son,
Are those women human beings or are they gods as well?
You're not seeing it like
No. Answer the question.
What?
Are you? Sorry. Are these women whom Krishna was looking at, who were completely naked, are those human beings or not? Those gopis, were they
They're
real
not
or
human
not?
beings. They're not.
They are not human beings.
They're sadhus. They're like advanced, way over human beings.
So they are not human beings. All these gopis were not human beings.
They're very spiritually advanced. They're not humans.
Doesn't matter
They're
how they
above-
are spiritual advanced in the heads. Are they human or not?
They're above humans.
Are they human or not?
No, they're not humans. They're
So
above
they were
humans.
not. They were not Homo sapiens. Yeah.
No, they're not biological humans.
Okay, so these were special creations, and they were all
This where this
basically.
all happened. This happened in where in Golok, which
Let
is
me
like
get this
highest
right. So they
planetary
were
system in
spiritually
the
advanced,
universe.
but they were taking bath in the river naked.
Yeah, because
What do you mean by
there's no
spiritually advanced
lust
then?
there. There's no lust there. Nakedness. I mean, there's.
Did the gopis have lust?
No, this very. I mean,
Wait. Did the gopis have lust?
I'm not sure, but Krishna doesn't have lust.
You know why I say the gopis have lust? Because they all desire to be with Krishna, right?
They could have lust because they're not God.
Thank you
Krishna
very much.
doesn't have lust.
Finally, you come to the humanity of these gopis,
But
which you denied earlier.
Well,
Okay,
wait,
so,
even
so
devtas have lust.
wait a minute.
Doesn't make them
Did
human.
did the gopis like Krishna watching them naked? Did they enjoy it? Did they enjoy Krishna looking at them naked?
How do I know that?
Because the story tells you. If you read, have you read Bhagavatam or you haven't?
So, I have heard the story. I haven't read the whole book.
It's not a whole book. It's one.
So you're saying gopis liked for Krishna to watch them having?
No, that's my question to you.
I don't know that. Do you think that?
Okay, because you seem to be somehow saying it is not Krishna's fault. Am I right?
What's not
to
Krishna's
steal the
fault?
clothes of the gopis?
Krishna, they desired him as a husband. So Krishna, once he fulfilled their desire to be their husband.
Okay.
Secondly,
So if they desired him, that means they had lust.
They could have lust, yeah. The
Thank
gopis
you.
can have lust. I'm
If
not
they
sure
had lust,
if they
that
do.
means they were human.
The devtas have lust. Shiva has lust. Shiva is not human. Devtas are. Indra has lust. He's not a human.
Yeah, and how do you know Krishna doesn't have lust?
Because he's God. He created everything. I mean, if he created
Yeah, Krishna. Sorry, Shiva is also a god, so he doesn't have lust.
Who?
Shiva is also God according
Now
to
you're
the
changing
Hindus.
the topic.
I'm not changing. You brought up Shiva.
Topic.
You just brought up Shiva.
Let's assume Krishna is God. He doesn't have lust. Now what's your counter
No,
argument?
what
in
makes
that
you think
situation?
Krishna doesn't have lust? How many wives did he have?
Because he's the God. He's God.
How many wives did Krishna have?
16,108.
Okay, did he have, you know, when you have a wife, do the wives have rights?
Wife have what?
Do they have rights?
Of course.
Yeah, one of their rights is basically to procreate children, yeah?
Okay.
Oh, sorry, sex, basically, in a marriage.
Okay.
Okay. Did Krishna have sex?
He must have had. Yep.
Okay. Did he enjoy it?
So God is known to be Satchit Anand. So he enjoys even without having sex. Again,
Okay, so
he's
yes.
the same.
So when you have sex and you enjoy it, that is what lust is.
That yes, exactly.
Okay, so your Krishna has lust. Thank you. Finally.
No, he doesn't have lust.
You just said exactly.
He's eternally joyful. He doesn't need lust to be.
No, you
happy.
can be joyful for many things, not only for sex. You should
No,
know
but
this.
he's eternal. He's Satchit Anand.
Okay.
Anand by his nature. He doesn't need to have sex in order to feel good. He always feels good. There's a difference.
You know, it's such a strange
we have sex
concept.
for pleasure. God doesn't have sex for pleasure. Sex was meant for procreation, not for pleasure, and that's
How
the
do
difference between.
How do
Dharma
you
and
know
Adharma.
he doesn't have sex for pleasure? How do you know that? Did
Because
he say anywhere?
sex is meant for procreation, not for pleasure.
No. It can be both. Who told you that?
But not for God. Not for God.
That got Zeeshan's attention right there. I don't know. It got my
So you're saying
attention.
Krishna needs to procreate as a god?
He can fulfill the desires for a person to procreate. He doesn't have to procreate. He can create anybody with
No,
his.
but how do you
Yog
know?
Maya.
How do you know Krishna is not enjoying the sex? How do you know that?
Because he's Sat Chit Anand. He's described as Sat means truth, Chit means calm, and Anand means enjoyer. He's the supreme enjoyer. He doesn't need sex to feel pleasure.
If Krishna doesn't enjoy sex, why did he have sex with a prostitute? Kubja.
He is eternally in bliss. There's a difference
No,
between
answer the question.
being eternally in bliss.
Why did he have sex with Kubja, a prostitute?
That was her desire.
Okay.
He fulfilled her desire. He's God. He can fulfill anyone's desire.
So he's basically servicing. He's like a basically like a gigolo. Whoever wants sex, call him. I'll have sex with him. I mean, you guys are really mocking your own gods by saying these things.
This is like Hashim bhai. This is such a strange concept, right? It is so strange that in order to teach someone a moral act, you have to commit an immoral act.
So
yourself.
God doesn't
Imagine
have lust.
one second, Krish, one second, because I've been listening.
Because you're a human.
Wait, just one second. Hold your horses, right? I've been listening the whole back and forth. There's so many problems with what you've been saying, brother. You don't realize it. We understand you have to justify your dogma, and that's why you would actually special plead, because this is not something you would justify for any other religion or any other human being on the planet, right? Imagine you teaching a child, do not steal. Do you actually have to commit that act to show him, you see how I actually stole this money from this person? Do not do this. You will never actually, you can
But
say
you're
it.
projecting human tendencies on God.
Yeah, so
that's very
special
different.
pleading. If we as humans, we can teach each other, why can't God actually teach us? For you guys, all of these avatars and however you guys want to, linguistically term them, they're supposed to be
one thing to say. Just have one thing to say.
They are the ones teaching morality to the rest of us.
Just have one thing to say. Because God is beyond morality. I mean, God doesn't have lust.
So God can do whatever. So then stop hiding behind all of these vague terms and just say, yes, God can do anything bad. God can rape, God can, then don't say he doesn't have lust, because even if he did have lust, it wouldn't have been a problem, right? And it's so strange.
You're projecting human tendencies on God.
So again, that's exactly what he did. He did all of these things with humans.
From the human's perspective, because who was wrong?
You're telling me Kubja was not a human either?
No.
What kind of entity was she?
Kubja was.
Exactly.
Not the gopis.
You already told us that the gopis did want Krishna as a husband, and they actually desired him. It was you who said this.
They're not humans. They're higher spiritual.
That's your interpretation. Show me anywhere in your books where it says that they were not human. Show me the evidence for that.
Right now?
Yes, right now.
Open Bhagavatam, I guess. I don't know.
You open it. It's your claim. It's your claim, so you bring the evidence. Don't ask us.
I'll have to.
Because Kubja was actually a prostitute.
I didn't say Kubja. I said gopis, not Kubja.
No, I'm saying while you're finding that, I'm just explaining to the audience that Kubja was actually a prostitute, and she desired Krishna as well. So Krishna fulfilled her desire. Instead of telling her to leave this
and then did you read
immoral whatever career she has chosen for herself, yes, instead of saying that he actually fulfills her desire.
And then did you read further?
Read what further?
The further it says that her lust was over, like she doesn't has lust anymore.
Not lust for Krishna, yeah.
How do you not lust for anyone.
So she stopped. She didn't marry anyone. How do you know that?
It's mentioned in Bhagavatam.
Okay, regardless, I mean, the important thing is that he never told her to stop this particular career of hers.
But she doesn't have lust. She doesn't have to carry on.
If Krishna was really this person who imparted morality, then he would have told her this instead of indulging in the very thing that she was doing, sleeping around with anyone who's not her husband.
But if you read further, it says her lust is over, so she doesn't even have to do anything now.
Okay, so let me ask you something. Do you consider adultery to be wrong or right?
What?
Is adultery in Hinduism wrong or right?
I mean, what's the context?
In any context, is adultery wrong or right?
See,
only a Hindu will ask for context for adultery.
Let me explain one thing. God doesn't have lust. Be very clear.
Chris, do you know what adultery means? It's possible he might not know English. What does adultery mean?
I know what adultery means.
Okay, what does it mean?
Anything sexual, I guess.
No, he doesn't know what's adultery. I thought so. So adultery basically means that if you are married, you have sex with another woman to whom you're not married to. Okay?
That's cheating.
Now you know. Answer me this question. Is adultery wrong in Hinduism or is it okay?
It's wrong.
So if Krishna does it, it's okay, right?
No.
Krishna slept with Kubja, who is a prostitute. She was not his wife while he was married. He was married to another woman, another 16,108 women, but he still slept with a prostitute to fulfill a desire, which is adultery. Even if he didn't do it
with... reading further.
He lost it after, by the way. He had lust right there.
Even if he didn't have lust,
God
the act itself is considered to be adultery.
Can you give me like 1 minute to explain everything?
It depends. Okay, let's explain adultery. Why is it not adultery in the case of Krishna when he had sex with Kubja, who is a prostitute?
So God can change the rules for his devotees, first of all. First things first. When,
the rule is for him, not for devotees. I'm asking from the perspective of Krishna, did he commit adultery or not in this context?
No.
Okay, so he was married to Kubja?
No.
Okay, what is adultery once again?
According to you, it's sex outside marriage.
Good.
According to you.
In the case of Krishna, was it sex outside his marriage?
Yes.
So it's adultery. Thank you.
No.
Yes or no? Make up your mind.
You
by the definition of adultery.
You're not letting me explain.
No. By the definition of adultery.
He's not letting me explain.
Okay. Once again, by the definition of adultery, tell me why it is not adultery in the case of Kubja and Krishna, where they had sex outside marriage.
First of all, for God, there is no lust. God doesn't have lust. You have to understand.
Nothing to do with lust. Point. The question is about sex. Sex outside marriage, whether lust or no lust, is considered
God
adultery.
can change rules. Rules don't apply to
what
God.
Rules? Wait. Who writes the rules of what is right or wrong?
I mean, you're projecting yourself on God. So you tell me.
No, I'm not actually. No, because you said adultery is wrong yourself. I didn't say that. I asked you this, and you said yes, it's wrong.
No, for humans it is. For humans it is.
No, wait. Even for gods it is. You earlier you said
God
that you don't consider Shiva. Hold on, hang on. You said Shiva did some immoral act. I don't know.
He's a demigod. He's not the supreme god.
He's a supreme god, not demigod.
Yeah. Okay.
Shiva
so you said he's not the supreme god. He should not be worshipped the same way as the other
demigods are devas. He's not a deva. He's actually one of the Trimurti.
I mean, that can be considered a demigod as well. Because
okay. And anyways, the point is, you said that he did something immoral, and it is the result of that you don't consider him to be the supreme god. But now you're actually changing. Then later on, you change your statement that no, God can do whatever.
Yeah, God.
So let me ask you this question: Can God commit in your worldview where God can do anything, and he's above the law? No laws apply to him. Am I right? Based on your understanding of
now, you're turning it on the point because
it's a question.
Desired it.
It's a question. It's a question for you. Can God in Hinduism? Can God do things which are immoral?
No.
Okay.
For that, wait. 1 second.
Yeah, go on.
For dharma, he can. For dharma, which is righteousness. So doing the right thing for righteousness is allowed.
So you're saying basically anything that a god does, whether right or wrong.
No.
It is righteousness.
You're getting it wrong. Just for righteousness, if he does anything wrong, just for righteousness, it is not considered wrong. Like let's say in self-defense,
is adultery righteousness? Is adultery righteousness?
Are you talking about the Kubja case or?
Yes, of course.
So for God doesn't have lust. There's no adultery there.
I didn't ask about lust. I asked about sex outside marriage. How many times I have to repeat this?
Okay. One more thing. God can do anything for his devotees as well. So Kubja desires.
Oh, so you change the rule now. Earlier you said it's for dharma. Now he's saying for the desires of a devotee. So if a devotee, wait. If a devotee wanted to, hold on. If a devotee wanted to desire something that was not righteous, he would fulfill that desire of the devotee. Am I right? Even if it's unrighteous.
So you're not a devotee unless you're not righteous.
I didn't ask if I'm a devotee. I'm asking you because you're the one making these rules as we go along. If a devotee desired something, listen, Krishna. If a devotee desired something that is not righteous, would Krishna fulfill that desire?
A devotee cannot demand something unrighteous because one cannot become a devotee without being unrighteous.
I gave you the example. You know why I got you by the neck there? Because every rule of yours breaks down in the example of Kubja. Have you realized this?
Not really.
Yes.
He switched the goalpost.
Did Kubja desire something that is righteous or not righteous?
Can you give me 1 minute to explain everything? You just
I think you're okay. Go on, but make sure you answer the question.
Sure.
Okay. What is the question? Do you remember?
Yes.
What is the question?
Was Kubja righteous or not?
No. The question was if the devotee of Krishna desired something that is not righteous, is it okay for Krishna to fulfill that desire?
Let me answer now.
Go. You got 1 minute.
Okay. So you cannot be called a devotee unless you're not righteous. And secondly, I'm going to keep it very short. And secondly, once Kubja's desires were fulfilled, she received...
No. Don't fast forward, please. Don't fast forward. Talk about the act that Kubja and Krishna did. I'm not talking about what happened after the act of adultery. Talk about the act of adultery. Is the act from the perspective of Kubja righteous or not righteous?
So Kubja also desired Krishna as a husband.
Yeah, but he was not her husband. That's the point.
But she desired
That's why it's
him
called
as a
adultery.
husband. No, she
But
desired him
look,
as
you
a
can
husband.
desire someone as your husband, but unless you get married to them, they are not your husband, are they? She's still a prostitute at that point.
I don't have an exact answer for that. If she
Of course you don't,
committed
because
an
this
adultery,
every Hare Krishna falls apart in the example of Kubja.
but that's
Because
just
no matter
one
what they
example,
bring,
and
no
I'm
matter
not
what
even
they
an
bring,
expert.
Chris bad, and they made him look even worse
But that's
by
just one
using
example,
every
and
excuse. Because I noticed what you did. You kept changing the goalposts, but even when you change the goalposts, yes, we managed to score a goal every time.
not really. You're not reading the whole context of the situation.
You
When
you came
liberation
here as
after.
an expert of Krishna, and you tried to defend him every way. But in the example of Kubja, it fell apart really badly for you.
Also, she got liberation after having her desires fulfilled, so
It
she
doesn't
doesn't
matter.
have to desire anymore.
Doesn't matter.
So
The act
Doesn't
was
matter. Afterwards, yeah, whatever
the act
happened
was a
was
sin,
ultimately the act
and he
itself.
helped her in committing the sin, which makes Krishna look really bad.
if sin leads you to salvation, why not sin?
So sin can lead you to salvation. Only a Hindu would say that,
I mean, it's not really
Only
a
a
sin
Hindu
if you
would say
desire
a sin
God.
leads you to salvation.
Look. If you desire God, even
So
in
you
perverted
have
way,
no wait. For you, dharma is committing sin. Am I right?
Dharma is committing sin. No.
So how can adharma lead you to salvation? I don't understand. Because adultery is committed.
God
is the act of adultery dharma or adharma for you?
The act of adultery is bad. You agree with that?
It's adharma, right? It's not
Yeah,
dharma.
yeah,
It's the
we have
opposite of
established that.
dharma. Dharma is righteousness. Adharma is a sin.
But the act of adultery with God is not a dharma because it's with God.
From whose perspective? From the perspective of
From a
Kubja?
devotee's perspective.
Okay, so basically, if a devotee commits any adharma, as long as the God is involved, is always dharma. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, only the God is involved, not anyone else.
Say again. By the
Only
way,
the
this
God is
act of
involved.
adultery, did it give Kubja moksha?
Yes.
So you can have sex and have moksha as well with a God.
God can do anything.
So if a prostitute wants to get moksha, she just need to have sex with Krishna.
She'll never
Wow.
desire sex again.
You're
if
digging
she
your own
does it with
grave every
Krishna.
time you answer. Have you realized that?
I mean, you're projecting yourself on God. So according to
I'm
you, it's
not
immoral.
actually.
Krish,
You have
look.
no concept of morality.
Look, Krishna, we know was an avatar of Vishnu, right?
No, wrong. Vishnu was an avatar of Krishna. And then
Okay.
Krishna comes again from Vishnu as the 9th avatar.
So
But in the
Krishna
original form,
comes
Krishna.
from Vishnu, right?
No, Vishnu comes from Krishna initially, and then Krishna comes again.
Yeah, I know. You just said that. So when he comes again, he comes from Vishnu, right?
Yes.
Right. So when he comes, then what's the point of him coming in human form?
To establish dharma.
What does that mean?
So establish dharma means killing all the demons
righteousness.
and then
Establish
servicing
righteousness for who?
for the world.
For the humans, right? Not for
Right.
like the aloe vera plant or the daffodil, yeah? For humans, right?
Yep.
Right. So that's the point I think that Hashim's trying to highlight. So if he's coming as an example for us, so surely you can't now say that, oh, we're judging our actions by his actions and we shouldn't necessarily be doing that. If the guy is coming as a human being, as an example for us, of course we're going to judge him by our standards, right?
But there's one more thing. Let me tell you one thing.
Before that one thing, can you understand where I'm coming from?
You're not really understanding where I'm coming from.
we're not going there yet. I've started a new kind of peripheral discussion. And this peripheral discussion is if we take him as somebody that's coming to establish a dharma or
Impart
whatnot.
morality, basically.
Yeah, establish morality for human beings, then we have to accept that he is coming as an exemplar for us. as an example for us.
Role
If
model.
he's, yeah, if he's coming as an exemplar and a role model, then he has to kind of, his behavior, his attributes or whatnot need to correlate with us, correct?
Wait. Can you repeat that?
So if he's coming as a role model for us, then we can judge him by the standards of a human being, because that's the whole point of a role model, right?
No, you cannot.
Okay, then what's his point? It's useless, frankly. What's he doing?
So you're judging him by human standards?
That's because he's come as a human role model. Of course I'm going to judge him by human
But
standards.
he's God in flesh. He is not
Yeah,
human, really.
flesh. Why is he in flesh then? Why doesn't he
And
just
he's-
stay in God form?
And first of all, his body is not human flesh, it's spiritual. It's not human.
Right. So
It's not
why
made of
is that
matter.
spiritual flesh there? Why is it not just a spirit then?
I think his body was flesh. That's why he had sex with Kubja. Think about it.
No, his body is in flesh.
So what,
Okay,
what,
no
kind
problem.
of sex is that?
Why does it seem like that then? Why is there an element of flesh? However you're defining this flesh, why not just stay in God form?
This is, you know what? This also, all the demons question the same thing. Like Kans thought he's not
No, I'm
God.
asking you. It's not a difficult question. I'm not asking about demons' perspective. What's the point in coming in a form of flesh? Why?
What's the point of coming in flesh?
Yes.
That's what I'm talking. That's what I'm telling you. This is called
Leela.
I'm not asking what it's called. I'm saying what's the point. I'm asking.
This is the point. This is what I'm telling you.
I'm
This is called.
asking the why, not the what.
Hold on. Did Krishna have a mother and father?
Sorry?
Did Krishna have a mother and father?
Yes.
So they were flesh?
But they were divine. They were not human.
That wasn't the question. Were they flesh?
Yes. No.
Did the mother of Krishna give birth to him in flesh or in spirit?
I'm not sure.
Flesh,
I haven't
obviously.
read.
Giving birth is in flesh.
Not
Otherwise,
in
it's a
case.
manifestation. It's not a birth.
Mhm.
You know why you guys suffer like this, like Christians? You do exact same thing what the Christians do when we discuss Jesus. You have to change the meanings. You have to change him from a human to a spiritual being whenever the flaws come. But
Even the
when he's
devotees are
acting like a
spiritual
human,
beings.
you have no issues him acting like a human because he's a human. Did he steal
Can I say
butter?
something?
Did he steal butter?
Can I say something?
Makkanchor?
Yeah,
Krishna is a
Can I say
makkanchor,
something?
right? No, answer the question. Was he a makkanchor?
He was.
Okay. Did he do that as a human or as a spirit?
His body is spiritual. His body is not human.
That wasn't my question. Did he do it as a human or as a
I'm
spirit?
not. I mean, I think you're not understanding, or either I'm not
That's why I'm
understanding.
asking you. Because I'm not understanding you, I'm asking you.
He's God.
Was he a makkanchor as a human or as a spirit?
As a god.
So a
As the
god,
god.
a god is a makkanchor.
Yeah, for his devotees.
Okay. Wait, it's for himself. He's the one who ate it.
No. If I have a friend, I can steal his food to make him mad.
Did he steal the makkan and eat it or not as a baby?
Sorry?
Did he steal the makkan, the butter, and did he eat it or did he not eat it?
He did eat it.
Good. As a god?
As a god, yeah.
So God needs food?
Not really.
And why did he steal it then?
Leela.
What Leela?
Bro, really?
The exit clause is Leela.
You're not understanding. This is what.
Dude, I think you are, like I said, digging your
Or
deeper
on up here,
and
you're
deeper.
the only one understanding it, bro. You
Okay.
definitely.
Let me ask you something. You said the gopis are not real; they're not human. Krishna is not a human. Okay, then why did he want the gopis to be his maid servants?
That's a term used for wife. That's
No,
like
it's not.
interchangeable use for wife.
Would you ever call your wife a maid servant?
No, I mean it is a term
Exactly.
used for wife.
Why
It
do
is a
you
term
why do you
used for wife.
call someone you desire to be your wife a maid servant?
No, that's just a term used for wife.
No, it's not. Wife and maid servant are not the same. I suggest you look up the dictionary.
I don't know if you're married or not, brother. Try
No,
calling your wife with this term.
She'll slap you.
We're gonna say
it's the couch or getting kicked out. That's for
Yeah,
sure.
she'll get the valen and give you one, smack you one on the head.
Okay, I don't mind.
Okay. Oh, and by the way, don't take it personally. It's just Leela, bro. So
No, for humans, humans don't have
Maurice has
Leela.
got
Gods have.
no. Honestly, why did look the gopis wanted to marry him? Okay, they wanted him to be their husband, but Krishna didn't want them to be his wives. He wanted them to be his maidservants.
You
Now
just
answer
have
that
one
question.
word. You just have one word. I mean, this word can
One
be
word
used
destroys
interchangeably.
Krishna's
No,
righteousness.
according to you, not really.
This is from your Bhagavatam. I'm quoting, by the way.
But
It's not something I wrote.
The acharyas tell it. This word can be used interchangeably.
I don't care about your acharyas. I'm telling you what Prabhupada himself wrote. Okay,
So
this
they
is
have an
from the
interpretation
books.
as well.
This is from the book of Prabhupada, interpreted by the. What have you got to say now?
If you let me speak, I can.
Nothing.
I mean, you don't really let me speak.
I'm letting you speak. Come on, stop playing the victim.
So
once again, would you ever call your wife a maidservant? By the way, do you know what maidservant? Maybe like adultery, he doesn't understand what a maidservant means.
Yeah.
Do you know what's a maidservant?
You know what you keep doing? You keep projecting your human tendencies on God.
Well, I'm a human. I can only project my human tendencies. I'm sorry.
Then we're redefining the entire dictionary. So then,
Exactly.
then we shouldn't even be communicating in English or Hindi or Sanskrit anymore. Because any word that we've brought up to you guys, rape doesn't mean rape anymore. You know, incest doesn't mean incest. Intercourse doesn't mean intercourse. Lust doesn't mean lust. Steal doesn't mean steal. Like, what world do you guys live in?
Yeah. Okay, but by the way, you said maidservant means wife. Can you show me where in your book it says maidservant means wife?
I can also tell you
No. Wait. You made so many claims and you haven't provided any evidence so far. So tell me where it says maidservant, which actually means like a servant or even a slave in some contexts. So Krishna wanted them to be his maidservants, not wives. Because the term wife is there. Wait a minute. In Sanskrit, the term is there for wife, which wasn't used in the case of the gopis.
You have to give me a minute to explain.
No, I want evidence. I don't want you to explain from your own, jalebis. Give me evidence from your books.
I don't have an exact evidence. There's an explanation.
And where did you get the definition from? That
if you want to hear it,
can
there's
be...
an explanation. Otherwise,
no. Where did you get the? What is your evidence?
I listened
for
to
making
lectures.
this claim that maidservant in that context means wives. Where did you
Let
get
me
this
tell you
from?
one thing. Just give me 1 second. I'm gonna tell you exactly what it is.
Yeah,
So
not
I
from your
listen to
own
lectures.
opinion.
No, not from my own opinions. I listen to lectures of the acharyas who are celibates. I mean,
Who are
they're
celibate?
highly spiritually advanced. Huh?
Yeah, they're better than Krishna, aren't they? They don't have sex.
Because they're not gods.
Exactly.
They're not Krishna.
They're even better. Not being God, they're still better than your God.
Krishna doesn't have lust. First of all, you keep
That's your
projecting
claim.
yourself on.
That's your claim.
That's not a claim.
Did Krishna ever say he doesn't have lust? Having 16,108 wives and not having lust.
There's a reason for 16,000 wives.
You can have many reasons. First, tell me where maidservant is wife. Show me the evidence for that.
Can I speak now?
Yeah, that's
You
the
have
reason
been
I'm asking
speaking
you.
this entire
That's the reason I'm asking you the question, so you can
So
answer.
maidservant can also. This is like a way, maybe a term used to humble oneself. Like, I'll be your maidservant. Like, I'll be serving you like a maid.
Wait.
In
The
devotion,
gopis are not using this term. Krishna is using the term. So how is Krishna humbling himself by using this term maidservant?
So to be a maidservant of Krishna,
That's why I said
is a
I don't want your
blessing.
opinions, because you're just making Krishna look
No,
worse and
I've
worse
listened this
every
from the
time you
lectures,
give your
right?
opinion.
I
No, I
told you I listened from the lectures
want
from
you to
great
tell
acharyas.
me, how is it humbling Krishna for calling the gopis maidservants?
No, it's humbling for the gopis.
But the gopis are not using this term. It is Krishna using the term.
Yeah, but it's a mercy for gopis.
How is it a mercy by calling them slaves?
A slave of God.
Yeah, servant of God, not wife.
Servant
Thank you
of
very
God.
much. Thank you very much. A slave of God. There's nothing wrong with calling them a slave of God.
Okay.
We use the term Abdullah
So
to say
that's like
servant
a
of God.
mercy for them.
But I wouldn't say that using the term Abdullah or a servant of God implies a spouse of God. Okay? That's not synonymous.
So in our tradition, it can be.
No, I'm asking from the point of view of Krishna. How is it that calling someone a servant or a slave means wife? That's what I want to know.
So this is what the the bhakti marg is. Bhakti means devotion. Devotion means you surrender everything to the Lord.
Yeah.
So you can
Look,
be a wife of
once
God
again,
and
I
also
think
be
you're
a
making the
devotee at the
mistake.
same time.
You're talking from the point of view of the gopi. I'm talking from the point of view of Krishna.
But
Do
Krishna is
not
doing
get the
them a
two
favor
mixed
by
up.
making them a servant.
Why does he see them as slaves and servants? That's the question.
We all are slaves and servants of God.
Okay,
in a
so he
sense.
didn't want to marry them then. He just wants them to be his slaves and servants. Am I right?
But if they want to marry him, he will
No, but
marry
he
them.
doesn't want to marry them.
No,
Otherwise, he my wives, not my servants.
he doesn't want to marry anyone. They want to marry him. He doesn't
Oh,
have
so he
lust like a king
married
would want.
against his will. He didn't want to marry,
He
so he
can change
married
his will
against his
according
will.
to the will of his devotees.
So that's what I'm saying. He married against his will.
His will can change according to the wills of his
Did he
devotees.
marry against his will or not?
No, his
Okay,
will
so
can
he did
change.
marry. Earlier, just now you said he didn't want to marry them.
No,
Now
initially
you're
he
saying
didn't
he
want to
wanted to
marry
marry
them.
them. Make up your mind. Which one
He
is it?
wanted to marry them because they wanted to marry him, not because he wanted
Good.
to
So
marry
he
them.
did want to marry them, yet he calls them servants, not wives.
They wanted to marry him. That's why he married
Doesn't matter.
them,
He
not
still
because
calls
he
them
wanted to
servants.
marry them.
So he
That's the
doesn't
question.
have his own will. His will is a slave and dependent on the will
And
of
yet
What have
he
you been
makes
smoking,
and
man?
yet and
What have
yet
you
he
been
makes them his slaves. Do you see the irony here? This is
But
this
in
is
other words,
this is
what
the
you're
humbling
saying is
this is the
you're
humbling
saying his
aspect of
will
God.
is dependent on the others. He doesn't have independent free will.
He has.
You guys, he's right about one thing we really don't understand.
Yeah.
He's for sure right about one thing.
Yeah, we can all agree on that.
You know, the term wife, how do you understand it? A wife is supposed to be the companion of a man. A maid servant is someone that serves the man. Do you understand the difference between the two?
But you have to also understand, to God, everyone is a servant, even if it's their wife. To God, not to humans.
That's the
Again,
reason you
the whole thing is,
need to listen to
the
what
whole thing
Fawad
is
said.
that
What do you understand by the term wife?
you keep projecting humans on God.
We
That's
can
the
only
only
be
problem.
humans.
God
But
did it
can't we stop
himself.
that?
God came as a human being. He
He
picked the
wasn't a
human being form to come down in. Why do
He
you keep
wasn't a
saying,
human.
"Oh, you keep
He looks
projecting"?
like a
No,
human, but
God
he's
came
not.
down in human form according to you.
Hello, I
That's
want
not a
to
human
mention
form.
something.
Yeah. Ikra, are you a Muslim?
Who's this
Hello, we
guy?
can't hear you. I put him.
Yeah. Just I do not. I will not take more than 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah. Are you a Muslim or not? Can you hear
I
us?
am Muslim.
Okay. Where is your salam?
Assalamu alaikum, bro.
Yes, I can hear you. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Walaikum salam. I think there's a delay. Maybe that's the reason. Yeah, go on. What do you want to say, Ikra?
Yeah, because there is some Wi-Fi issue. I think you will.
It's okay. We can hear you.
Okay, when you watch 17 or 18 years of your life watching Pogo and cartoon in India. In Pakistan and India, there are main two channels. There are two main channels in Pakistan and India: Cartoon Network and Pogo.
And
Pogo and Cartoon Network. On Pogo and Cartoon Network, there is cartoons like Chota Bheem, in which there is always Krishna stories. Cartoon Network and Pogo, two main channels. When we are little, from back in 2000 to 2017 or 2020, there is no internet, no common internet. So we watch Cartoon Network and Pogo on dish antenna and cables in India and Pakistan, both in India and Pakistan, when internet is not common. So this generation, even I am Muslim, and all our city has watched Cartoon Network and Pogo, on which there is Mahabharat, Ramayana, and Krishna stories. When you watch Krishna stories all your life, then your brain always say Leela.
Okay, yeah, good point.
And I want to and I want to mention something also. The first what was his name? Prasoon. I think he come here to practice his English.
That's okay, no problem. At least he's
I
respectful.
want
That's the
to
important
mention.
thing. He's respectful, and he does engage in the conversation.
I want to mention something another also. I was watching Hashim. I was watching your debate with a person named Bobby. I think I do not want to say what he was. He was saying the name of a channel, ex-Muslim channel, but he was inspired by him. I do not want to take his name because maybe I am promoting him. But Zeeshan has made.
I responded to him. This Bobby.
I know, but you have because you. I think he's he's a genuine man, but you do not have respond him properly, because if you should recommend him the name of a channel, Awaz-e-Haq, because I think he do not he only listens to that person, but he do not listen to the respond of his questions. Awaz-e-Haq name channel, who is in Urdu, has every single question has responded him. That ex-Muslim channel.
Okay, yeah, we know this already.
You should mention Awaz-e-Haq to any person who named that ex-Muslim channel, because he's so afraid. Wo ex-Muslim, he's so afraid that he will not respond. He will not respond Awaz-e-Haq. He's so afraid of that person.
We know that as well.
You know?
Yeah, of course we know. Why do you think he doesn't take up that debate? How many basically offers Awaz-e-Haq did to this guy for debate, but he refused.
Because you didn't mention with that Bobby. I think you didn't know.
I don't have to, in a debate, I don't have to mention everything. I was only responding to the questions. I was responding to the questions.
I think Bobby is something is interested in some genuine answers.
No. Bobby is a nobody. He's just one of the unbucks. That's all. Okay, and it is not necessary to respond to every unbucked. Okay, only certain of them you can respond to. But at the end of the day, as Muslims, we should try every effort to give the correct, rational answer to the questions. But it's not necessary to indulge with every unbucked.
I have knowledge in Islam, but I am not very well versed. I am not very versed in. I am not practiced in English, but I am learning Mandarin to give Dawa to Chinese people, because there are not very much Dawa people to speak to Chinese. You people are earning your well way to Jannatul Firdaus, and we are losing all. We are losing all.
Whatever language you have, if you are good at Urdu, then open an Urdu channel and give Dawa in that as well, inshallah.
But there are other channels. Awaz-e-Haq Live, and there are some other channels. But
more the merrier.
But there is a wider and broader, I think, in Mandarin language, in Chinese language, Mandarin language, there are more people, but there is no Dawa. In English and Hindi
if that
and
is the
Urdu.
niyyah you have, if that is your intention, then may Allah help you to guide the Chinese people, inshallah.
And even the Hadith books are not translated in Mandarin language. There are so many millions of Chinese Mandarin Muslims, but even the Hadith main books are translated, but all 6 books are not written, translated in Mandarin language. And it is a great opportunity, because if I translate it, then maybe Qayamat happen after from now to after maybe 4,000, 5,000 years. People read that.
There are a lot of Chinese people, mashallah, who are active in Dawa. Recently, I think the Quran was also translated in Mandarin.
Quran is translated, and 2 or 3 Hadith books are translated, but all content is not.
They will get there in time, inshallah.
Oh, and there is a wider, broader. There is many people in Taiwan, and people that is not have listened to Islam and so on. And I am, मतलब, I mean, ज़ीशान को तो उर्दू आती है यार, कुछ बोल दो.
Sorry, what was that? Yes,
ज़ीशान को तो उर्दू आती है यार. मेरी इंग्लिश थोड़ी खराब है. मतलब मैंने कभी बोली नहीं है, लेकिन हम लिखते हैं यहाँ पाकिस्तान में ना, तो कभी बात नहीं की ना इंग्लिश.
आपकी उर्दू और इंग्लिश माशाल्लाह काफी अच्छी है.
हाँ, इंशाल्लाह. बस मैंने ये मेंशन करना था, ये कार्टून नेटवर्क और पोगो को कमाल है चैनल जी.
क्या
इसका कमाल.
हाँ नहीं, शुक्रिया आपका, आपने जो बताया है और नसीहत दी है, इंशाल्लाह हमारे काम आएगी. और दुआ करना कि अल्लाह ताला और भी हमें इस्तेमाल करे इस काम में.
इंशाल्लाह.
By the way, why did it interest you to go into Mandarin? Was there any reason?
I am doing SCCA, accounting and finance, but I think because there are क्योंकि बहुत सारा ना, मैं आपको बताता हूँ, अभी यहाँ तो कोई जैसे होता है ना, वो क्या कहते हैं उसको, कैरियर होता है, कैरियर. हाँ, because carrier, you know, carrier. There is a lot of carrier in Mandarin language in an Islamic perspective.
What you mean, career? Is that what you're saying?
In Islamic perspective, to earn good deeds.
Oh, I see. Okay, mashallah.
Because you are so much ahead. You are so much ahead to us. You are earning your Jannatul Firdaus.
Between China and Pakistan and India, and there's a lot of back and forth as well. So I think either way, like in terms of career, in terms of translating books or giving dawah, yeah, I think he's right. There is a lot of. What about Cantonese?
There is a lot of gap. Yeah. There is a lot of gap because Mandarin language is spoken in Taiwan, Hong Kong, Singapore, and China, and there is a lot of carrier for me to preach.
Okay, that's good, mashallah. You're saying there's good career perspectives in these places if you learn Mandarin. Yeah?
To preach.
Yes, got it. Okay, mashallah. By the way, do you know where is Kailash Mountain?
Yeah, I know Kailash Mountain. Nepal?
No.
India, it is in Nepal or in China?
It's in China.
Mm-hmm.
You know where Shiva lives?
I mean, it was all part of India before Akhand Bharat.
Yes.
Shiva lives
on
Kailash.
The Kailash Parvat.
They say they people after watching Cartoon Network and Pogo, they say all before Islam came or before everything came, Christianity came, they say all word is Sanatan.
Yeah, they want it. They want
this is the result of Pogo and Cartoon Network.
Yeah, they do want the Akhand Bharat, but unfortunately for them, they can't even get Kailash Mountain from China.
China is a tough opponent.
No. If they think their Sanatan Dharma is so strong and so admirable and so well versed, why their Sanatan Dharma is only in India and not exploring?
It's in Malaysia. It's in Singapore. It's in Thailand. It's in Egypt, I think. It's in South America.
No, we are not saying that.
Right on YouTube. Right on YouTube. Sanatan Dharma Dawa, and you see nothing. Now right on YouTube and see Sanatan Dharma Dawa, you see nothing because there is nothing to give Dawa to people of Sanatan Dharma.
All right. Okay. Jazakallah khair, brother Ikra, and thanks for your nasihat.
Okay.
Allah आपको कामयाब करे and दुआ में खास.
Amin.
Okay. Assalamu
alaikum.
Right. So yeah, Krish, when is India going to take Kailash Mountain from the Chinese?
China is a tough opponent, and they're with Pakistan. I mean, Pakistan is easy to beat.
You guys make so much noise against Pakistan, but when it comes to China, you go pin drop silence.
I mean, we're not the superpower at the moment. We're the third largest economy, I guess. No, fourth largest. or
It doesn't
fifth.
matter. Your economy, your per capita income is
You're the first
lower
largest.
than many
But we
many
have
neighboring countries.
our
You know
army
that.
is very. Look, we have support from US. We have support from Russia.
What support? You know how many Indians they just deported from America?
Because we took them.
They took them. What do you mean they took them?
It was a collaborative effort.
Why
We took
why
them
were
as
they
well.
escaping India in the first place on this donkey trial? You know,
I
whatever they
agree.
call it.
India may
They
poverty
call it
hai, I
donkey,
agree.
yeah?
That's why I mean, no, I agree that per capita is
No,
very
no, no, no.
bad.
If India is the third or fourth largest economy, why so many people are going and migrating
agree.
illegally to America, and then America kicks them out using a military aircraft, and they deport them
That's what
just
I'm
2 days
saying.
after Modi left.
Yeah, India is not a superpower at the moment. India is not
Okay,
need.
so
You know
you
what I
do
mean?
agree that the Indians want to escape India,
But they
yeah?
are better than Pakistan.
It
Much
doesn't. No,
better.
how can
And
you
then
say that?
Bangladesh as well.
Why, if it's better, then why do Indians want to leave India?
No,
Why do
but
the
they're better
Hindus
than
want to
Pakistan.
leave
Even
India,
Pakistanis want
go
to
through the
leave
jungles
Pakistan.
of Panama, go through this ordeal, this particular trail? They call it the donkey trail. Why do they do that if India is so
Even
powerful?
Pakistanis do it. Even Bangladesh
No,
do
don't
it.
give me what aboutry. Answer about the Indians. You're not a
I
Pakistani.
told India is not the best.
Answer from the Indian perspective. If
That's
India
what I
is such
told
high
you.
economy, why do the Hindus want to leave India?
I told you India is not the best in terms of
So
economy.
what is the point of having the third largest economy?
It's a good thing. I mean, we were
Good
looted by
thing
the
in what?
Britishers.
Do you
And
know
then
half of
now,
India is starving? Do you know that?
sorry?
India is at the
hold
bottom
on.
of the hunger index.
Let me help him. Let me
That's a
help him real
fake
quick.
news. India is donating food to
Krish,
Zimbabwe and all these countries.
It
Krish,
doesn't
let
matter.
me
It's
help
still
you
Statistics
really
half
is
the
quickly,
country is
bud.
still below the poverty line.
no. You know,
Let
depends
me
on
give
who
it to you in
conducts the
Yes.
perspective.
statistics.
Let me give it to you in
Look at
very
the hunger
plain
index.
perspective,
It's at the
man.
bottom.
So
Okay,
the
let's not
per
discuss
capita
geopolitics.
income. Hold on, stop
Wait,
talking.
Maurice wants to ask you something.
Okay, so the
Yeah,
per
Maurice,
capita
it's because your mic volume is quite low. I think
is it
that's why
really
people,
low?
yeah, that's why people speak over you. It's very low.
Okay,
Why?
how about now? Is this better?
Yeah,
A
it's much
bit
better.
more, bit more.
The quick fox jumped over the lazy dog.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. All right. So check this out. Yes, you are the fifth ranking country as far as GDP goes, but your GDP per capita is atrocious. So to give it to you in comparison, the United States is nearly 90,000 per capita. Yours is 3,000 per capita. So
Yeah.
your country is literally in
That's
poverty.
actually lower than many African and Asian countries.
Yes, it's in massive poverty, man.
I know.
Massive poverty.
That's why I'm in Canada.
Okay, so don't take
That's why he's
pride
in
in
Canada,
your
of course,
third largest
bro.
economy. It's just titles you see in the Godi media.
No.
It
But
makes you
we were
feel
talking
nice and
about
warm inside, but the reality is that half of India is still living in such a poverty that they are somewhere at the bottom of the hunger index. Do you know that?
yeah, but we were talking in context of Akhand Bharat, and our competitors are
Yeah, but
Pakistan and
Akhand Bharat
Bangladesh,
is
and
your wet dream. It will
we are
never
much
come
better
true.
better off than them.
How
at
can
least.
your dream be better, man? It's just a dream, right?
Sorry,
In dream, anything can be better, but it's still a dream.
but they are better.
I'll tell you what, before
in
you dream
reality,
about Akhand Bharat, try to take the Kailash mountain from China,
we're not fighting against China.
where Shiva is still sitting somewhere there.
We're not fighting against China for now.
Of course, you're not fighting. You can only flex your muscles
But
against
if
the
US
smaller
supports
countries.
us, we can. If US supports us,
Yeah.
then we can maybe.
Sorry,
If US supports us, then maybe we can.
are you begging for our support?
US, America, not begging.
US just deported many Indians, man. Do you
But
think Trump will really support you just because he's a friend of Modi?
You know, India also agreed to
Trump
take
is a
those.
businessman. He doesn't care about your poverty.
You know,
He
Trump
doesn't
and
really
Modi are good
care.
friends.
He
Trump
can
and
be a
Modi
good
are good
friend. There's
friends.
nothing wrong. He can be a good friend of China. He visits them as well.
No, US and China are not really good friends.
Why did Trump visit the China
Hold on,
last time when he went?
US and
Visiting is
China
something
are
different.
not really good friends.
Because he's a businessman. He doesn't care India,
Bro.
China, Pakistan, whatever. Okay, wherever he finds business, he goes. So
Man,
anyway,
you're a
like I
rock,
said,
dude.
continue dreaming about Akhand Bharat. First, try to take your Kailash Parvat from China.
Okay.
Okay. Anyway.
Also, one more thing
take
before
care.
I leave.
Yeah, go on.
Hashim. So I'm trying to apologize to you. So I have been on your streams before, and then I think I may have offended you before, and then that's why I think it's a bad karma on my part. So as a Hindu, I think I should be sorry. And then what else?
Okay, no problem. I don't follow the karma,
There was
so I
no
forgive you.
forgiveness. I thought there was no forgiveness in Hinduism.
No, but
There
I
is
don't follow
forgiveness.
karma, so I forgive him.
There is forgiveness in Hinduism.
Okay, anyway, Chris, you take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time. All right, we have another Hindu here, Satya Prakash. Oh, this guy is one of those, what do you call them? He's a Arya Samaji. Am I right, Satya?
No, I don't. No, I'm not Arya Samaji.
You're not?
Okay.
Why you wrote Satya
Don't
Prakash?
think-
Is that your name?
Yeah, this is my name.
Okay. Because there's a book written by, the
That
Arya
is
Samajis.
Satyartha Prakash. That is Satyartha Prakash written by
Satyartha,
Dayanand
okay.
Saraswati.
Sounded very
Yeah,
similar.
who was like the founder. Yeah.
Okay, no problem. Where are you
Even-
calling from?
I come from one of the sacred places of this universe, who is known as Bharat, which is known as Bharat.
Okay, good to know. You're from India.
Hmm.
Okay, so when are you going to take the?
Wait. How did you describe India?
One of the most sacred places of this universe.
Sacred place. How is it
Laughing
sacred?
not going to- laughing will not make you intelligent, sir. Don't show your. Yeah.
No, but how does it make India sacred? Have you seen the Ganga
That's
River?
another
Have you
question
seen-
where we can discuss.
Do you know that 80%?
Bro,
of,
can you? I'll tell you what.
child
If you can
rapes happen in
answer the
India.
questions without whataboutery, I'll respect you. But if you're going to do the whataboutery, then it's pointless. It
No,
just shows that
I
you
don't
have a-
believe in the
you don't have an
whataboutery. That's the thing which
Okay,
coming
good.
from your
So
side in the
answer,
process of
then
laughing.
answer this question. When is India going to take the Kailash Parvat from China?
Till 2040. I can give the logic behind that if you allow me.
Oh.
Okay. When you say
Yeah.
take, you mean you'll attack China? Will India attack China?
I'm going to explain the whole of the process if you allow me.
Yeah, it depends how long you're going to take.
2 to 3 minutes would be sufficient to explain that.
That's too
Okay,
long.
go on.
still.
You have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. So the first thing is that as we know that India is in the process of boosting its economy. So unless you are not strong enough in context of economy, even your military is not going to survive. That's the first thing. The second thing which is required to be focused upon, we are starting our notion not to support the one China policy in the coming 5 to 10 years. I'm just telling the reason. If you are going to see, till 1948, okay, the prominent China was this Tibet region was not controlled by the China, and Dalai Lama is the person who is totally with the support of India, and he is living in India too. Okay, and he called India as a motherland. So the context that is required to be focused upon in the let me explain, sir. In the coming 3 to 4 years, if you are going to focus upon, the new Dalai Lama is going to come on the table, right? And Dalai Lama is a specific symbol of that specific Tibetan people, those who live there, specifically the Buddhist people. Okay, so majority of the population, those who live in the region of Tibet, which is specifically the region where the Mansur was existing, right? So the time India start coming with this notion of not supporting the one China policy, there's going to be a whole lot of retaliation inside the China. Even you are familiar, there's a whole lot of the problem which is existing in China from the internal side. Okay, retaliation is not appearing because there is no liberty of expression of the people or the medias and all the stuff. So one China policy is the first step through which we are going to follow this specific process. Let me move for the second step. The second step is that
hold on. Your first step made no sense at all. You talked about Tibet, about the Dalai Lama. Dalai Lama is a Buddhist. Tibet is a Buddhist country. It's got nothing to do with Akhand Bharat in the sense from the.
No, I'm not talking about Sir Akhand Bharat. You talk about
I did not
Mansur.
interrupt you. I did not interrupt you. I hope you give me the same courtesy. Okay. I asked you, how are you going to take the Kailash Parvat? That was my question. And also, you talked about economy. How is changing of Dalai Lama going to change the economy of India? As far as I'm concerned, India.
You're not getting the perspective that I was trying to bring.
Let me finish. You'll get the perspective. India's economy is just on the books as basically, even if you consider yourself as the fourth largest economy, per capita income, India is basically at the bottom, not at the top. Okay. The second thing is, if you looked at the hunger index, India is at the bottom again. So if they cannot even feed their own people, and you're talking about taking over something from China, China has been taking more and more land in the past how many decades? And India has done nothing, not even oof. They have killed many of your armies who are at the border over there. So India is like maybe, forget about 10 years, maybe 50, 60 years behind China, or even more. I'm just being generous here.
Wait,
So,
also you called it the most, was it divine place in the whole universe, right?
Sacred, yeah.
Sacred.
Let's start with the first question we have discussed. Later, I will come.
One second. I
By
think
the way,
that is
I
not
didn't want
good
to,
to carry.
I just asked you this question on the back of the previous caller, but our topic today is about the Maha Shivratri. Do you celebrate Maha Shivratri yourself?
Yeah, I celebrate it. Right.
Are you a Vaishnavite or a Shaivite?
I don't believe in the segregation.
But it's inevitable.
No, it's not inevitable. It's the perspective that you guys have created.
Who is your supreme god?
The same Brahma. We give terminology. We also give the name Shiva, Vishnu, and the Shakti.
Who is
There's
your
multiple
supreme
names.
god? Who is your supreme god?
I'm saying the Vishnu. I'm saying the Vishnu one, and the different name is given as the Shiva and.
Wait. If your supreme god is Vishnu, that means it's not Shiva, right?
No, that is the different name of the same entity.
No, it's
depending
not.
upon the level of understanding. No, depending upon the.
Okay.
There's nothing.
Do you know the story of
limited level of understanding of the people segregate this specific person? There is no segregation in Hinduism.
Do you know the story of Shivani?
Yeah, I know the story of Shivani.
Okay.
Right.
So whom was Shiva lusting after? Himself?
No, so that's story. The storytelling behind storytelling, you have to understand what exactly was the intention behind having
Before the
specific
intention,
story.
tell me whom was he lusting after? Was he lusting after himself or a different entity?
No. You are symbolizing the link with the sexual part. That's your limited level
I didn't
of
mention
understanding.
the link. I'm asking about Shiva was lusting after Mohini in that story. That is clear. There's no ifs and buts about it. Now the question to you is this:
that without
when he
having
was
the clarity on
listen to the
context, you can't
question,
reach at the point of conclusion. No.
calm down.
This is the wrong.
Listen to the question first. In that story, it is very clear that Vishnu took the form of Mohini. Okay, am I right so far? Okay.
Yeah.
Did Shiva take the avatar of Mohini or Vishnu took the avatar of Mohini?
Let me give first one clarity. Later, you can reach at a point of conclusion. Okay.
Make sure you answer
Brother,
this question.
This is not a good habit. You can mute yourself, interrupting me. Of that.
It's no need to get.
Oh my God.
Just answer the question instead of you trying to divert.
I'm answering, but if the interruption okay.
He's trolling you now because you started playing the victim. So stop playing the victim and you'll get more respect here.
Cuckoo.
Where's he gone? Has he left? Oh man, you hurt his feelings. Satya, come back, man.
Yo, I just want to say Zeeshan is the ultimate troll. I've seen it in real life, dude. Sitting next to him and Ali Dawa, forget about it. Just forget it.
Okay, anyway, Satya, if you're listening, come back. We really would like to know. But I don't think you would be able to answer that question. If he says Shiva is the same entity as Vishnu,
he should just stay at home, you know what I mean? Just don't leave the house. Just you know what I mean? Can't be that sensitive. I'm getting this guy ready for the real world. The real world is not sunshine and rainbows.
Dude, he's got to conquer China and he's dipping out at the first sign of sensitivity. Are you kidding me?
I'm hoping it was an internet glitch. He'll come back, inshallah. Right.
Nice.
Until then, let me bring in Muhammad Abdul Muqtadir.
Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. Where are you calling from, brother?
I am actually from India, but currently living in Sydney.
Okay. Yeah, it must be like early morning for you, isn't it?
Yeah, 8:53. I just have few days off. I closely watch your channel whenever I actually wait. Usually Thursdays evenings. That's when. So I usually follow at least 2 hours. So I start my work, let's say about 10 a.m. So after Fajr prayer, I usually join and listen to the channel. So because I am from India, I'm very closely aligned with Hindu ideologies, and because my father as well was a student of comparative religion, so
Mashallah.
I used to read a lot of their books, specifically Ved and Mahabharata, because all those books were kept in our library when I was at home. So I do have a certain empathy for them because some of the books, most of the books, what they are metaphorical. And one of the issues what most of the Hindus do is that they take metaphorical messages literally, right? So in when we talk about, so that's why I was just trying to, I mean, when he was trying to just beat around the bush, that guy, I don't know, Krish or whosoever, he was just trying to put his views because Krishna had a biological mother and father. Mother was Devaki, and
Yeah, I did
father
mention
had
that to him, and he fell apart as soon as I mentioned that.
yeah. So I mean, when you try to actually have a debate with them, because now when it comes to India, because I travel every 6 months, and in India currently the situation is the whole country, actually at least 50 to 60% of all of them are actually running their. Most of them are just living. What for them Hinduism means hatred to Muslims. That's what it has become right now because of the media and propaganda. How it has become is that the more Hindu you are is only by hatred towards Muslims. They just currently there's a lot of uh, Islamophobia in India, and because I used to debate in my school, and also I tend to understand. I mean, you can rebuttal with them from their own books because there is some truth in Hinduism. Obviously, we don't know because we can't say in Quran whether they have any when it comes to some of their books because you come from Zakir. I mean, when we take the when you read some of the lectures from Zakir Naik and when you read yourself, there is definitely some truth because Hinduism, in true sense, has monotheistic passages and everything, but some of it, all of it is metaphorical and they tend to take it literally. So that's why I just wanted to jump in case if he needs some guidance or some understanding of what he actually means. And then that's why I just wanted to join in. But anyways, it's great work what you guys do. I'm a big fan of Morris. It is some. So I like the his way of explaining things. So I usually join with I mean Zeeshan is gone. So Zeeshan and Muris are the two people I usually enjoy. I enjoy Zeeshan's sense of humor when he has it offline when he is not in debates. He has a very good sense of humor, and all his videos I watch. But yeah, great to be a part of. I just wanted to join in. Finally got the opportunity to be live on your channel.
Yeah, Alhamdulillah. I mean, if you have, if you want to join our Hinduism streams, you're welcome. I know you live in Australia, the times don't suit, but our streams normally they do extend sometimes up to 8-9 hours. So yeah, you're welcome.
Because because I work from home and I manage my own hours at this. So I actually at this stage in my life I can manage my hours because I don't want to say at work because I have a business and also I don't. I mean I have enough time specifically for the sake of Allah. You can spend definitely a few hours every day.
Yeah, inshallah, you're welcome. Especially if you have, we have very few people who actually have studied Hinduism. So if you have done that, then inshallah it'll be an asset, and you're more than welcome to join
Definitely.
us.
I can share my email address and I can definitely be some of help because I mean just one passage if you talk about will actually sum up the lies what they do because if we talk about in Mahabharata if you go by this because avatar in technical sense means rishi. Rishi means if you translate that in a purest form it means avatar actually means a rishi, a messenger, and that's what it actually means. I mean, the primary passage of Mahabharata when it says Yada Yada Hi Dharmasya Glanir Bhavati Bharata Tadatmanam Srijamyaham Paritrana Sadhu Nam Vinashaya Chatushkritam Dharm Sansthapanarthaya Sambhavani Yuge Yuge. What it means in different age and times in every yug when there is injustice in the world, God will send his avatar. That's what it means. Simple as that. But they tend to metaphorically give some meaning of that. That's why an avatar in true sense means a messenger. That's what it actually means if you go by the book, go by the actual definition. So there is some truth in Hinduism, but obviously interpolation has happened just like any other religious books we have, whether it's Buddhism, whether it's Christianity, whether it's Judaism, because men tend to write their own words in the books and then try to justify. So that's what has actually happened. Yeah, but if you go in purest form of Rig Ved or all the four Veds, most of it talks about many of it talks about there is some Sharia in there, some rules and regulations, and some of that for their time and whatever whosoever in the original form we don't have it, so we don't know because Quran does not confirm any prophets or messengers coming from India, so we cannot confirm by say we cannot definitely say there is some word of God in there. But yeah, in true sense, definitely in there. So in case if there is any help I can be whenever there is a stream for Hinduism, I can definitely come in there.
Yeah, I mean, feel free to join us. Like I said, we are there every Thursday or alternate Thursdays. You can email us and keep in touch as well, inshallah. And yeah, we can take it from there. Because most of the time we get this kind of Hindus, like that Hare Krishna guy who came earlier, and they will deny everything. And many of these
No, you
guys,
you can just catch them. See, one of the things which they problematic is just like we as Muslims, we never say our own perspective. We always go by this is as per the Quran, this is as per the Hadith. But when we give them the scripture, because many of us don't know their scriptures, we have to quote the exact verse and exact scripture, and this is what it says, and they can't deny that. And that's the only way we can guide them because. Alhamdulillah, with the help of my father and my brother who are in Dawa, many Hindus have accepted Islam when I was back in India. So, unfortunately, due to work, I had to move here. But one of the things which we used to do on weekends were we have many times we have actually gone to temples. Many times we have just taken a space, and they were gracious enough to give us space to even pray in their temples. So it's not that everything. So there are many Hindus who have accepted Islam on the hands of my brother. I used to go there for support and learning because my elder brother is more, you can say, a man of God. He is not into something where he shows himself, and he's a very quiet guy, and he usually goes in on weekends and all to some of the lectures and doing dawa in the stream, specifically in villages around. Because I come from Telangana, Hyderabad in India, so all the villages across, there are many villages where he has gone, and I can say at least I can count about 10 to 20 people who have Hindus who have accepted Islam on the hands of my brother. So it was, and that's where I've gained knowledge with discussion with my brother and my father, and that's where I actually learned because I come from India, so it was good to learn their actual what their book actually talks about. So,
okay, yeah, that's what we need. We need people who are actually learned in their scriptures, because you're right. Yeah, we have to try to substantiate things from the scriptures. That's the best way.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much. I will stop wasting your guys' time. It was great to be on this live stream. And should there be anything
By the
for
way,
more, I will definitely be there. Yeah.
Satya is back. Good thing, Satya, you're back. I thought we lost you there.
Hey, Satya.
No.
Thanks for joining.
Sorry, I would say sorry. I was lagging with the network issue. That's why I joined.
Yeah, that's what I thought. These guys all doubted you that you will not come back. I said, no. He says probably
the Hindu
an issue with the internet.
Okay, sir. Is it? Are you having the text that we can talk even based on that?
Sorry, which text
I will
for
say.
what?
Yeah, I will tell you the text and the sloka through which we can have the interaction on the Mohani and everything like that.
Okay, but you need to first answer the question. Who took the avatar of Mohini? Was it Shiva or was it Vishnu?
No, he was Vishnu, but I will explain from the process and everything. You have to first
so
open.
If it was Vishnu, wait. If it was Vishnu and not Shiva, then you cannot say they are the same, can you?
No, wait, sir. That's why I'm saying you have to first open Srimad Bhagavatam. I can explain everything. if
Before you
can
explain,
do,
you have already considered that it was Vishnu who took the form of Mohini, not Shiva. Am I right?
I'm saying, and I don't think there's a specific difference between the Shiva and the Vishnu. That's why I'm saying you have to, sir, first open the Srimad Bhagavatam. We
I
can
don't need to
discuss from
open
there.
because you've already considered everything.
Oh my God, brother, this is the problem that I'm saying. We can going to through the
Where is the
scripture. I'm
problem?
saying I will
You look.
I will show you the evidence, sir.
It doesn't
You have
matter
to
what
open
you show
Srimad
me
Bhagavatam.
now, but the thing is, you have already concluded that it is Vishnu's avatar and not Shiva's. You initially said both Vishnu and Shiva are the same.
I am calling here. The thing is, from the context of our common understanding that I'm saying, you have to open first Srimad Bhagavatam. Later
I don't
we
need
can
to open
decide, sir.
anything. If you have considered,
That's your showing phobia, that you are in the phobia, sir. Sorry to say.
how is it my phobia? How is it my phobia?
Even you are
When
not.
you have already answered my
even,
question. My question was very
I'm
simple.
saying,
My question was
even you are
based
not
on
able
your.
to open Srimad Bhagavatam. I'm telling you
I
the
don't need
chapter
to
and
open
exactly
anything because you have already concluded. You have already
it means you are in
answered
the
my
phobia,
question.
sir. You are in the phobia.
Okay, whatever you can think, we'll let the people judge. Because right now, you said, not right now, before you got disconnected, you said that Vishnu and Shiva are the same. Am I right? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm stuck with that. I'm stuck
Wait
with
a
that.
minute. Wait a minute. If you claim that they are the same entity, then why do you deny that it was not Shiva but Vishnu who took the form of Mohini? Are you following from the logic or you're not? Even without me opening the book,
This is
your
the
logic falls
concept of
apart.
Leela. This is the concept of Leela that is called.
Okay, even in the Leela, you're still admitting that it is only one entity, which is Vishnu who took the form of Mohini, not Shiva.
Right.
Good.
Right.
And by the way, what
give
is?
Give me just 10 seconds. Let me explain. Give me just 10
Okay,
seconds.
go on.
Can I?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. Right. So even if you are going to go through follow, even the people those who are present, they can also serve the Srimad Bhagavatam. Okay. Fourth skand and the seventh adhyay and the 15th sloka totally explain that there's no difference between, even the Vishnu is saying this statement, there's no, those person who bring the difference between the Vishnu, Brahma and Mahesh, they are not going to get any types of clarity and understanding, and they would be always in the confusion. This
So
is a
why
statement
does
of
your logic not follow if you're not confused? Why does your logic not follow? Let me ask you something.
because
Wait. Let me ask you something. How many avatars are there of Shiva?
Shiva has the 11 avatar that exactly we have gone through. Okay, in
So
the different
wait.
scriptures.
You're saying
Vishnu,
Shiva.
sometimes it is said that 24. So as for
Hold on,
Vishnu,
calm down.
it is
Why
said
you're in a
20.
hurry? Are you saying
I'm
Shiva
not
has
in hurry.
11
I'm simply
avatars?
saying go through the scripture, sir. Go through the scripture.
Wait a minute.
If you
Are you saying Shiva has 11 avatars?
I'm not concerned about that. I'm simply saying go through the topic. What first we
Why don't
talked
you
about. We have to
answer
talk.
the question I'm asking you instead of telling me to go to
You
this?
are diverting because you're not sticking with the one
I'm not
topic.
diverting.
You
I'm
are
asking
diverting.
you how many avatars does Shiva have?
First, we have to talk. Is there any difference between Shiva,
Okay,
Vishnu,
look, I'm
or
going to bring
Mahesh?
somebody else in if you're not interested.
This is not a good thing, sir. If you are not capable enough, don't keep such a station and all this stuff.
I can do what I want. It's my channel. Okay, so Satya, if you don't want to answer the questions, then go elsewhere. Because the whole purpose of this particular stream is that Hindus come here.
Why you are in
we ask
rather than
them
opening?
questions and they answer.
Why are you in phobia rather than opening the slide? I'm
That's
telling
your claim.
you the
You can
chapter.
say I'm in a phobia. That's your claim. I can say the same thing about you. You're not answering.
Please open. I'm telling you the evidence. Please open. Why not opening? Please
it's
open.
Your claim, so you open it. Why telling me to open it?
So if I
it's
send
your
you
claim,
link,
you
will you
open
open it? If I'm saying if I send you link,
you can
will
read
open
it, right? Just read it. Read it for us in English.
Yeah. So I'm exactly reading. Okay.
Okay. By the way, which question are you answering? Which question are you answering?
Yeah. The question is that there's no difference between Shiva, Vishnu, and the Brahma.
There's no difference in the sense.
There's no difference.
In what sense is there no difference?
Okay, let me first give first clarity is that the Gita of the Veda of our proclaim that there's one ultimate reality, that is the Param Brahm, right? But the Purana, these all the storytelling that you are keeping about the Shiva and everything is all about the Purana. Purana is called the Pancham Veda or the fifth Veda. These are nothing but the storytelling and a manifestation of the Veda for the common people.
Do you
as
reject
different
that?
people come with a different level of interaction with the nature, we give the different name for that. So one
Do
name
you
is Shiva,
reject the
one name is
Puranas?
Vishnu. Yeah, this is from Purana. This story is from
Do you
Purana.
reject the
You guys are
Puranas?
not.
Answer the question.
I don't reject. I said for understanding Purana, you have to understand the context. Without understanding
Okay, if
context, you are going to.
if you don't reject the Puranas, then there's no problem if you quote stories from the Puranas, right?
Because my brother Purana itself proclaimed that there's no difference between Shiva, Vishnu, and the Brahma.
Okay, so let me ask you something. When
Yeah.
when Vishnu takes the form of Varaha,
Mohini. Okay, Varaha, right? Yeah.
Varaha, who's taking the form? Is it Vishnu taking the form, or is it Shiva taking the form of Varaha?
There is no different. It is called, as I said, it is Leela. Even you can call, even the Shiva has taken the form.
So you're saying Shiva took the form of a Varaha. Show me that from any book in your scripture.
Yeah.
No.
Difference.
Now, wait. Now that you have made this claim that he can also take, show me anywhere in any Hindu scriptures where he says Shiva took the form of a Varaha. I challenge you.
The question is not Shiva taken form. Shiva is and Vishnu.
No, you made the claim. You made the claim. Now substantiate it.
For my brother, for the understanding of the common people, we have.
Hashim, is that their version of I and my father are one?
Yes.
This is the problem that you guys are not.
So answer the question. You made the statement that even Shiva took the form of Varaha. Satya, show me from your scripture. I want evidence from your scripture where Shiva took the form of a Varaha.
I think you're not understanding what I'm saying, brother.
I think you're not. You're the one. You're the one who is missing the whole point here.
No, let me clear it out. Give me just 10 seconds. Okay.
Satya, I just have one quick question. Satya, I just have one quick question. First of all, tell me, does your God has any form in Hinduism? First, you just now Hashim asked, in a true sense in Hinduism, Hashim just asked that Shiva took the form of Varaha or Vishnu took the form of Varaha. First of all, does God have any form in Hinduism?
Bhagwan have form, but God have no form. There is difference between the Bhagwan, Brahma,
Because
Ishwar, and Pradam Brahma.
in Rig Veda it says in Rig Veda it says Natasya Pratimasti. Of that God there is no image, and of that God is formless. How come you're saying that Shiva has a form where I mean, how come these forms have come in where Shiva has a snake on his neck? He's wearing very sculpted body, and he's sitting on Kailash Parbat, and Vishnu has 4 hands, right? And he's riding his chariot with his wife in sky. Where these forms have come in?
Metaphorical symbol. That is metaphorical symbol for common people
No,
understanding.
what do you mean by metaphorical symbol? As a human being, when you imagine these things, literally there are people who put these idols in the same form and they worship, and they have snake on one side of the head, right? And he has a damru on the right side. Where has this form come in Hinduism?
Okay, yeah, let me explain it. Even you're talking about Damaru, you're talking about this is specific statue which is present in front of the Sun Laboratory, which is called the statue of the right hand of the Damaru symbolizes.
I mean, just answer the question. Why do we need? First of all, do you need a form of this Shiva to worship God?
Just explain. For connecting with a specific entity, there's a specific supreme entity that's present somewhere, right? But you knew a specific symbol or a specific place where you can concentrate, where you can focus upon.
What focus upon? So if that is the case, then Muslims have already reached a state of high consciousness that we don't need any thing to focus upon. If we need to call God,
no idolatry,
simply focus. No idolatry. So when you say, there is a concept known as Jangam. Do you know in Hinduism?
You have reached there. First, you have to understand another thing also. I'm not attacking. Sorry to interfere that. I'm not going to speak about that another one. But one thing that I might clear about is that there's a whole lot of chance people. Different people come with a different level of understanding. When I'm talking about, I'm not giving this claim that Muslim have reached,
No,
Hindu has not reached.
I'm asking you as a friend because I have many Hindu friends. I'm just asking because many of the things you become a laughing stock. See, as a human being, you need to use logic, right? When when you know that you say that God has no form, and then you're saying different entities, what are these different entities? How does one God has different entities?
No. That is why I'm saying in context of Hinduism, first you have to understand we don't believe that God means Bhagwan, right? God means Brahma. You have to
Okay,
first bring
guys,
segregation between.
Satya, just one
Yeah,
second.
it's okay.
You mentioned about you need an idol to focus. Is that right?
Yeah, idol to
Okay.
focus for the common
You know
people.
why?
Right?
I want to know, why would Hindus represent their god? You consider Shiva to be God?
Yeah, I can not exactly God. I call Ishwar. There's difference between Ishwar and Brahma, sir. You have to
Ishwar
first
is like
understand.
one of the highest forms of God. He's like the
Right.
supreme
So,
God.
right.
Okay. So
Right.
if Shiva is the supreme
multiple-
God, that's fine. That's fine. We can call him Ishwar, no problem. So if Shiva is Ishwar, why would you want to represent your Ishwar as a male reproductive organ?
Who told you this?
Hindus.
Where you have found
Can
it?
you
That is a
tell?
symbol.
Can you
Linga
explain
has
what
two
is?
meanings.
Yeah. So what is?
Okay, wait.
What is
He asked.
Shivling? You
No,
guys.
that's fine. He
Yeah,
asked.
you
He
guys.
asked for evidence. Muhammad, just one second. Okay, I'll tell you who told me this. Here you go.
Look back at the oldest Shivling dating.
Wait. Let's start from the beginning.
Is Shiva's reproductive organ, or is it not? Come, let's find out in episode 1 of my series.
And what is the authenticity of this person?
Wait,
Who is this?
let it finish first, and then you
So
can.
to understand this, we must look back at the oldest Shivling dating back to the 2nd century, which looks just like a male phallus. At the Kamakhya temple, the Devi too is present in the form of yoni, a stone shaped just like the female reproductive organ, and it is said to be menstruating. So it cannot be just a symbol. In Shivling, yoni and ling comes together, representing the cosmic union of Shiva and Shakti, of the masculine and feminine energies. The Ling Puran, however, mentions Shivling as Chin, a mark representing or symbolizing the cosmic Nirakar Roop of Bhagwan Shiv. The Maha Shiv Puran, however, again talks about Shivling as being Shiva's phallus. It does not shy away from the rawness of the subjects in its elaborate stories. Either way, one thing is for sure, that our ancestors did not shy away from this divine process of creation, from the divine process of the union of Shiv and Shakti.
Okay.
So what
There you go.
context you're trying to put on from this?
So this is basically, this particular phallus is actually in one of the oldest temple in India. This is from somewhere like 2,500 years ago. Now, let me ask you something. You might not consider this to be accurate, but many Hindus actually believe this, and that's the reason they have.
I'll just say one
That
thing, and
person
he
is saying
will
the
not be able to
Advait.
answer.
That you
So
have not
the
heard
ling,
properly.
the
That
word,
person said the Advait
yeah,
form.
just
Advait.
no, Prakash, Prakash. What does ling mean? Ling by itself means private part.
No. That means there are two meaning of ling. That I'm saying you have to read Ashtadhyay first. You have not gone through it. Sorry to say. Ashtadhyay gave the two meaning of ling. One is the body part, what exactly you talk about. The second meaning of
No,
the
but what does represent? What does the statue of Shivling represent? I mean, why is that in that form? What are you trying to worship?
I'm going to explain that. There's nothing wrong in that. Okay. The cause of creation when we symbolize, okay, there are two things that you have to understand. When I'm giving that specific symbol, so I'm giving the symbol to connect with that specific thing. That is not the symbol of your body parts. That exactly you connect with yourself. Right?
In this case, actually, the yoni and also the lingam was clearly mentioned and also portrayed as male and female private parts. Now, if you have this in the temples, wait a minute. If you have this in the temples, then the question is, why are Hindus worshipping them as such?
No. He explained. Okay, one aspect that it is not the cosmic energy. It is explaining. It is not.
No, I'm not asking about your explanation. I'm talking about the explanation of these temples who represent it as clearly as a penis, as you have seen. Yeah, and also a yoni, or the female private part, which is actually bleeding, which shows this is going through a menstrual cycle. So these representations are shrouded in mystery or just symbolic.
Yeah, it is.
So
Exactly
tell me, from the
symbolic that I'm
perspective
talking
of the
about.
Hindus, from the not your perspective, from the perspective of the Hindu and these temples, and there are loads of them, they all see that as the union of a male and a female when they have this symbol linked together as well, the yoni and the lingam. So the question is, and there's also a story, about
and that's what they say, sangam of masculine and feminine energy, and that's what it represents. And first of all, why do we need that symbol? What does that when we say without that symbol will you not be able to, let's say you imagine Shiva as your deity, do you need that shivling to worship him?
I said that for focusing and for understanding the very cause.
What
of
are you
creation
focusing on? Their private parts.
Exactly. Why do you want to
This
focus
is your
on?
perception that you are thinking that is the private part.
It's
that
not
I'm
our
saying.
perspective. We showed you examples from Hindus, not our
So
perspective.
that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying you are taking the example of any specific individual's video and you are.
It is because it is mentioned in the Puranas.
You just show me in Purana. I'm just telling you. You have.
Okay, if I show you, will you accept? If I show you in the Puranas, will you accept?
But you have to also open another one.
No. If I show you in the Puranas, will you accept then?
Yeah, so I will accept at that time when you will also understand what context I am going to explain.
Don't tell me to understand. If it's clearly mentioned in the Puranas, whatever it is written. Hold on. Without your spin, without your interpretation, whatever is at face value in the Puranas, will you accept or not?
Yeah, I will accept at that time. I'm telling you that when you will also go the second context, what I'm explaining, and later we will reach at a point of.
We don't care about your opinion because you are a nobody.
Yeah, that's your perception.
I would rather take from your scriptures, which many Hindus actually believe in, and many temples actually have this as clearly projected in their.
Show you from the scripture.
By the way, what is your qualification about Hinduism? Who are you?
What is your qualification to discuss on Hinduism?
But I'm actually referring to the Hindu scriptures. I'm not saying it's my own.
I will also refer the Hindu scripture. I will also refer. Don't worry.
Which scripture will you refer? Which
Prakash, okay,
the same scripture what you will refer.
Okay, Satya Prakash, let's calm down. I just want to say one thing. I mean, I have met n number of Hindus, so you might be knowledgeable. Let's say you are knowledgeable, but whatever is being practiced by so-called Hindus, I mean, many Hindus in part of India and subcontinent or elsewhere, the thing, the moment you go and ask them what is Shivling, they will exactly tell you because that knowledge is not there. But whatever they are worshipping, so you're saying that even if you imagine that it's private part and it's worshipping, it's right. What are you supposed to focus on when you try to because you might be knowledgeable, but I can tell you there will be millions and millions of Indians currently living in India who know that Shivling means whatever it is. I don't want to say, I mean, it's not even moral to say, to be very honest, and it's shameful to say on live channel on what it actually means. Because I don't want to go dig deep because I have had debates with many of Hindu Pandits and they felt embarrassed because when you ask a clear logical question to any logical person,
That's your
no, I'll give you the names. I come from Telangana. I'll give you the temple name and everything, but maybe separately. But I don't want to. No, I'm sorry.
You come from the land which is totally Christian converted. You are talking about the Pandit there. Wow.
Christian converted.
Right. 90%.
Are you saying there are no temples in that land?
I'm saying
I come from Telangana. I come from Telangana. I come from Telangana. More than 50 to 60% population is Hindus, and you're saying that I come from.
Go and search the data, sir. Please, here search in Google. You will get to know.
You're okay. It's fine.
Let's put his doubts
away.
No problem. Let's put his doubts to rest. He asked me to bring evidence from the Puranas. Do you believe in Skanda Purana?
Yeah, I believe it. First, talk about why you are not talking about the first topic that we discussed.
No, I'm going to tell you from the Purana because you challenged me to bring from the Puranas. Here you go. Do you want to read it?
why you guys are not first completing our discussion?
Oh, you
on
got
the
a
first topic
phobia.
that we have?
You got a phobia of the Puranas now.
The real phobia is coming from your side, sir, that you are not discussing from the very first
You see
topic
how
that
the
we
tables
discussed.
have turned?
That is the different.
Okay, let's read it. Let's read it because he's got a phobia. Let us read it because you got a phobia. By the way, do not interrupt when I'm reading. Okay, so this is from Skanda Purana. Okay, it's book number 1. I don't know how they actually do it, but it's 1.1.6.24 to 30. Is it 31? Yeah. It says in this story, actually there must be a part 1 to this because this is the follow-up. So let me bring up the other one.
Why you guys are not talking the first topic? For what I entered in the VC?
Hold on. I know your phobia with this. So it says here in Skanda Puran, it says you are.
That you guys are not talking difference between the
By the way, I said not to
Shiva.
interrupt me when I'm talking.
Sorry. You guys have no.
Okay. So is here, it says here, this is basically what happens. It's like one day the sages were, oh, has he left again? Just when I was about to give him the evidence. But anyway, while he's, maybe he'll watch the program later. So this is when the sage, when they like told you the story at the beginning where this guy, you know, what's his name? Shiva. He was in the jungle. He was standing naked in front of the wives of the sages. And this is what happens when he exposes himself. So the sages say to him, you are no doubt the kidnapper of the wife of others, i.e. of us the sages. And then it goes on to say, although rebuked, thus Shiva silently went on towards his mountains. Then that immutable Mahadeva, which is Shiva, was overtaken by the sages. They then cursed him thus, since you are the abductor of our wives, be instantaneously a eunuch. Thus cursed by the sages, his penis fell down on the ground. As soon as it reached the ground, it became very large. Immediately, and it increased in size enormously. I'm sorry for all the ladies or if there are any kids watching this, I do apologize, but this is in their holy books. This is from their Skanda Purana, which they use basically as evidence in the quotes as well. So it goes on to say in verse number 26 to 31, from beneath and above the linga covered the 7 patalas in an instant, means the 7 skies or something, I think. Then it pervaded the entire earth and enveloped the firmament. All the heavens were covered. Then it rose beyond the heavens. There was no earth, no quarters, neither water nor fire, neither wind nor ether, neither cosmic ego nor great principle, neither the unmanifest one nor the time, no great primordial matter, prakriti. There was no dualistic division. Everything became merged in an instant. Okay, so this is what happened when this penis fell off, because the sages cursed the penis of Shiva, because he was either kidnapping their wives or basically exposing himself. This is not from myself. This is from the Hindu scriptures. So if you guys have anything, take it up with the Hindus, not with us. What do you think about that, Brother Muhammad?
So Puranas are actually, so one of the things, the Puranas are definitely interpolation. They are all the books. I mean, that's why they dig their own grave when it comes to defending Puranas, because most of these Puranas are written by their rishis and sages, and these are all metaphorical representations of some of the stories, just like Greek mythologies. These are some mythological stories which they have written, and now because they've been there for thousands of years, just like ignorant. I mean, their ignorance will not go away unless and until Allah guides them. So that's the only way. Because,
even if they say it's metaphoric, the question still remains: what do we learn from such immoral depiction of their gods? What do we learn from these things? I mean, the whole idea of these metaphorics should be to impart some message. But if the message is vulgar like this, you know, where the temples themselves understand what the Puranas say and they depict their gods in the form of a male and female reproductive organs, then there's no moral stories here. For them to then use some form of excuse that it is just moral, it's just moral stories, metaphoric terms, it is lila, all these are basically excuses, and really lame excuses,
Yeah, I
if you
mean,
ask me.
absolutely. And the only way is that once we have a learned Hindu or anybody who is feeling to be guided and who actually understands, uses logic, and then only we can guide them. Yeah, so that's why I tend to be polite to them. Many of the times I understand where they're coming from because I've lived with these people. Many of them were my neighbors. So I
Yeah,
tend
I
to
mean,
go with
look, it's
them
good to be
with some
polite, but
courtesy.
the thing is, by being polite, they are not addressing these problems. If we are not going to ask this, I'm sure others will ask this, and then what, they'll keep using these excuses and lame excuses.
No, I mean, one of the things, it only comes down to one thing. See, the idol worshippers have been there in ages. From the time when the first idol worship has been there, it has been there from then. And in India, predominantly, it is more because of the kind of culture it has been from. It has mostly been a place where idol worship was prevalent from many years, and that's how it has come into their tradition. But yeah, I mean, the only thing which always they tend to avoid the question is that because in their books, in all their ways, it's clearly written that God has no form and God has no image. You cannot see God. I mean, you cannot see the gods with your own eyes. So when you actually put these passages in front of them and ask, the immediate getaway, just like Christians, and because they tend to find some books where they try to justify or they give their own explanation. They said that we have to focus. To focus, we put an idol. Okay, so what idol you want to put? So the next question, what I ask is, when you say an idol, okay, so what kind of an idol do you want to put? But why do we need to have an idol of a Shiva where it has a snake on his head and it has some very handsome man with bluish in color and all that? So where does this representation coming in? So then they suddenly start giving references for all these questions, and their logic breaks immediately. But that's where where we just have to stick to some of these passages, which I tend to stick to only these, and then that's the only way I tend to take them to some part of the truth. At least I ignite something in them to question their logic accordingly, use their logic to understand that these are all mythological stories, just like Greek mythology. In Greek mythology, you have Zeus, you have just like those Marvel movies where you have some of the mythological characters which are coming in now. In the very same way, these are Indian mythology where they have given uh, uh, representation to many of sometimes they. I don't want to talk on this, but there are many temples for they worship jinns. I mean, they have this Maisamma temple. Many of these are representation of evil jinns and so, all these which has come in, because all this is a part of their creed. They worship some of them because they don't understand that these are all jinns, because they don't have the knowledge. Only the knowledge has come from Prophet Muhammad to us, that these are entities, because many of the entities they worship, for everything they have a temple. They have a Maisama temple. They have some temples, so they worship all these dark energies and everything, and they tend to start worship because in their times they used to get influenced by any kind of
Yeah.
magical influence or anything which
Yes.
used to happen. So all these
Yeah,
have
I'm sure
actually
they
come
have.
into their culture.
Yeah, they have Hindus like in many places. We got one more Hindu in the back studio. Maybe we can bring them in.
Yeah, sure. I'll be quiet this time.
Inshallah. Right, Ishu, you're next.
Can you hear me?
Hi there. Are you calling from India?
No, I'm from India, from
Okay.
Kolkata.
Right, you're a Hindu?
I wouldn't say I'm a Hindu. Yeah.
What do you mean you wouldn't say? What would you say you were?
Like, I don't know. Agnostic.
You don't know?
Agnostic, maybe.
Okay. So what do you think about the Hindu gods? Are they true or false?
The truth in what sense? Like can you elaborate a little?
From your agnostic sense?
from an agnostic sense. From an agnostic sense, it would be all about.
You know, the fact that you have taken so long to answer this question as an agnostic implies that you do believe that these are gods. You just don't want to admit you're a Hindu.
No,
Come on,
they
man.
are
There's
gods,
nothing to be
but
scared
not
of.
the ultimate god. So like
Just
those
say
are
you're
like
a Hindu
higher,
and stop playing
higher
games.
entity gods, you know.
No need to hide behind the agnostic label, atheist label. You're a Hindu, say it with pride.
What background you come? What background you come from? What are your
Don't ask me
parents?
for definitions. You understand the term Hindu very well. Don't ask me for definitions.
Yeah, so it's the people living in the in that area.
No,
of the
no, no,
land,
no, no, no.
right?
You
It's
worship
not
Hindu
about
gods or
any.
not?
It's not connected
Okay,
to any religion.
let me
There
ask you
is
this.
no like. There's no
Calm down.
structured format
Calm down,
like
Ishu.
Islam.
Calm
you know?
down. Calm down.
Yeah,
Calm down.
yeah.
Okay, so is Krishna a false god or a true god?
Okay, a false god and a true god in what context?
From your
Like,
context, from your perspective, as an agnostic.
okay, from the stories that I have, you know, like gone through when I was kid and when I was a kid and all of that, I would say he was an idealistic person. Okay,
That wasn't my question.
But
Is he a false god or a true god?
he wouldn't be considered God. More like his consciousness, whatever his consciousness was there in for his whole
So
life.
according to you,
that
Krishna
would
is
be
not.
considered God.
According to you,
Like
Krishna is
whatever
not
he
God
would
at
have
all.
went through and how he
Okay.
like gave
So,
that test.
so based on
But
your understanding of Krishna, he's not a god at all.
his consciousness has some more to do with it.
I'm not asking about consciousness. I'm asking about
Yeah,
Krishna.
okay.
Krishna as a
Yeah.
person, as an entity, or whatever you want to define him.
No,
You know,
the thing is like
wait,
different
listen
God
to
is
the question
different thing,
first.
right?
I know,
Yeah.
you know, an agnostic person would never actually defend Krishna like the way you're doing. Just say you're a
I'm not
Hindu.
defending.
You
I'm not
are,
defending.
indeed,
I'm
you are.
saying there
Okay.
is like, with
Okay, then
time
why
the
don't you
law
answer the
changes.
question?
Okay.
Is Krishna God at all?
Okay. Yeah, he might be.
Okay, then you're not agnostic.
No, like that's what I'm saying. You don't
That's what I'm
understand my
saying. But
definition of
you're
God.
just
And
somehow
you're
embarrassed to
asking
say
for
you're a
God.
Hindu for some reason.
There is an upper level of
Why are
God.
you so insecure to say you're a Hindu?
There
Just say
is
it.
caste within Hindu gods. Okay.
Dude,
Let's
why
try a
are you
different
so
approach.
insecure to say you're a
Why don't
Hindu?
we try a different
Just
approach?
say it.
Okay, so let's try this
Yeah.
different. Let's try this different approach. Okay, sorry, did you ask me if it was Krishna? Is Krishna a god in any sense?
A god in any sense, like from the words, all the words that he talked about, you know, from like the stories where like there was this one story where like
Bro,
when
just
he was a
answer the
kid.
question. It's a simple yes or no. I get position.
Brother Morris, my apologies, Akhi. Ask him even a more basic question. Do they exist?
Fair.
In our imagination, they do.
In
In
your
our
belief,
imagination, they do.
Okay, at least we have found out you're not agnostic if you consider Krishna to be God. So let's move on now. That's fine. That's fine. No problem. We have already, you know, you are. So let's move on.
Yeah.
What do you think about this this festival, Maha Shivratri? Do you celebrate it?
Yeah, I did. I sat down, I meditated for some time. Like usually what they say is like you have to stay till, like you have to be awake till the whole night and you know just stay there, do nothing. So that's what
Do
I did.
nothing?
You know, I felt
You do
some
nothing?
you do nothing in the sense like you just
So
meditate,
you
concentrate on
stayed up all night doing nothing. What an agnostic are you?
Yeah, but doing nothing is also something,
You know,
you know.
at least you could have watched some
There is
reels,
a
you know, watch
meditation.
some
There
DawahWise
is
reels.
literally there's literally a meditation called do nothing meditation in Buddhism. So yeah,
that is
I
not
follow some of,
do
I
nothing.
would, yeah,
That
I
is
would
still
follow some of the
meditation.
rules of, yeah.
That is
Do you
still
not do
meditation.
meditation?
Don't do
No,
nothing.
you tell me this. Do you not do
Okay,
meditation?
okay. So
Do you
anyway,
see it as a bad thing?
so do you fast as well on the Navratri?
Yeah. Like fasting automatically comes.
You're
to
a
me. Like,
Hindu man.
I would eat like one time a day, I guess, 1 or 2 times.
Why are you
Like,
so
very less.
insecure? I don't understand. All right, so you are a proper bhakt man of Shiva. If you fast for him all day, then you're definitely a bhakt of Shiva.
Yeah, like
So
a
anyway,
servant of God.
no,
Yeah, you would say.
no
Yeah,
problem. Look,
let's say that.
I would be happy
Yeah.
if you would have just said it from the beginning instead of hiding behind labels like agnostic. I would have had more respect for you, honestly.
Okay, but like I like their concepts. Okay, it's a very easy way of like explaining concepts of God. Like all these.
What do you think about the concept of Islam?
It's really good. It's really concise. It's like formal, but that itself becomes a problem because it's like so structured. So
That is a
it's
good
like
thing.
the people.
If a
who
system
don't
is
follow the
if a
structure
system is
become like
structured,
people who are bad.
that is a good thing.
No,
Any system that is structured.
It's debatable. It's debatable. The
No, it's not.
structure
If a
itself
system is
creates a
structured,
problem
listen, calm
within
down.
itself.
Issue, you
Yeah.
need to have a conversation, not a monologue. Okay.
Oh,
So
okay,
if
okay.
any system is organized and structured, that means it's been well planned. Do you understand?
It's
If
planned,
something
that's
is
the
not
thing.
structured and
God,
well
you
planned,
can't find
then it will have
planning.
chaos in it, and it'll be
It would have
problematic.
chaos. Bro, life is that way. It has chaos.
I don't know about your life. My life,
If you
alhamdulillah,
talk
is
about
certainly
God,
not a chaos.
if you talk about
Speak
God,
for
you have to
yourself.
talk about the whole of human experience itself. From
No. Is your life a chaos
the
issue?
to an old age. If you can describe God through all these ages, you might be able to find God, right?
For an agnostic guy, you know a lot about God. You're getting exposed at every sentence of yours.
What exactly are you agnostic about? That's what I want to know.
No, when you
need
ask
to
me
come
this
out, man.
question,
Come out of that closet.
The thing is, when you ask me the question about what are you, I didn't know what to say. I was like, oh, if I say anything, it would fall under that label, right? And then it would be like you defending that label instead of talking about it openly.
So when I asked you, are you a Hindu, you didn't know what to say. Seriously. Issue, when I asked you, are you a Hindu?
Like Hindu atheist, like that.
No, wait. When I asked you if you were Hindu, you had no idea what to say.
Yeah, because it's a very.
Why was it such a difficult question?
Why was it such a difficult defending, question? It's like you have to defend all kinds of shit, all the new lore, all the new
in
stories.
order to avoid defending your religion, you just say you're agnostic. At least you're honest, Unlike the other people who come and say they're agnostic or atheist. At least we exposed you nicely, no problem. So let's move on. What do you think about this Shiva linga?
Yeah, it might be a dick. They have glorified the dick, like very nicely. They have, like.
Do you think it's a good thing? Do you think it's a good thing to represent your God as a dick?
Yeah, it's a good thing because, like, think about it in a way that, like, you are glorifying the core parts of where we came from, right? So, like,
no, we're talking about a God here. We're not talking about humans.
Huh?
Try to understand. We are talking about your God, not about humans. Yeah. Why would you want to represent your God as a penis?
We're talking about gods made from humans. So we are talking about humans only.
So you think Shiva is a human?
But we are not. Shiva. Sorry, can you repeat?
Is Shiva human for you? I thought you said he was Ishwar.
The first image that comes up in my head when you talk about Shiva is like a guy meditating. That's he.
Yeah, but you
seen that way, okay? So
you said
you can see let me just talk a little bit here. So you see the images of like the way gods are from the statues, right? So Shiva would usually be seen sitting, in a peaceful way. Same way Kali, which we have in Kolkata, is seen in a very fierce way. So it's the lore around that area itself. It's like the gods who, like the smaller gods, you would say, because if you have to unify them, it's a very hard thing to unify them. That's why like monotheism is there.
Let me remind you what you said earlier. Issue. Let me remind you if you forgot or if your memory is like a goldfish, let me remind you again. You said Shiva was Ishwar.
Ishwar. Oh, you're trying to connect with my name itself, right? Okay.
No, I think you admitted he was Ishwar earlier when I asked you what is Shiva.
Shiva, like it would be Brahman. Yeah.
So who is Shiva for you then? Who is Shiva for you?
Shiva. Okay, you see that this is where the problem is. When you say Shiva and Brahman, it's like Brahman would be the higher, the first one, okay, the first layer. And then it's divided into three, like the Trinity, So that's what the idea is. So it has to be like the first one would be the upper layer would be the God itself.
Yeah, I
like
know there's a
Allah.
hierarchy. I do understand the hierarchy. The question still remains. What do you see? What do you say Shiva as? No, but you need to answer the question. You're making jalebis once again.
What I'm saying
Answer
is
the
the
question.
three that are
According to you,
divided,
wait a
that are
minute.
divided are still equally comparable to the first one, the top God.
Okay, so what are they then? What are these three?
The Trinity, the
What are
creator who is Brahma.
what do you
Let me.
Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva are what? Are they Bhagwan?
Yeah, wait. So the creator is Brahma, okay, the creator entity. So his whole thing.
No, I didn't ask the
process
role. I did not listen to me. I'm asking for the identity, not the role. Do you see them as Bhagwan or you don't?
Yeah, I see them as Bhagwan in some context. Like for me, Brahman is the ultimate Bhagwan. Yeah.
Yeah, but Brahman is, like you said, Ishwar, which is very different.
Brahman is not Ishwar. You are equaling everything. You shouldn't equal. Sometimes you should, sometimes you should not. You know, it's like
Okay, so who is, according to you, who is
logical.
Ishwar in the Hindu pantheon?
Brahman. I'm a,
That's
like
what
a
I said.
non-dualist.
You said no, not to
Yeah.
say that.
Huh?
That's what I just said.
Not to say what?
I said Brahman is Ishwar. I said that already.
Yeah, Brahman is Ishwara. Yeah.
Okay, so you see
the
Brahman
top
as
one is
Ishwar.
Ishwara.
That's
Yeah.
fine, no problem. So you got the highest hierarchy, that is Ishwar.
Yeah.
In the next hierarchy,
The three would be the top gods: Shiva, Vishnu, and Brahma. Brahma
good.
is
So
another god. It's not
they are top
Brahman.
god, yeah?
Yeah. Brahman would be
Under
the three. like
Ishwar, but higher than
Yeah.
everybody else. Okay, so
higher
if
than
you see,
everybody else. Like what's that?
no, I said under Ishwar, but higher than everybody else.
Okay. Yeah.
Is that
Go ahead.
good? Okay.
Yeah,
If you
it's
see
okay.
them as top god, do you see Shiva as a top god?
Yeah, Shiva is the top god. Maha
Okay.
Shiva, yeah, Maha. Just add a Maha and it becomes a top god.
Now this is a question which you need to answer.
Yeah.
Why do you worship your top god as a penis?
Top, because it's a masculine. It's the both of them. It's the duality of Shiva and Shakti. Shakti is the energy which forms from the penis itself. Then only
Where
the
does
Big Bang happens and the
Shakti
baby is
fit
formed.
in the hierarchy? Where does it fit? Is it the same level as a trimurti?
Issue when God has no form. So issue when God has
when
no
you're
form.
laughing at something,
Issue,
I don't understand if you're laughing. Yeah. Sorry.
I just have a question. When God in true sense has no form, then how
Sorry,
come
again?
Shiva has a form of a private part and you're worshipping that form? What are you trying to worship? Because
Bro,
God has no form.
First of all, I don't think see, that's where I'm confused at. Like there would be different kinds of stories. Some would see the thing as a dick, some would say it's otherwise, right? So there's no
What do you
concrete
see
evidence
as?
of this.
What do you see it
Now,
as?
but you can
What
see
do
it in
you see
everything.
it as?
You can see it as there being a circle and a dick, okay? And then it creates babies.
So you wait. You have no issues calling your top dog as a dick. Astaghfirullah.
Top dog.
Sorry, top god.
Top.
Can we just pause for a second?
You have no issues calling your top god as a dick.
Issue. First off, your name is very. Hold on, bud. First off,
it's not about issues. It's not about. See,
hold on. Pause for just a moment. First off, I gotta just pause you for a sec. Number one, your name is very fitting for this situation.
Yeah, I know the
serious
meaning
issue
of
right
that.
now. Okay, number two, in regards to what you're telling me, you are an agnostic guy who finds.
No. I think he's admitted he's not anymore. He's a Hindu.
No, what I'm saying is I'm open with conversation.
You found this path. Hold on, stop talking for a sec, man. You love hearing your own voice. You found this path to be the least confusing and the most sensible way. This is the path that you found?
Bro, I was born into it. Okay, so
hold on, but bro, okay. So if you're surrounded by stupidity, you at one point in time in your life, you're gonna have to make a choice.
Yeah, you would have to be like, you would have to figure out who the stupid person is, right?
Yeah, right now it's you. Yeah. With all due respect, man.
Because you guys are 4 and I am 1, so I am the stupid
No,
guy.
it has nothing to do with. It has nothing to do with that. It's because you're infatuated with a male private
tell me
part.
something which I said was stupid. Tell me that.
Your top god is a dick.
Yeah,
that was pretty
there's
stupid.
that's one. How's that? How
My
the
top,
fact that you can
my
so
top god is
freely.
Brahman. Were you even listening?
No. That is the ultimate
Wow.
god. But you
What
said
is that?
Shiva was your top dog. Sorry, top
Well,
god,
our
along
ways
with
of representing
Brahma and Vishnu.
They are ways of representing something. If you
Yeah, but it's
don't
still
see
your top
sex
god.
as holy, if you don't see sex as a holy thing, then I don't know what you see.
Why does your god need to have sex?
Well, the reason you are here is from sex, okay? So
I know,
stop,
but we are human.
forgetting about
We are
sex
expected to.
all
We
the
are
time.
expected to procreate. We are human.
Yeah.
But your gods, why do they need sex?
You know who thinks about sex the most?
You just said
Monkeys.
it. You just said it.
Monkeys.
You have it plastered on your temples. Why are you asking us who thinks about it the most? It is plastered on your walls.
You know, I don't know where you live, brother, but in most cultures and languages, for instance, in English, when someone acts rude or mean, we use this term for a person like that. And you have no problem worshiping a deity. And
I'm not pointing it to you guys. I'm pointing it to the basic nature of things.
It's worse. It's worse. It's worse. You're actually referring to your deity, the one that deserves worship, the one that created everything. All of the existence. You're referring to him by that title.
He's saying, guys, he's saying he's a Hindu. He has no problem calling or worshiping his god as a dick.
I am not a Hindu in the sense.
Of course, you're a Hindu.
You're definitely a Hindu, man. An agnostic would not talk in the manner that you're talking. An agnostic would be like.
Anyway, issue. I think you should come to terms with your denial, your denial or insecurities of the charts, along with your worship of your top god as a dick.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Issue. I just
Trust me, brother.
You want to say something to his side? He's probably listening.
He's probably listening.
No. So issue. See, when you say you might not be a practicing Hindu because when you actually think it from true logic, none of that makes sense. So obviously, as a human being, your natural inclination will be to deny it. But if you want to, you will still force yourself because your forefathers have been doing it. So it's just that you have that attachment and you have that in your heart because you come from that culture and your forefathers have been doing it. And if you are a true agnostic or if you don't truly believe in Hinduism, it's because of how that religion is being followed. So come to the truth, understand, investigate, and be reasonable and be logical. That's my message.
I really wanted to ask him about the concept of God in Islam, like what he has a problem with. I really wanted to know that.
I don't think he studied Islam. Let's ask him if he's issue. Have you studied Islam?
Yeah, I have.
You have?
I read the start of the Quran, the chapters and all. But then when it came to like cow and like cut the cow and all of the things like that, I was like, bro.
So wait. You don't have a problem with calling your god a dick, but you have a problem with eating beef. Seriously?
I see Islam in a different way.
No offense, man. With all due respect, like you're just a buffoon.
I see it as very radical, you know.
I swear. May God help you, bro. Like no joke. This is the weirdest conversation I've ever had with any human being, man.
I don't know if he's a troll or he's serious, but it seems like he's confused.
He sounds like he's inebriated. Like there's no way somebody would be saying these things.
No, I just have one thing to say, Hashim. I mean, I'm not sure if you're aware or not. Regarding this Shivling, there are so many controversial things going on currently in India. Because, in our masjid, there have been, I can name at least 5 masjids who have been now shut down. This is happening right now.
Yes,
where in the masjid, you have fountain, right? And fountain are usually the shape of that fountain is slightly similar to a sibling. So what they are doing now is that wherever there is a mosque, where there is a resemblance of a shivling, they said this was a temple. You Muslim build the mosque on the top of the temple, and suddenly, because the courts and everything, judiciary is in the favor, they are stopping Muslims from praying in this mosque. They're shutting down this mosque, and this is total utter stupidity. That a fountain can be characterized as a shivling.
Yeah. I think they need to realize that their gods are not under mosques. They should find their gods from the books which they have a problem reading, I think. So learn Sanskrit instead of digging under mosques. That'll be much more beneficial for you guys. All right, let's see this guy. Mr. Thambi. Hello? You there? No, we can't hear you. Okay, you need to fix your microphone because we can't hear you.
How exactly would you pronounce that name? I really want to know.
Siman Thambi. I know what you're thinking. It's not that. I think you heard a lot about Shiva's
We
thinking
are
today.
talking about the shivlings.
Okay, I don't know if this guy is a Hindu, but let's
can't
see.
hear you.
Hello.
Hi there. Asunta, where are you calling from?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Where are you calling from?
I'm from India.
Okay. Are you a Hindu?
Yes, I am. I was born in a Hindu family. Again, I don't want to kind of put it away. Yeah, I was believing Hindu. I'm kind of moving towards atheism now, but yeah, I was born in a Hindu family. I was just scrolling YouTube and I found this video. So my apologies. I just started watching a few minutes back. So
Okay.
yeah.
So what is the reason you're moving towards Hinduism?
I said I'm kind of
Sorry,
moving towards
atheism. Atheism, not Hinduism. Is there a reason you lost trust in Hinduism?
I'd say I wasn't really a big believer at any point of time. I kind of believe it's been used as a tool more than anything. Every
So
religion, not just Hinduism.
why atheism? Why not another form of religion like which preaches monotheism, for example? Why atheism is your next choice?
I think monotheism or polytheism doesn't really make any sense.
From your just to know the background where you come from. From
Yeah.
your name, I can guess you come from southern India, right? Somewhere from Tamil Nadu
Yes.
or from. Okay.
Yes.
So what your parents believe?
They believe
So
in
what
Hinduism.
form
Yeah. They believe in Hinduism.
Hinduism, but who is the supreme god for them? Because in Tamil they have Dravidianism, they have Vaishnavism, and as we say, so just want to understand what.
Yeah, go ahead.
And
So
they have
Dravidianism-
Arya Samaj as well.
Yeah, Dravidianism is more of a political ideology, I would say, rather than a belief in God. But if you're asking about my parents, they worship, I'd say, all gods. There's not a specific thing that like they worship, like whether I know if you're asking me whether they believe in more in Shiva or Vishnu, they worship both. But that's up to them. And yeah, I just want to ask if I just saw the title like Hidden Truth Maha Shivratri. So like I was just wondering if like you guys were like discussing about any problems associated with the celebrations or like
No.
like
No, but is we I think this we just want to know the significance of Maha Shivratri and what does it bring? What are you actually celebrating? I think that's what asking this question.
So as far as I know, it celebrates the union of like Shiva and Parvati, their marriage. That's what I believe. That's what I know. Just the basic idea of it. So yeah.
Shiva and
So do you not?
Parvati marriage.
Sorry, do you not see any problem with Shiva being worshipped as God?
Not really. I don't see why there would be a problem.
Okay, what is your understanding of God?
So like I said, I'm kind of moving towards atheism. So what I mean, I don't really have an answer for that, I guess. But I believe
I
that
think a better question for him would be so what do you think of the existence of God? Do you believe in God in general? Not specifically associated with any particular religion, but the concept of God. Is it rational? Is it logical to you?
I'm kind of moving towards no to that answer. It was yes, maybe a few years back, but I'm kind of moving towards no to that answer with every year. That's what I feel.
Yeah, but you had no problem answering in the affirmative when I asked you about Shiva. That is he God? Are you okay with that? You said, I see nothing wrong. So you must have some idea of what God is, and that's what we are trying to understand. What is your understanding of the term God?
I believe
never mind your belief in one or not. It's just to
Yeah.
get an idea of how you would define it. So like if you would define it as one, or you would define it as many, or you would define it as powerful, or you would define it as not powerful. You understand what we're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I've not really thought of it that way. I have considered Shiva as God. I've considered Vishnu as God. I've considered Ganapati as God. Like I've considered a lot of people
So
as God.
when you considered all these Hindu gods as gods, okay, the term God in all of these statements you just made, what does it mean to you?
It just means like I would say someone who's like done good, like who's kind of been an example. But like I said, these were the questions that kind of pulled me towards atheism.
Okay, but hang on, bud. So which is fine. I think here's what's happening here. You're making a decision without actually setting a foundation for yourself. So of course, with no foundation, you're just going to fall down the scaffolding. You understand what I'm saying? So if you yourself don't have a criteria as to what you would look for, then the default position is I don't know. The default position can't be atheism. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
just from your worldview.
Yeah,
okay,
but so my explanation for that would be like it's not an I don't know. I don't think anybody knows. So
but don't worry about anybody right now. I think here's what's happening. You're missing our question, because I think you're a little nervous, or you just haven't thought things through, which is fine to not think through, and it's fine to be a little bit nervous. We're gonna just encourage you to think through these things as a thought exercise. Okay. So why don't you and I just kind of bounce some ideas off of each other real quick? Is that cool?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. If there was a God, would you believe that he's all powerful, or do you believe that he shares his power with somebody else?
It could be both. He can be powerful and he can share his power with others. I don't believe that it has to be a single person.
Okay, no problem. So now I'm going to ask a follow-up question. Would you believe that it's more rational to believe in one all-powerful being, or would you believe it's rational to have multiple powerful beings?
I think both are rational, but yeah, multiple powerful beings or one, both of them are okay with me. If I am believing, yeah.
Okay, so explain to me, how is it rational to have both? How is it rational to have more than one? So let me give you an irrational statement, right? Or why I believe it's irrational. I believe it would be irrational because you would have a power struggle. If one of the deities wanted something one way and the other deity wanted something another way, you would have a power struggle now, and one of them has to become supreme in order for something to take place. Otherwise, nothing would take place. So let's put that into applicable terms. If one deity wanted to create existence and another deity did not want to create existence, you and I would not be here because everything would be frozen in time, so to speak. But since we are here, you would now have a motion set forth by one of those deities, and by default now one of them would have to be more powerful than the other because the motion was set forth, meaning the one that wanted to come into existence was more powerful than the one that did not want it to come to existence. Does that make sense to you?
Yep, but my question would be
Never mind the why. Never mind the why. You still have to come back to my original question. So I gave you a rational proof as to why there can only be one. Now I want to hear your rational proof as to why there can be many.
My rational statement would be that, like you said, if one wants to form the existence and other wants to go against it, I don't really believe that the other has to go against. But if there is a problem like that occurring, then yeah, the god per se who would be more powerful would be the only one. Yeah, that I do agree with that.
So do you see how you eliminated that through just thinking things through just a little bit? You came
but
to
that's
the same.
That's a possibility, right?
No, I understand, but I'm saying that so here's what the assumption is. The assumption is that you're now saying that both deities will always be in agreement with one another, right? So you're saying there could be a situation where they never disagree with one another, right?
for our discussion, yes, but my initial point was that, yeah, okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. So now I'm going to tell you why this is also problematic for you, because you run into an issue of redundancy. If there is one all-powerful being that does not need another all-powerful being to constantly agree, because now you have a redundancy. You have something that serves no purpose other than just to say yes, boss, yes, boss, yes, boss. Do you understand?
Well, I understand, but I think you're probably putting it in much simpler terms. So let's say there are two powerful. Okay, let's say there are two powerful beings.
Okay.
So it doesn't mean that one person should always keep winning.
Okay.
Talking on rational terms, one person could win one time, the other person could win the other time, just to provide some substance here.
Okay.
So they have to compromise with each other.
Yeah, you're going to run into issues of compromise, exactly. And you're also going to run into issues of knowledge. You're going to run into issues of conflicting will, right? Because if somebody has to yield to somebody else, then that means that somebody or something else is subordinate to whatever it's yielding to. It doesn't matter if it yields one time or an infinite amount of times. As soon as it yields once, it is now subordinate. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
So you can't have this power struggle where this all of a sudden, oh, I'm stronger than you now, or I'm stronger than you now, or I'm stronger than you now. It doesn't. This breaks all fabric of rationale when it comes to the understanding of what a god is, right? Because a god would not need permission, right?
See, but when we are talking about when we are talking about a rational manner, I guess that was my initial point. If you're talking about a rational manner, that's why I was moving towards atheism, because
okay, well, your position is not rational then. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You have chosen atheism through irrational means. So, for example, you did not even have a criteria for what you would look for in a deity, and because you didn't have that criteria, you just selected one doesn't exist then. But that doesn't logically follow. It doesn't. The whole step-by-step process that you took is you went from 1 to 1,765 and said this is the right spot, and you feel good because it's the right spot.
No, I guess my rationale came from a point where there's no way to prove the existence of any god from any religion. So that was my point of rationale, where it makes much more sense to believe in, let's say, not believe in 1,000 gods than believing in 999 gods. So there's not a lot of difference when you look at it. Because with Hindus, go ahead. Yeah.
Let me just correct you really quickly. Would it be more accurate and more precise to say there's no way that you know of to prove the existence of God? But to say a bold statement such as there's absolutely no way to prove the existence of God, this is a claim, and now I'm going to have you back that up. So it would be more precise and more accurate for you to say there's no way that I know of on how to prove the existence of God. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that, but also on your second statement, I believe that the statement that you say that if anyone backs up the evidence or proof that there is a god of any religion, that would just be kind of shifting the perspective to their religion without any proper evidence or proof. That's what I believe.
Okay, no problem. Let's say that we took religion out of it completely, and both of us were just actually looking for something, truthfully trying to seek things. Is there a way that we can objectively look? Forget religion aside. We're not saying, see, look, here's the thing. You're going through this process right now, which, many of us have gone through, where we had to set our egos aside and we had to set our subjectivity aside. And if I'm understanding you correctly, you're saying you can't give me anything objective to look at. You would just give me things that are subjective, such as your religion. And now I'm trying to tell you that Islam is both an objective and a subjective religion. So let's take Islam out of the picture. And the question is there a way that you and I can objectively come to the conclusion of the existence of God? So, for example, I believe that the existence of God is self-evident, right? It is objectively self-evident. anything that has a dependency, anything that has a that is considered a creation would need a creator. This is just logically following.
So I've heard this logic before. So I was believing this, except when I reached the point that when you say that everything should have a creator, every creation should have a creator, and in this place the creator would be God. The logical question would be there should be a creator for this so-called creator as well. So
No.
it kind of just goes to an endless loop.
No, that's not the case, because by definition, God is uncreated. So you cannot have something that is by definition, God is independent. By definition, God is self-sustaining.
Yes.
So you can't have him be created, because then that would mean by definition, he is dependent and he is not self-sustaining.
Yeah.
Pay attention to what the brother said. It's a very important point. Did you notice what the brother said? Or in other words, we don't say everything has a creator. We say everything created has a creator.
Correct.
Did you understand it?
Yeah. That's a religious. I'll say that's a religious angle. So when
I'm not bringing religion into it at all, dude. Look, I didn't even say God. You did. I never even said it has to be God.
No, I've heard this before, where like the creation argument. I've heard this before, but what makes sense to me is that, like I think Fawad said right now, the fact of like the creator creating, that argument, what makes sense to me is that, so again, I'm not bringing religion, I'm just saying what religious people have said is that if there is a creation, there should be a creator. So what I made sense out of that is that everything is created, but the creator is independent. So that does not make sense to me. That's what I was trying to say.
Okay, so let's pause here for a second. And I want to know, why would it not make sense for you for the creator himself to be uncreated?
No, because if we are going based on the logic that everything is created by a creator, then the creator should automatically have a creator as well.
No, the creator is the creator. You have to have a point of origin of where it started from. Where did creation start from? It started with the creator. So therefore, the creator himself can and must be uncreated, because if it did not start with him, then he would also have a creator.
Yeah, but the problem is whether that specific creator is a god or whether it's an
We haven't determined that yet. We haven't determined. We have to just get to the principles first. That's why I said we're not going to bring religion into it. We're just going to label him as a creator. So now, what are our options? It could be an alien. It could be a robot. It could be like AI. We could be like a video. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So now you agree that there is some type of a creator, but we don't know what that creator is.
Okay, but again, I'm not agreeing that it's a person or anything. It could be an event or anything. Just anything.
I totally understand, bro. I'm giving you all the it's not a trap. I'm not trying to trap you. I'm literally taking you through my own journey of getting out of atheism. I'm literally telling you what I did. These are the questions that I started asking myself. So I'm not trying to pigeonhole you in any way, shape, or form. I'm being as completely transparent as possible. So step by step, right? You believe so far that there is some type of a creator. We don't know who or what it is, but now you believe that there is some type of a creator based on the rational proofs and the rational evidences that we've discussed so far here today. Yes?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So now you have completely left atheism and you have now entered agnosticism.
Not really.
Okay? What do you mean not really? If you believe that there is a creator, but you don't know who it is, then you are no longer an atheist. And atheists deny the existence of a creator.
Yeah. So again, I'm sorry to interrupt, but again, like what I clearly meant to say is that the creator could also be an event. So I'm not looking at it as a creator. So if you look at the scientific way, there's the Big Bang theory. So believing in the Big Bang theory does not mean that a person becomes an agnostic. He's still an atheist. That was my point.
Okay, so step by step, right? That's first off, that's not true. Second off, if you're going to try to involve science, I can grill you a little bit right now by saying, what is the scientific method? Give me the definition of the scientific method. But I'm going to be a very kind person and not do that to you. I'm just going to tell you straight up that if you choose the empirical method, then what you're going to do is you're going to be able to study the observable world around you. Okay? You're not going to be able to study the metaphysical world. That would be akin to me giving you a ruler and saying, tell me how much you weigh. You would be using the wrong tool for the job. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now if you want to look at it from an empirical standpoint, we can definitely start there, but then you're going to come to a point where you're not going to be able to study the metaphysical with the physical. So like, for example, when I say that it's self-evident, we can empirically look at, and let's say, for example, you brought up the Big Bang, okay?
Mm.
So empirically, we know that something had a beginning, right?
Yeah.
No, wait. Let's see if he understands what the Big Bang is.
It's been like a bash session today. This is why Hashim shaded his icon, right? Okay, so here's the deal. So if something had are you sticking with the Big Bang? So because I don't want to straw man you, I want to be respectful of where you're at. So do you want to stick with the Big Bang?
I mean, that's the like idea that we have right now for the existence.
No, what do you? Who's we?
Again,
Do you have a mouse in your pocket? Like, who's we? Just tell me. Say this is where I'm at.
That's what I believe.
Okay, cool. So now you had a point of origin, yes?
Yeah.
Was there anything in existence before the Big Bang?
No.
Okay. Can something come from nothing?
That is what the Big Bang theory is.
No, it's not. See, this is the thing: is you've chosen something, but you don't understand.
That's the reason I asked if he understands the Big Bang. He does not.
But I had to take him the kind way. So, like, you're electing to believe something, and you have faith in something which you have no knowledge about whatsoever, and you're sticking to it, and you're just wrapping fancy terms around it, such as science, empiricism, natural observation, blah 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 blah, and you're like, oh, this feels really good, and we're trying to tell you, don't do that.
No, so again, I'm sorry to interrupt, but what I'm saying, so again, I'm not a scientist, or like I'm not someone who's like, again, studied it like completely, but based on what I studied, it like the Big Bang theory, it suggests that like the universe began with that specific event, with like a huge force causing the burst of energy in a tiny point.
Okay. So tell me this
basically
then: how does the Big Bang theory deny the existence of a creator? Let's keep it super surface level, right? So you're saying it started with the Big Bang theory, and remember, I'm using the term creator. I'm not using God, so I'm sticking to the same principalities that you and I had established. So explain to me how the Big Bang denies the existence of a creator.
I never said the Big Bang denies the existence of a creator. I'm just saying there's no evidence for the existence of any creator.
Okay, so now you're saying that you're sticking to atheism because you believe in the Big Bang. And I'm trying to tell you, I'm trying to tell you that atheists assert that a creator does not exist. So if you want to be an atheist Big Bang theory believing guy, then that means that you're asserting that God doesn't exist because of the Big Bang.
No, so again, I'd like to make a correction that I don't think atheism has the rule that you should follow a certain way. I believe that there are atheists who still feel that they don't know the answers to a lot of questions.
Those are not atheists, those are agnostics. So if somebody makes a positive claim, such as God does not exist, that is a positive claim, and that person is sticking to the line of atheism. If somebody says, I don't have enough information to make a decision, and if that's who you are, then that means you are an agnostic.
I said I was moving towards atheism, but yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you point blank: are you still on the path of atheism now, knowing that you know what agnosticism is, or are you an agnostic?
So agnostic basically means I'm not sure about the existence of God or not, right? If
It means you don't have sufficient information to make a determination.
I'd say I'm a weak atheist.
You are an agnostic.
Okay, you're an agnostic, bro. Just
Okay,
be
I'm an
honest with
agnostic.
yourself.
Okay, I'm an agnostic.
You can't
I
pave the
probably-
way for look, any conversation, if it's not rooted in truth, everything is blah 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 blah. I can just now start saying blah 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 because everything is meaningless, dude. So if you're gonna really be truthful, like to thy own self be true, talk to from where you're at, man. We're trying to help you out. So
yeah, I guess I probably misplaced the words agnostic and
Yeah,
atheist.
I think it was the meaning you probably didn't understand the
Okay,
difference between atheist
no
and
problem.
agnostic.
Brother
Yeah,
Fawad, would you like to come in here at this
No,
time?
look, I would just say simply, right? Because he keeps saying, I think he repeated several times, evidence, evidence, evidence. What type of evidence do you require? And let's see if you were paying attention to what the brother was saying.
So I'll give you an example based on like what I've seen and heard.
No. Just point blank. What type of evidence do you need for God?
I'm talking about the evidence.
Yes.
So all religions, of course, Hinduism, Christianity, and Islam, they have a like certain
forget the religions, brother. Forget the religions. See, you keep bringing all this baggage in. Point blank, tell me. Look,
you're the least religious person here, and you're talking about religion.
I am not talking to you from the perspective of Islam, from the perspective of Hinduism, Judaism, Christianity, none of that. Okay? Just, it's a concept of a creator. Okay? Tell me, because you asked for evidence several times. I really want to know what type of evidence do you require?
Okay. So, okay, I'll give you an example. So there is evidence about the theory of evolution that we have about how humans are being formed, how humans.
Don't do this to yourself, bro. Don't do this to yourself.
How does
Actually, let me rephrase the question Fawad is asking you. So you think everything should be based on empirical evidence, is that right? Asanta, do you know what empirical evidence means? Observation, you need to have proof to see something tangible. That's the kind of evidence you require. Is that right?
For most things, yeah.
Okay. So and this is the sorry. Go ahead, Hashim. Hashim, go ahead.
No. I was just going to rephrase the question you asked. So what Fawad is asking you is that what evidence will convince you that there is a creator who brought this universe into existence? Because you clearly said you believe in the Big Bang. You also affirm that the universe had a beginning. Okay, and we as Muslims, we say that if anything has a beginning, then it must have a cause. So the question is, what caused all of this existence to come into being? Or rather, what evidence would convince you that there is a God, or there is a creator, or there is a cause that brought this universe into existence? Because it must have a cause. You cannot say it just came from nothing. Science never says that.
So as far as I know, like the creation of the universe, that topic is something that's like still being looked into and like it's still being researched. But to answer your question, if the answer to that, like the creation of the universe, like gets like an evidence or like whatever you said about a certain creator, again a creator as in like an event or whatever it is, then I guess that would kind of be the point. But I don't believe we've reached there yet.
No, but you haven't answered the question I asked you. I asked you what will convince you that there is a cause or there is a creator. What will convince you? What kind of evidence will convince you of that?
What kind of evidence will convince me if there is a creator? That's what you're asking, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, if there is a, I don't know how to like properly.
You know why you cannot answer this question?
Yeah.
The reason is because you have no idea what you're looking for.
Exactly.
If I tell you, or if you tell me that you have lost your keys, and I ask you what does it look like,
No,
and
I'm
you
sorry
say I
to
don't
interrupt.
know,
I
it means
said
you
I
don't know what
know.
you're looking for. You just know that it's called keys.
No, the answer is I don't know, and I believe that's a much better
That's
answer.
not an answer. That's an appeal to ignorance. It's not an answer.
Sorry, wait. So sorry to interrupt. So my answer is I don't know. I'm still looking. So, but the alternate answers that
So
I
I
have
think that's an
are-
answer. Do you really think that's
I
an
don't know
answer?
the answers. I don't know.
But Assunta, you yourself
not an
actually
answer.
demanded evidence. You yourself demanded evidence several times when Brother Morris was speaking to you. And you kept saying evidence, evidence, evidence. Now when we're asking you what type of evidence do you require, now you're saying, I don't know. I require evidence, but I don't know what that evidence is.
That's not
Because
what I
we can
said.
give you tens of evidences, but if you don't know what you're looking for, all of those answers will not matter to you because you have no idea what you're looking for even.
So okay, so I'll try to be clear here. So the only answers that we have right now about the creation of the universe, either they are religious answers, we have the Big Bang theory and we have some other theory, but there is no
Religious
definitive.
answer? Since when is Big Bang Theory religious answer?
No. I said there are religious theories for the creation of the universe, and then there is the Big Bang theory. I didn't say the Big Bang is religious.
Okay.
So there are a few schools of thought, but I believe the proper answer is we don't have the right answer yet. We don't have the right
How would
answer.
you know it's the right answer? You have no idea what you're looking for.
Yes.
That's your problem.
Can I help?
The problem? Do you understand the contention in this
So I'm
scenario?
sorry.
Because you keep saying I don't know, but then we give you 10 different answers, you wouldn't know because you have no idea what you're looking for. What answer? You must have certain criteria when you're looking for something. That if I have this, this, and this, if it ticks all the boxes, then yes, that will be my answer. Do you understand? But if you have no clue what you're looking for, or you have no clue about the answers or what your criteria is, then you'll never find an answer. You'll always be a seeker.
No, but the problem is like we are not talking about something simple as finding a box or finding a dog. So it's a pretty complex subject. So I don't I don't think that it's like just because I don't know like the existence, like the point of creation of the universe, that doesn't mean that there is a like certain answer that we currently have. But because
and do you think science will ever answer this question?
Yes.
Do you think? Okay.
Some point,
And that's the issue.
No, he doesn't understand even how science works, unfortunately. So Assunta, let me ask you this. Can science ever see beyond the Big Bang?
At this point, no.
At any point, even in future. Think logically, because what does the Big Bang imply? That everything came from this minute little insignificant thing.
Particle,
yeah, not even a particle. Particles came later on. So this little point, which is smaller than a little point that you would even make on your finger, the question is, what happened before that? How will they see it? Because in order to see something, you require light. Do you know we don't see majority of the universe because there's no light in those areas. It's only where the stars or radiation is there. We can see the rest. Even with the most powerful telescope, you cannot. Because the criteria in order to see something, you require light. Do you understand?
I agree with that. But
yeah,
is there
even
an
to measure
alternate?
infrared, all of that is a form of radiation. It's some spectrum of light. So you need some spectrum of light in order for you to see anything in the universe, but to see beyond it, where we don't even know if space exists or time exists, let alone the universe.
I agree with that, but is there an alternate answer?
For you to say that maybe in the future science will find an answer, science doesn't have the tools to find something like this beyond the universe when they don't know what existed.
Because at best, science will take you to the beginning of the Big Bang, or how Big Bang started, or the fact that Big Bang is the reason why we're here today. Right? But
that's right.
But beyond that, before that, science will never explain that and never be able to do that. This is what Morris was telling you. You see, demanding a scientific evidence for things like miracles or God, it would be seen as a category error. Do you know what a category error is?
No.
Okay, he gave you an example. It would be like me saying, here's a microscope, take this and measure love with it.
Okay. You can't do
it'll be nonsensical, right? Or like the example that he gave you, if we give you a ruler and we tell you, okay, using the ruler, tell me how much do you weigh? It wouldn't make sense, right? Because you see, the concept of God, it falls under metaphysics. Okay, it does, and science, it deals with the natural physical world, everything we can observe. It has to do with empirical evidence, experiments, falsifiability methods, etc. Right? But God, you cannot use any of those tools to measure God or the fact that God actually exists.
So how do you actually measure God? That would be my
Okay,
question.
good question. And this is what we were getting at. Okay, now things like miracles or the fact that God exists or not, we can prove through deductive reasoning, right? It's reasoning, and this is what Morris was trying to do with you, reasoning, right? It falls under philosophy. You cannot ask me to prove God to you, because if God is able to be sensed with our five senses, that would cease to be God. Do you understand? So it could be, we can say through testimonials, for instance, there have been people throughout history that have claimed that they have had some sort of experiences with God or a metaphysical entity. That is the only way you will be able to find out whether or not God exists. Another way is through deductive reasoning.
So the experience part, that's I mean, unless it happens to me specifically, I don't think it holds any substance. But go ahead with deductive reasoning. I'd like to hear more about that.
Yeah. So deductive reasoning. So for instance, like with I like to say these 8 attributes of God, no matter what background you come from, no matter what religion you come from, you have to, or even philosophically, you can actually prove that God has to have these 8 attributes.
Yeah. Before
And
you
this
go, explain the KCA to him. You know, the Kalam cosmological argument, because he started with the Big Bang. Maybe that would fit in nicely here. And then explain the attributes of Allah, inshallah.
Okay, so have you heard of the Kalam cosmological argument?
I think it's
you already gave the first premise.
Infinite universes, is something related to that?
No. You gave the first premise, which was
everything that begins to exist has a cause.
Yeah.
Do
you stated that the universe has a beginning.
Mm.
Do you remember that? Okay, Fawad, you can carry on from there.
Yes. So first premise is whatever begins to exist has a cause. Do you agree with this?
Yes.
Okay. The universe began to exist, which you attested to yourself. Agreed? Science tells us the same thing. Big Bang Theory, right?
Yeah.
13.8 billion years ago, the universe came into existence. Correct? Right. Okay. Now, premise 3 is, therefore, the universe has a cause.
Okay.
And that cause we refer to as God. Simple.
That cause is referred to as God. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now, how do we identify something to be whatever they are? So, for instance, I'm a human being. How do you identify me to be a human being? It's through my attributes, right? When you look at a tree, how do you identify the tree to be a tree? It's because of its attributes, right? It's erect, it's green, it has leaves, flowers, root, etc. Correct?
Okay. Yeah.
Same thing with the chair. You look at a chair, it normally has 4 legs, etc., etc. Right? Now, how do we know this entity that we refer to as God? Right? First, we say he has to be eternal. He has to be outside of time and space.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? He has to be ever living. And he is the uncaused cause. Remember, the universe, all of the existence, we already stipulated that it actually has a cause. So by definition, something has to be outside of it causing it. Agreed so far?
I agree with it, but the cause, you can just call the cause as a cause, right? I don't believe it
That's
should have
fine, no problem. Look,
right.
Linguistically, semantically, you can call it whatever, right? You're allergic to this word God, no problem. We don't have to use it yet, right? Focus on the concept and tell me each thing that I'm telling you if you have a problem with anything. Okay. So he has to be eternal. He has to be ever living. In other words, he has to be outside of time and space, right? He cannot be bound by time and space, right? Now, second thing, he has to be conscious. He has to be self-aware, right? Like, for instance, this, I don't know, Brother Mansur likes to give the example of a pen. I don't have a pen, right? So there's dental floss right here. That's the only thing I've got over here,
So you
right?
mean it?
Would you say this is self-aware? Sorry?
No, you mean it has to be self-aware, right? Or he has to be
Yes,
self-aware?
yes, it has to be self-aware. It has to be conscious.
It, okay. I can go with it, okay.
Okay, perfect. The third one, it has to have a will.
Sorry, it has to
Because will, W-I-L-L, will.
Okay, will to do
Will
what?
to cause something, right? Because if he doesn't have a will, then how will the whole initiation process come about? He has to have a will to make something happen.
Okay.
Agree so far?
Yeah, somewhat.
Okay.
Are you sure it's good? Because don't move on to the next if it's not good.
Yes.
It's
If you don't agree with it, ask.
No, I have
simplify it for you.
doubts, but
Let me simplify it.
I think it's best to complete it. So
Okay, let me simplify it before you move on. A decision was made to make or not to make. So in order to make a decision, you have to have a will. You understand?
Yeah. Oh,
okay.
Yeah. Another way we can describe this is like you have different possibilities, and among those different possibilities, you choose one possibility. That's how we define as will.
Yeah, like if you were thirsty, you can either choose to go get yourself a glass of water right now, or you can delay it. You're exercising your will to delay, or you're exercising your will to choose right away, right?
okay, go ahead, yeah.
Okay, cool. So a decision was made, and here we are now. Anyway, carry on, brother.
Fourth, he has to have power or ability to create. If he doesn't have the power to cause something into existence, then how will he create things? I'll give you an example. If there's a paralyzed man that is lying down on his bed and he wants to turn on an electric fan.
No,
right?
I understood your point. I don't want the example.
Okay, because I just want to clarify. Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
So you agree that he has to have power? Do you agree that he has to have power to create something?
It has to have power.
Brother, that's why I was giving you the example.
Yeah, bro, come on. Look, dude, even simply put, you have power right now, right? You can decide to push an object or not, right?
I understood the guys are trying to make it simple for me. But
Okay, so well, obviously the source had to, whatever the source was, had to have had power. It had to have had more power than you because you exist, right? It can't have less power than you, so it has to have power.
Let's say it had to have power. Go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, of course it had to have power, man. You're here, and then take a look at the universe around you. Look at the power of the sun, right?
Yeah, for
it's a massive celestial object that is incredibly, incredibly, incredibly powerful. Yes.
Go ahead. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Cool. Now take a look at the galaxy. Then take a look at the and so on and so on and so on. So obviously it has power. It has magnificent power, man.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right. The fifth, he has to have knowledge. He has to have knowledge of how things work. Look at everything around you, like the brother said, in the universe, right? Everything has a design, everything has a function. So he has to have knowledge of how things work. Would you agree?
Can you explain a bit more about what you mean by design?
So again, so the example of I'll give you a paralyzed person's example again, right? So let's say, imagine if he were not paralyzed. He's capable of getting up and turning on the electric fan, right? Through a button. But if he doesn't know what that electric button is for or what a fan does, would it matter that he actually has the ability or power to turn it on if he doesn't have any knowledge that what that button does? Obviously not. He has to have both power and knowledge of how things work, and power to create things, and at the same time knowledge of how things function. And when you look at your own human body, everything in our physiology, everything has a purpose. It's all DNA. It has a design inside it, right? And for design, for a code, you need a coder. For a design, you need a designer. For every painting, you need a painter.
So by design, you mean DNA?
Yeah, everything. Look at the celestial objects within our solar system. Look at how they revolve in their own orbits. If the sun were a degree closer if Earth were a degree closer to sun, if it were away from it, there would be no life on Earth.
Okay, so that's the design part. Okay, fine.
Right? So he has to have knowledge. Okay? Then, he has to be able to communicate. Would you agree that he has to, if he has so many of these attributes, you and I, we as his creation, we are able to communicate with each other. So how could he actually not have the ability to communicate?
Okay.
Agreed?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So if he's able to communicate, right, if he's able to speak, he should be able to listen as well, because communication is usually two ways. Like I'm talking to you, but at the same time I'm listening to you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Now, and that communication we refer to, my friend, as revelation from God.
So this is where the problem comes, because until this point you were explaining everything as a cause, but then suddenly it becomes a revelation from God. So I don't understand.
Why am I saying that? Is it impossible? Is it improbable? Let me ask you this: for him to communicate with us,
it's improbable.
Improbable. Why?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah,
go ahead. Why?
Oh, those hasty decisions, dude. You didn't even think it through, man. You just
don't give us an ad hoc response. Really think it through.
Really think things through, dude. Okay, let me go a little. Let's take one step back really quickly. Okay, if this entity does exist, how would we know that he exists?
So again, we were talking about a cause. So that the cause does not need to be an entity. This was the point I was initially speaking about.
Bro, whatever.
The attribute that you said.
I'm sorry, what? We went through the whole process with you that it has to have will, it has to have power, it has to have existence, it has to have eternality. Okay? So whatever that cause is needs to contain all four of those. You agreed to all that.
When you agree to all of the premises and we reach a conclusion, you have to actually agree to the conclusion.
But hold on real quick. How old are you, dude?
Sorry?
How old are you?
25.
Okay, at 25 years old, you should be able to follow this without a problem. You're a bright young man, so just stick with us real quick, because we're not really getting that deep, dude. It's pretty surface level stuff, dude. We're talking like 7th grade literature kind of stuff, man.
Where are you stuck, Asunta? Which part do you disagree with? The part that he can communicate to us, is that the part you're stuck with?
Yeah, I'm kind of stuck a bit about the communication part.
Well, let me ask you something. Which is much easier, to communicate or to have a code designed like your DNA? Which is easier?
Which is easier for whom? Like, what do you mean?
Your DNA.
Yeah.
It's a code, right? It's like Brother Fawad said. It's like a computer code, and a code requires a coder. A design requires a designer. If you look at the smallest speck of snow, the snowflake, you see how beautiful it's designed?
Yeah.
So your DNA is much more complex than that. There are like trillions of cells in your body, and each of those cells have a DNA, which is again more complex than you can even imagine. So which is more complex, to be able to communicate with us through messengers, or to design a DNA code?
Designing the DNA code is more complicated, obviously, but when you speak about communication,
but you had no problem with that. You accepted that.
No, but when you're speaking about communication, it kind of gives me the feeling that you're speaking that someone out of time and space is communicating inside.
Just like a designer.
So you're saying that someone outside of time or space who's all powerful and everything is
all of that is design. Everything you see in the universe, it has a design. It has a signature, and you can say that it obviously didn't just pop out of existence, because like we said, everything that has a design requires a designer, and designer implies intelligence, knowledge.
Okay.
I'll give you a simpler example. Let's see if you can follow this one. Let's say, what is your favorite sport?
Cricket.
Cricket. Let's say somebody, one day you're at the beach and you find somebody has written in the sand the word cricket.
Okay.
Now, I've already given you the hint that somebody wrote it, but would you ever imagine that it just appeared there by no agency, just by itself, randomly, spontaneously?
Yeah. No.
Which one would you imagine? That somebody wrote it there, or
Somebody
it just
wrote it
appeared
there, yeah.
spontaneously?
See, but
Why would
again,
you
this-
use that? Why would you use
See,
that inference that somebody wrote it
So
there?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but again, these are very simple examples that you're giving.
But we have to break it down for you,
Bro,
because
you're a
it
very
looks like.
simple person, man. You're barely following with the simple, and I'm not trying to be insulting to you.
And by the way, look, we are not trying to be condescending or trying to say that you're
Yeah, I
not
understand.
intelligent. What we are
So,
saying is, like, because we are trying to bring you to the same level, that
Yeah,
when you
can I
see
ask
something like the word cricket, you will imply that it was written by someone who has
So that's-
intelligence, right?
That's a very simple logic. Obviously, someone must have written. So can I ask you guys a question?
Yeah, go
So
on.
this kind of it went away in a different path, which I appreciate. Like both of you, like all of you guys were explaining it to me. It opened me up to a lot of things as well. But see, when you're talking about, let's say, the existence of humans per se, can you guys give me an answer for that?
Yeah. Again, I would go to the DNA. Like, look, in every one of us, there are
I'm asking about the first human. That's all.
about what?
Okay.
About humans, right?
No
The
problem.
first
We can go
human
there.
who
We
was
can go
formed,
there. Okay, Sunta, no problem, bud. No problem. Let me just ask you something real quick as a transition to that. What do you think is more magnificent, the creation of everything around you, or the first human being?
Again, I'm asking like it's a very
I will get there, but I'm going to explain why it's important. What is more magnificent? Earth, universe, stars, galaxies, black holes, all these things, okay? Or the first human being?
I think both of them are equally significant.
Okay, I understand they're equally significant, but I'm saying on a scale of magnitude, on a scale of grandeur, on a scale of like magnificence, okay? What is more complicated?
So no, that's again I think it's a tricky question.
I'm going to tell you why it's important. I'm going to tell you why it's important.
So there's only if there is a human who can comprehend the magnificence of these things, will there be any sense to the galaxies and whatever? So
Yeah, absolutely. It's not purposeless, but it's just tabling your question. I'm not ignoring it. I'm just tabling it. The reason why I ask it is because if you believe that the stars and galaxies and universe is a magnificent thing, and you believe that human beings are a magnificent thing, you're equating the two equal, yes?
No, I'm saying the stars and the universe are magnificent only because the human thinks that way.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, I think I know what his problem is, Brother Muris. He's confusing mechanism with agency. And I'll tell you how. Okay, because if you can, let me give you an example. If you can understand the mechanism of how a car works, okay, and how all the components work, it by no means writes off the possibility that this car is made by someone, by an agent. Do you agree with that? So let's say even if you understand how the human works,
I just want a very simple answer. I'm not gonna say it's wrong, like true or false.
We give you simple answers, you say it's too simple.
No, I asked a simple question. Like,
seriously.
Okay. No, what is the answer for the existence?
The answer is
I'm giving you, but you need to wait. You need to wait, man. I'm not making it
Why
simple
do we
or
have to go
complex.
to cars and components? It's a
Yeah, but we have to. Where you're not understanding the difference between mechanism and agency. So even if you understood how a car works, how every component of a car works, does it rule out the possibility of the agent or someone who made the car?
Okay, let's say I agree. Can you
Okay.
proceed with?
So just because you learn how something works, just like the way science does, like it knows how a human body works, how the how the stars, the galaxies, and the black holes, how they operate, and so on. It does not somehow, divorce us from exploring as to what made all this. Do you understand? Or who? So learning how something works does not mean there's not a who behind it. This doesn't logically, tell you that it just came about by itself. You need to, for everything that began to exist, there must be a cause. So the question is, what is the cause of this universe? And Brother Fawad rightly pointed to you that there's a cause, and this cause must have all these characteristics.
So okay,
Because
I'm sorry
to explain
I'm
things
sorry
to us,
sorry to interrupt, but again, this is going again to the initial topic that we discussed. I just asked a straightforward question.
Which is what?
Answer? What is the answer for the creation of the first human? Let it be according to religion, science, whatever.
No, hold on, guys. Hold on. Let him finish. I'll give it to him in very simple terms. Okay, go ahead. Finish your question, bud.
What is the explanation for the existence of the first human being?
Oh, you mean why the first human being exists?
No.
Is that what you're saying?
No.
Let's treat him the way that he wants to be treated. That's fair, right? Your question is, what is the explanation for the existence of the first human being? Are you ready for the answer?
Yes.
God. Next question.
To worship him.
Next question.
So that's the answer that you have. That is.
Yeah, you wanted it as simple as possible, right? You wanted it as simple as possible. The simplest answer is the creator.
It's too simple.
Yeah, so now you're going to say it's too simple, right? And now you're going to want an explanation, right?
No, can you explain how God made the first human?
Okay, and we've been trying to do that this whole time. So how did he do it? Your next question, how? He says be and it is. Next question.
Okay. Can you elaborate just on that part about the existence of the first human? Just on that
part? What do you need me to elaborate on? I answered your question.
So
it's by his command. The command is be, and it comes into existence.
God just says something and the first human comes into existence?
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, he created the whole universe. You're actually finding it impossible.
Right.
This is
to create a human being?
Comparison of the universe and the human being. And I asked you, what do you find more magnificent? Because he, in the same way that he made the universe by saying be, and it started to become, and it was, is the same way that he made human beings. And you consider them equally magnificent. Because you have to have one that respects the magnificence of the other. Yes, you have to have relation. And in the Quran, it tells you, if you look, the signs will be given to you, both outside of you and within you. So the outside sign is the universe that you can appreciate and say, wow, that's so magnificent. The inside stuff is your molecular structure, your DNA, your spiritual guidance, the thing that you have within your heart, your emotions, your this, your that. Boom. That's the Islamic answer. Does it make sense to you?
Do you remember I gave you the example of...
I just asked one more question. So do you believe that God, okay, you guys already said that, so God made humans, or do you believe that humans evolved from a species like Homo habilis or Homo erectus? Or
it doesn't matter because it doesn't disprove God.
No, but
evolution doesn't disprove God or his existence.
Go all the way up till amoeba. Okay, who created amoeba? We can even grant you evolution, no problem.
Okay, so
go all the way to amoeba. Where did amoeba come about?
Okay, yeah. So this is where I have the problem, because I know for a fact that in Christianity, at least, I don't know in Islam, in Christianity at least, it says that Adam was the first human created. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if it's the same in Islam. And Eve was created out of Adam. So that's the religious per se explanation, right? Am I wrong?
No, but your question was about evolution. It wasn't about Adam and Eve.
No, that's my point. So when evolution
look here. The problem you are not actually it seems like you're not understanding is this. Even if we grant you evolution, let's say even if you don't believe in Adam and Eve, and you believe that there was a simple cells which became complex, which became into species, which became into humans eventually, no problem. How does that disprove God's existence?
It does not disprove God's existence, but what I'm saying is,
what's the point of you asking the question then? Because now we want to use inference to make you understand the existence of this supernatural being who brought all of us into existence. Do you understand? What you're doing is you're somehow saying you're just putting the word evolution in there, and somehow you think it will dismantle this argument. No, it will not.
No, it's so sorry.
Still
So it's
need
not
to understand from even before evolution. Do you know what is abiogenesis?
So let me just complete what I was about to say, then I'll answer. So the point.
Yeah, but after you finish what I'm saying, let me finish what I'm, because I was already in the middle of this sentence. Do you know what is the study of abiogenesis?
So sorry, could you repeat that?
Abiogenesis.
Abiogenesis.
Yeah.
I think it's something related to life, but
it's basically explaining somehow using science about cells and their origin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
Which is different to, which is, even before speaking about evolution, you need to first speak about abiogenesis, about the cell, how it came into existence.
Yeah, but
so but like I said, look, all of this is irrelevant to the points we are discussing. It does not disprove the existence of God. That is the bottom line here.
Because what you're getting at, that's the Islamic or the Christian concept of God. We are not even talking from that perspective. We're talking about God in general. Evolution does not disprove God. Do you understand this part?
I understand that, but when you're talking about God and when you're talking about like specific religions, the religious explanations that I got about
we haven't talked about any specific religion.
We were using logic, inference, but you seem to you're the one who keeps going to God all the time.
You're the most non-religious guy I've ever met, man. You're the most non-religious religious dude. Literally, none of us have mentioned God. We've been using creator to lend credence to you and your journey and so on.
So
what was the question you wanted to ask? You said you want to ask something else.
Yeah. So my question.
What is it you wanted to ask us?
Yeah. So my statement was very simple. That the reason that I was moving away from religion/God was that there was a proper explanation for the existence of the first human via the theory of evolution or abiogenesis, whatever it is, compared to the explanation that I got from a religious standpoint.
What proper explanation, dude? Tell me what the explanation is. Tell me how we got here from. I'll give you credence. Never mind the fish or the amoeba. How did we get here from a monkey? Tell me.
We didn't get here from a monkey.
Where did we get here from?
We got here from a species which was similar to a monkey. So how it happens is, like, there was a species that was before us, which was, I think, Homo habilis. I'm not getting the right name. So
where's your evidence for that? Where's your evidence for that?
Are you talking about Neanderthals?
He's talking about Neanderthals.
Yeah, the evidence is there, right?
Where is the evidence, bro? Where? They're still working on it, dude. Last evidence they found turned out to be pig bones, dude. What are you talking about?
Okay, so
Juan, we can grant him all of that. He still has not disproved God.
That's what I told him. I said even if you grant you evolution, you can't disprove the existence of God.
Yeah. See, look, Asunta. Look, brother, I'll help you out, okay, to speed things along, okay? No scientist on the planet will tell you science is not the explanation for why. Science at best can tell you how. Science cannot tell you why. Do you understand this?
Yes, but the how from science makes more sense to me.
That's fine, no problem, but that does not disprove God. And as we told you, that science can only take you as far as the Big Bang Theory. Beyond that, it cannot explain, cannot tell you how something can come out of nothing.
So again,
do you understand this concept?
No, the arguments that all three of you making are like, there is a God, but it does not belong to any specific religion. You guys are making it.
No. Before we discuss the religion, we want you to understand the existence of God.
At this point, you're really insincere at this point, bro. That's not even our argument. You haven't even heard our argument. We stepped into your worldview to try to help you out, bro. Our argument is simple. Islam is the truth. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the creator. He created everything, including me, including you, including the whole concept of evolution, which you're actually confusing with adaptation. Dude, like, stop, bro.
I have a simple question. So according to Islam, I'm not an expert on Islam, but I'm just asking, according to Islam, does the God create a human, or does Islam support evolution?
He's still stuck over there about evolution because you seem not to get it out of your head. Look,
It's a simple question.
this is the third time I'm saying this. Even if you answer that question, yes, the point still remains. Even with your evolution assumptions, it does not prove the existence of God. Sorry, disprove the existence of God.
But it does not prove the existence as well. So there's no difference, right?
That's why we are not discussing it. Thank you. You're the one who keeps banging on about it. Okay, so let me take you back to the example I showed you earlier. You said that on the beach, whoever writes, when you see the word cricket, you would assume that it is written by an intelligent entity, yes?
Yes, in that simplistic example, yes.
Okay. Do you know there is a word in our body which is in the 100 trillion cells, and it is the same word?
There is a
and do you know how many letters are in that word?
Could you repeat that? There's a word in our body.
Okay.
What do you mean?
In every one of us, there are 100 trillion cells.
Okay.
Yes, in all the body parts everywhere, yeah, in your body. Yes.
Okay.
Largest word that has ever been discovered. The human genetic code. It is 3.4 billion letters long.
Okay.
And it is the exact same in every cell, in every human being. The same order. It's in the same order. This word, which is 3.4 billion letters long, and in every cell of your body, is in the same order in every human being. Yes. Did that appear by itself? Because for you, cricket, how many letters is it? Not even 10 letters.
7, yeah.
So those 10 letters cannot appear without an intelligent agent. So explain to me how 3.4 billion letter long word can appear in every one of our 100 trillion cells. Go on.
If I answer this question, will you answer my question next?
Yeah, as long as you answer.
Let's say I accept the fact that there is a creator who made the 3.4 billion cells. Now I asked a very simple question. I didn't get an answer.
Wait. Why did you say no? Why did you say let's say?
I said I accept the fact. I accept the fact there is a creator.
Okay, so do you accept that there is an intelligent entity behind this DNA code?
Okay, there is an intelligent entity behind this. Okay.
And this is factual. This is not an assumption.
You're not just saying that to say it, right? Because you're trying to learn, right? Because you're not the smartest guy here, right? You would learn from people that are smarter than you, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just making sure, bro. Because if we're wasting our time, there's other people that want to talk to
By the way, the human genetic code, this has already been proven by scientists. So there's no ifs and buts about it. It's not something that I'm just saying for the sake of argument. I'm not saying that. I'm saying this is real and this is factual. If you cannot say that some random word on a beach is just appear randomly without an intelligent agent, which you already confirm it has to have an intelligent agent, then explain to me how this 3.4 billion letter long word which is in every cell appeared by itself. Go on.
Can I ask my question now?
Yeah.
Bro, you've asked like 20 questions. We have answered everything. So what are you talking about?
This is my last question. I expected
okay, go on.
Okay. I assume all three of you are religious. You guys are not atheists, right?
We are Muslims, man. You're on a Muslim.
I was an atheist.
You're on a Muslim live stream now, on a Muslim channel.
I didn't see the name of the channel. Okay, fine.
That's fine.
So, according to, again, please just give me a direct answer. According to Islam, how is the first human created?
I know you was going to go there.
It's a simple question. I don't know.
What's wrong with you, bro? Look here. Like I told you so many times. Yeah, go on, Fawad.
No, the brother answered this.
Oh, yeah, he did. That's one thing. He's repeating.
Let's see if you were paying attention. What did this brother above me say?
Yeah.
He said Allah created everything, right? Including the humans.
But you already admitted that Allah created the code in your DNA, which is a human genetic code.
So this is where the problem happens, because all this time.
No, you didn't say it was a problem. You said that was a fact. Are you going to make a U-turn now?
Hold on. Just to be clear, this isn't a problem. This is your problem, bro.
Yeah.
you literally
you're creating problems when we gave you solutions to which you already agreed.
So again, I asked a very simple question. I didn't get an answer.
I think the answer was in the DNA code, which you agreed. That is the answer.
You got an answer. What do you mean you didn't get an answer? How is it that you let's flip the script a little bit. Can an all-powerful being create at will? Yes. Does he need anything to create? No. So if he wanted to create human beings, does he need anything? And can he do it? Yes. What's the problem?
The problem that I have is that instead of believing that an all-powerful being can create a human just like that, it makes more sense that humans evolved from a specific type of species. That's
okay.
All.
Okay. So now you're believing something that has no evidence to support it, which makes no sense.
Where is the empirical evidence that you asked us for?
There is
explain to me now. We have our evidences. We have our evidences, bud, and we're happy to share those evidences with you. Now, explain to me, or give me. Hold on. Give me your evidence for evolution. Give me the evidence. Where is it proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that evolution is 100% factually true and the explanation for mankind's existence?
It's not. There's no 100%. Like it's not 100%.
Okay, then stop talking like it is. You are talking like it is, and you have accepted it to be true like it is. And the three of us over here are running around like chickens with their heads cut off, trying to explain to you exactly this. You are literally eating something, believing for it to be like a fruit pie, and it's a turd pie. It's not what you think. So if stop doing that. Like, don't do that, dude. You're living your life making decisions on evidences that you don't have, that are unproven, and then you're calling us religious people basically the weirdos, right? Which is exactly where I was at in life, man.
Yeah.
So,
by the way, what level of evolution have you studied? Just high school, or have you actually studied it yourself?
No, I just have the basic ideologies about it. I'm not an expert on it, but it makes more sense for me.
It doesn't make sense because you only study. You only scratch the surface.
So
hold on. I have no evidences for this right now. Ready? I have no evidences for this whatsoever. I'm gonna step into your worldview for just a second. I have no evidences for anything right now, but I can teleport to the other side of the universe right now, and I believe it. And there's nothing you can do to change my mind.
So that's the problem between something impossible and like something improbable. So
okay. How about this? We all came from aliens. How about that?
There you go. Even better.
So this is exactly.
Is that possible? By the way, is that a possibility in your worldview? Man, but I'm not going to show you any evidence. Just a claim.
Yeah, exactly. And by the way, you say that it's impossible. Prove it. Prove it.
And Brother Muris, there are actually scientists out there who make this claim. This hypothesis that we came from aliens is made by scientists out there. So it's not just some random thing I'm just bringing up.
Richard,
by the way, I think Brother Mission Ansari wants to share something on evolution with us. You need to unmute yourself. Hello, are you there, brother?
I can't hear, I guess.
Yeah, I can't hear you, Mission Ansari. Okay, maybe he's just fixing his mic. So yeah, I mean, look, asunta to sunta hai. Right.
Nice, good one.
You're not listening. That's what I feel, man. It looks like you have this idea in your mind. So after listening to all this, you keep bringing that idea here, somehow saying this will disprove everything we have said. It won. In fact, we gave you, I don't know if you listened to Brother Fawad, that we gave you, let's say we give you this evolution, that even the humans, let's say they all evolved for the sake of argument. It still wouldn't, somehow disprove the existence of God. So I really don't know what your point is with that evolution thing.
The biggest proponent of evolution these days, Richard Dawkins, even he admits that evolution does not disprove God.
It does not. He did say that. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So what's the point of you banging on about it?
So again, I don't know if you guys are purposely not understanding the question.
No,
we do understand.
I understand you quite well. You're making no sense, bro. You accept something to be true without evidence, which is nonsense. If you were anywhere else in the world, okay, let me give you an analogy. Let's say you went to your job, right? What do you do for a living? Do you mind me asking what you do for a living?
I do advertising.
Okay, you went to advertising, and then you go to your boss and you go, "Hey, boss, I think this ad is going to do really, really well." And then he goes, "Okay, why?" And then you just go, "Well, I just believe that it's going to do really, really well." And then he goes, "Can you give me some evidences why you think it's going to do really, really well?" And he goes, and then you say, "Anything else doesn't make any sense. It's just because I believe."
Okay,
That's literally what you're telling us.
It's actually.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
So,
How are you doing?
well, I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
Alhamdulillah. Where are you calling from?
I'm from Canada. I'm originally from Bangladesh, but I live in Canada right now.
That's fine, yeah.
Evolution was one of the primary things that took me out of the fold of Islam, like when I was much younger. So, like when I came back to the truth, I studied this personally very extensively. I'm like a computer scientist, but I'm not like academic on
evolution enthusiast. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah. So the problem with evolution is that throughout the evolutionary tree, if we start from abiogenesis all the way to humans, there are multiple assumptions in every step of the way. Like if we speak on, for example, let's get from the start. If we speak on abiogenesis,
brother, you may have to actually define abiogenesis to him, because when we ask him,
he doesn't know what abiogenesis is,
yes.
Bro. Abiogenesis is the idea that, in layman's terms, is the idea that life supposedly emerged from like a lifeless chemical mixture. It's like before we even had any cells, it came from proteins, and then the proteins evolved into cells. They clumped together and they evolved into cells. The idea itself, like, okay, you run electricity and all that magic custard stuff. That idea itself has been tested in a lab, and like the electricity would produce, like, let's say if you have the right amount of certain chemicals, it would produce proteins, but it would never produce cells. Like no matter how long that they observed, it never produces cells. So that is an assumption. At the very start, at the very get-go, that is an assumption. If you get into natural selection, then it like natural selection is the idea that like in species, you get variations over time, right? With mutations, you get variations. But the problem with natural selection is that if we speak on mutations itself, mutations have never been shown to create genetic changes that are new. So whenever there's a whenever you see a genetic change, it would be a combination of existing factors or a deduction of a factor, and then you would see like a new trait. Not a new trait, you would see like a reduction of a trait, but you wouldn't see a new trait being formulated. If you go on, then like you speak about another assumption of evolution, you speak on common ancestry. The idea that I think most of us have seen the tree of life, and like the underlying assumption is that all life evolved from a single common ancestor, right? That idea itself is inferred relationship. We don't have any empirical evidence. So let's get to the person that started on the idea of evolution itself. What does Darwin himself say, right? So Darwin gave us a falsification criteria on his book, like The Origin of Species, chapter 9. He said, like, if it could be demonstrated that any complex organ existed which could not possibly have been formed by numerous successive slight modifications, my theory would absolutely break down. This is a criteria that Darwin himself gave. Like, my theory would be proven wrong if complex organs existed that cannot have come without numerous successive modifications, right? Small changes adding up over time. That would cause, if that is not true, then his theory would break down. Now, when Darwin was doing his like thesis, right, there was another scientist, I forgot his name, but he found out about the Cambrian explosion. I think most of us are familiar with the Cambrian explosion. And Darwin himself acknowledged about the Cambrian explosion in the very same chapter on the origin of species of life. He said, on the origin of species, he said, the case at present he's speaking on the Cambrian explosion, the case at present must remain inexplicable. Like, this is not something that he can explain. and may be truly urged as a valid argument against the views here entertained. So he is speaking about his own views, that the Cambrian explosion is a valid argument against his own views, and it could be something that disproves his own theory.
Maybe
If
you
the
want
man,
to you might want to explain the Cambrian explosion, because not everyone's familiar with this.
so the Cambrian explosion, after like the assumption of abiogenesis and simple cellular organisms, where the art was saturated with simple cellular organisms, that's what they say. I don't know. I've not been there, but we see a rapid development of complex organisms, like around, I don't exactly remember when, but like we see the Cambrian explosion. Wait, when did the Cambrian explosion happen? I forgot. Wait.
Sorry to interrupt, but will the video be like uploaded on?
I think it's 538 million years.
Yeah, you're talking about the massive impact, the meteor impact, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So, man, I don't know, but I was at a planetarium. They went over this stuff, but I didn't commit it to memory. But I think it had to have been at least like 5 or 10 million.
530 million years.
Yeah. Can I just say something? Sorry to interrupt. Will the explanation of like Mission Ansari, like will the video be there on YouTube? Like even after this?
Yes, it'll be there. Keep a timestamp, bro, and revisit this video and take notes for yourself, and definitely sit in front of a mirror and be like, what the heck was I thinking?
But brother, we do know what you were saying earlier. Okay, it's not that we did not understand what you were saying. And let me steelman you real quick. Okay, I think what you're trying to get at is this: that the concept of God makes sense the way we described it. Brother, can you mute yourself? The brother typing, because we can hear you typing. Jazakallah khair. Okay, so the concept of God makes sense the way at least the way we described it to you. But what you're saying is that the Islamic concept doesn't make sense. The Islam doesn't make sense, rather, because it goes against evolution. That's what you're saying, right?
Islam, Christianity, both. Yeah, correct. Go ahead.
So there you go. You could have formed it this way from the very beginning. And we did understand, and this is why. So at least you don't have a problem with the concept of God, right? General concept of God, not the Islamic or the Hindu or the Christian concept of God. The general concept of God that we actually took you step by step. Do you agreed with each premises? You cannot back out.
I did agree. I'm really sorry, but like I didn't notice the time. It's become really late for me. I have like some stuff to do. I'm sorry, but Hashim, Muris, Fawad, and also Ansari, like thank you guys. This was actually like it was a like new like thing for me. It's the first time I'm speaking on a YouTube thing. I just saw it and I joined. So thank you so much for like everything that you guys have shared. I'm definitely gonna rewatch this video. I've already like bookmarked the channel, so I will like come back and visit. I hope we guys can speak again later. I'll also go through the video completely. Like I think it's for 7 hours. I'll try to watch as much of it as I can. But you know,
I think you should just watch the last bit because the topic today was about, as you know, it's Maha Shivratri. What you spoke about has got nothing to do with that topic. So go right to the end of this particular stream. What is it? Sure. Like nearly 7 hours, 40 minutes. So I think you came after the 7 hour mark, maybe. I think that's when you came.
Sure. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, but thank you guys. Thank you all of you. I really have to go. I'm sorry like leaving in between, but like I really have to go now. But thank you so much for everything.
You're welcome,
I hope we
bro.
can speak again soon at some point in the future. If I see the stream, I'll try to join again. Thank you.
Look into Islam sincerely. Read the Quran. If you don't have a copy, you can even find it online, but look into Islam sincerely, brother. Okay.
By the way, Asunta, before you go, can I just ask you what made you come to the channel today?
I was actually just browsing YouTube, and I think this live stream was recommended to me, and I saw like people were joining, and I thought I'll just join in and ask, but it was much better than what I expected. It's like it's given me a lot of information, to be honest with you, and you guys have really.
That's fine. I thought it was my wonderful thumbnail.
If you don't guys mind me speaking, since he seems to be stuck on the idea of evolution, I have provided a link.
It's up to you. Look, Asunta, I know you are pressed for time, but if you got time, you can stay here and inshallah.
I'm so sorry.
If you got things to do, Just watch the program. It's being recorded, inshallah.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I'll check it out later. Thank you, guys. Bye.
All right. Take care.
Take care. Bye.
May Allah guide him. Yeah. That's subhanallah. I mean,
right. Mission and sorry, you can complete whatever you were saying.
I'm not an academic on this, but there are various academics. For example, Brother Muhammad Ali's channel, you can see Shabur Ahmed. He is very well versed in this field. I believe he's a PhD, and he breaks down the entire idea of evolution in this video that I just shared with you in this link.
Okay, inshallah. This is on.
Hey, he was here last week on DawahWise.
DawahWise. Oh, I was a listener, I believe. Yes.
Yeah. Last week he was here.
If you don't mind, could I ask a question? This is more so something that is personal.
Sure.
Yeah. So yeah, we are aware of Brother Subur's channel and also his video with Brother Muhammad Ali from the Muslim Lantern. Yeah, you're absolutely right. So if anybody wants to watch that, the title of the video is Muslims Scientifically and Rationally Dismantle Evolution. This is on Muslim Lantern channel discussed between Brother Muhammad Ali and Subur Ahmed. Okay, yeah, Brother Mission Ansari, thanks for your time and your sharing your ideas with us. Jazakallah khair for that.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Right, so we got a couple of Muslims in the back studio. We'll take them quickly. Brother Zach's been waiting for a while.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa barakatuh.
So I already asked this question last week. Questions like, can God become a man, or can God create a rock he can't lift? Yeah, you guys told me that the question doesn't make sense. I wasn't convinced at first, but after a while I am. So I just used the same question for us humans, like we can go right, we can go left, but asking can you do a left-right turn doesn't make sense. It also shows that we can in fact exist and have these attributes. However,
Sorry, what was it you were discussing last time? You need to refresh our mind because I don't even remember what it was.
I asked last time, can God become a man? And, questions like these.
Okay. So just remind me, what is your background in terms of your belief in God?
I'm a Muslim.
Okay. So why are you asking this kind of questions?
Just doubts. I always search for questions.
Yeah, but why would you have such doubts about Almighty God? Can he be a man, for example? Because logically thinking, if you are a person who actually thinks, not even religiously, even logically, so it's basically like saying the most powerful being who brought all of this into existence chooses to become as insignificant as us humans. How is that even logically viable?
Yeah. Right now, I think that these questions don't make sense. However, right now, I think I'm here to ask, like, the ability of God. Can you guys explain it to me? Because these questions showed me that I actually have some ignorance.
Okay, how old are you, Zach?
I'm 18.
Okay, and have you studied Islam with someone, or you haven't actually had the chance?
No, I'm born Muslim. However, I only have basics information.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. What's your question?
So I want an explanation of the ability of God. I think I don't understand it quite well. Like, for example, can God, contradicts himself? These questions showed me that I don't actually know. When we say that God can do anything, I don't understand it. I didn't know the meaning of it.
So using this term or this phrase, can God, we normally don't associate this type of terminology when it comes to God. We don't say he cannot do something or he can, do everything. We don't say that. We say that God will not do things that are
illogical, irrational, because contradiction is not a thing, brother, right? If I tell you, the common example that we give, a squared circle, right? If I tell you that I'm gonna pull out a squared circle from my pocket, are you going to wait for me to pull out a squared circle?
I don't think so.
Exactly. Why not?
I mean, what is it in the first place?
Because you would think that a squared circle doesn't even exist. So how could you have it in your pocket to begin with? Right? It doesn't exist. It's not a thing. So when you're saying that, can God do something like creating a married bachelor? It's not a thing. So how will he create something that's not a thing?
Is that what he meant by, can he contradict himself? Is that what he meant?
I just want an idea about the power of God, because when
you need to give us something specific which is disturbing you or you have a doubt about. So give us something more specific so we can understand where you're coming from.
What do you mean by the power of God, bro? Like, in what sense, man? Like, just
like can he create? Because I was thinking, I always thought like God can create anything. I still do. It's just that now that after I faced these questions, I'm kind of confused. I don't know.
Okay.
Should I
so
say yes?
you have that God's nature doesn't change, right? He is and always will be God. He will always be divine. He will always be eternal. He will always be all powerful. He will always be all knowledgeable. You understand that so far? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So it would not befit his nature, or it would not befit his majesty to do something in contradiction to that. So, like, for example, if you saying that one of the biggest hangups that you had was, if God can do everything, why can't he become a man? The reason is because it would change his nature from divine to human. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay.
In other words, basically, it's like saying God ceases to be God. God becomes not God.
Exactly. So you take the inverse of it, exactly with what Brother Fawad did. Either he is God or he is now no longer God. Either he is God or he ceases to be God. So if he is God and his nature does not change, and this is in accordance to the Quran as well as our Aqidah, right? Then that means that he would not take on a human form because it is not befitting his majesty to change his nature. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay. So now that you have a little bit more of like an ironing out, tell me or tell us what is the exact question, or how would you want to formulate your question in regards to God's power? Because the answer is that he is all powerful in the most perfect way possible, not to our possibility, but to whatever his possibility is. So what that means, we're going to hit a brick wall at one point because we don't know. We don't know what's behind the veil. We don't know how powerful he was to create Jannah. We don't know what power it took to create Jahannam. We don't know, bro. So you're going to hit a brick wall. So try to.
Where are you calling from, Zach?
Sorry?
Where are you calling from?
I'm from Morocco.
Okay, so you are in a Muslim country. You can clear these doubts with many of the shuyukh over there. It's very easy for you. If you were living in a non-Muslim country, sometimes it's difficult, but you live in a Muslim country. So why don't you ask them?
Bro. You need to learn.
To be honest, I'm not sure how should I approach them.
Yeah, just approach them. I mean, there are lots of imams of the masajid, who are very approachable. Doubts like this come to young people, so you're not the only one. But living in a Muslim country where you have lots of resources, not really an excuse for you to remain uninformed about these things, about Islam in particular. So whenever doubts like this come about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, this is from the shaitan. So what you need to understand is, just remember this answer, okay? If it goes beyond your understanding, just say, Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadur Rasulullah. Yeah, just say the shahada. Other thing you can do to help you alleviate your doubts is perhaps just say that Allah does what befits his majesty, and also say, if it's against the nature of Allah, then this is what you're talking about. The doubt is something that doesn't apply to Allah. He wouldn't do something that's against his nature. Yes, like Brother Muris said, if he's a creator, he cannot become someone who does not create. Okay, he doesn't lose his attributes. This is what Allah is. So learn the Asma wa Sifat, learn about the pillars of Islam, learn about what Iman is, learn about fundamental things like this, which will really help you boost your Iman. How is your prayers? How is your Salah? Do you pray in the masjid?
Not always.
Why is that?
Do you pray at all, bro?
I just don't.
You don't pray at all?
No. I pray. Just don't pray in the masjid. Unless
Okay,
it's
that's
Jumu'ah.
fine. You have access to a masjid. You know, a lot of us are jealous because of that, bro. To have access to so many masajid, you basically have one like on every corner in Morocco, dude.
Forget about masjid. You can hear the adhan. We can't even hear the
that.
adhan in this country.
Yeah, exactly.
You're blessed with
have that.
You're blessed with the muadhin saying every single day, 5 times a day, Hayya ala salah. Literally inviting you, Hayya al falah.
Yeah.
What more you want, brother? You know, on the day of judgment, Allah is not going to ask you all these things. He's going to ask you, if you could hear the adhan, the masjid is near your home. What stopped you from going there?
Yeah, bro. You know how much reward you get? And listen, I posted in the private chat a playlist that you should look at. The first video, it's a sequence of 13. The first video is just an introduction to the book. The real meat and potatoes starts on video number 2. So go ahead and start from number 2 onward. You need to know what your deen is. You need to know what it means to believe in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, like who he is. You know what I'm saying? So this is going to help you a lot. Promise me that you're going to watch it 2 through 13 and come back with some questions, dude. But you know, because the very question that you asked, you know, the answer is very simple. He's all powerful in a way that befits his majesty. But for some reason you're choosing not to accept it. And the reason why you're choosing not to accept it is because you don't understand who Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is, how he represented himself through his kitab and through the sunnah of the Prophet. This is it, as simple as that.
Yeah,
So
I think that this question made me realize I don't know actually. I actually don't know God. You know, I don't know His power.
And how can you possibly thank someone that you don't know? How could you possibly, you know what I'm saying? Like, dude, you get a breath every time that you breathe, you're alive. You know what I mean? When you're making your salah, you don't know who it's going to. So you need to really have, and that's the thing, dude. Like, one of the fundamental criterias of knowing Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is His. You have to experience Him, right? It's one of the 4 fundamental criterias. And a lot of people don't know that, right? You know, you think like, oh, when these Christians and stuff like, oh, we experience Jesus in our life. Dude, no, they're not. They're experiencing Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, bro. They're just directing their thanks somewhere else.
Yeah.
That's why it's shirk. So, like, you have to.
Yeah. What about your parents, Zach? Are your parents practicing?
Yeah, they are. It's just that they are not, you know, a great example, I guess. I mean, they are good. I'm not saying that they are bad.
But do they pray? Do they pray on time?
Sometimes.
Okay. So inshallah, maybe you could be a good example for them.
Yeah, exactly, man. Yeah.
Ramadan is just around the corner. You know, make a new start. You know, start praying, because inshallah, what you require is actually your link with the masjid. Once that is established, your salah is established, trust me, everything else will fall in place. That is a key. That is a key factor you need to actually work on. So inshallah, in Ramadan, make it a habit that I mean, obviously you're going to fast, right?
Yeah, of course.
So you know that is one fard, salah is the other fard, and salah takes precedence because it's the second pillar in Islam after you believe in Allah and the Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Do you realize that?
Check out that creed, bro. Check out the videos. I promise you, dude. If you watch it sincerely, and you can watch it on you can listen to it on a walk. He's very easy to listen to. I guarantee you, the next time that I see you, I guarantee you that if you took it seriously, you will literally come back to this channel and just be like, now I understand like 99% of where I'm supposed to be.
And brother Zach, One more thing, you asked about the power and ability of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, right? Of course, for that you would have to read the Quran like the brother suggested. Study the Asma wa Sifat, the names and the attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, 99 names of Him, right? Those are very important, and ponder over each one of them. And you know what else would really help? Do you know Ayatul Kursi by any chance?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. I assume you're an Arab yourself, right?
Yeah, I can speak Arabic.
Okay, so perfect. So ponder over each one of the verses. So this is what I need you to do. Okay, start with the Ayatul Kursi. That actually explains to you who God is and what His ability is. You know, what He's capable of doing. So it's only like, if I'm not mistaken, 9 or 10 verses, right? Ponder over each one of them, subhanAllah. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has all the answers for us in the Quran. Just read the Quran. You know, like the brother mentioned, Ramadan is coming up. Make a goal for yourself every day. You
coming
study.
up, it's here, guys. It's tomorrow. Like, yeah, we're talking about coming up, dude.
Tomorrow, exactly. You know, and just Ayatul Kursi is so powerful. Like on our channel, Dots Connected to Islam, I think it was last week or the week before that, we went over the entire Ayatul Kursi, explaining like, you know, every single thing in detail in there. SubhanAllah. If you want, check it out. I don't remember the exact timestamp, but you know, but we did that. SubhanAllah. It's so powerful. We take these things for granted, Akhi. But you saw, like with the previous call, may Allah guide him. You know, like we are gifted with Islam, with the Quran in our own hands, and we take it for granted. You know. So please come back to the deen properly. And we understand you may not have best examples, but like the brother said, you could be the source of guidance for them.
Inshallah.
Huge reward, bro. Huge reward. Start collecting, man. Bank it. Bank it for the day of judgment. Bank it to please Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Yeah, go ahead.
So all I have to do right now is just say that God only does what befits His Majesty, and these, you know, these questions I shouldn't focus on the yes or no aspect.
No one on the day of judgment, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala on the day of judgment is not going to ask you, like, tell me about my power. What?
The thing is, look, you cannot stop the shaitan when your iman is weak. You need to strengthen your iman, work on your iman, and inshallah that will become the shield against the shaitan. But right now what you need to do is just focus on the faraid, focus on the fasting, the salah, read the Quran, because this is the month of the Quran in the Ramadan. Your hasanat are, you know, manifold increased for every letter that you recite from the Quran. So try to make an effort, you know, find a teacher if you have to, you know, pay for it if you have to. I don't know what your situation is, but inshallah there are many resources, even the free ones that Brother Muris shared with you. So yeah, there are many ways. And if this kind of questions come to you, just say, this is not from the nature of Allah. This is, like I said, you know, this is not befitting His Majesty. I think that should for now suffice, but do dhikrullah. This is another way you can actually, you know, aid. This will become your shield. Make dua to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. When you prostrate in your salah, pray to Him that Allah prevents you from such thoughts, from such evil, from someone who wants to take your deen away from you. Because there are many young people today, they don't have a support network. Even in a Muslim country, just because you're in a Muslim country doesn't mean you're safe, because the shaitan is everywhere. But your nafs is the biggest thing, you know. And, you know, in the month of Ramadan, even the shayateen are tied up. But the nafs that you have been training for the last 11 months is still with you. So it's not going to let go of you very easily. You need to work for it. You need to strengthen and, you know, strengthen your iman by doing all of these things which we just spoke about, inshallah.
Yeah, and stay in touch, man.
Yeah, and may Allah strengthen you, keep you firm on the deen.
I mean,
okay. Yeah,
it's just that I always, you know, try to, you know, I always have these doubts, and I actually search for their answers, and it actually increased my iman. I mean, me before actually trying, you know, to, I won't say challenge, but, you know, don't be like the disbelievers just because they were born in a, you know, Christian country or a Hindu country, they follow their religion. I was actually, questioning stuff, and this actually made me stick more to the deen.
Right.
Yeah,
May Allah
that's
make
why.
it easy for you. Allah Mustan. This is something that we need to really work on. The Iman. Try to stay in good company. Do you have friends who are practicing Muslims?
One, I guess. The others, I don't see
Are you
them
sure you live
as
in Morocco,
salihun.
bro?
I mean, look, the situation is kind of weird here.
Yeah, so get new friends. Maybe go to the masjid, make new friends in the masjid. Those who are practicing, they will be basically helping you a lot more than you can even imagine sometimes. Because normally it is the company that you keep that you're either in good company or bad company, and sometimes bad company can lead you towards the way of the shayateen and maybe even away from the deen. You don't want to be amongst the losers in the akhirah. Okay,
Yeah.
remember the akhirah is how you end, how your life ends in this world. It's not how you began or the middle path. So pray to Allah that when you pass away, the last words from your mouth will be the shahada, and with a firm belief in your heart. And this is what we all should pray. May Allah make it uh, bless us with this, because this is what you need. You need the firmness of iman during the last breath of yours. Okay, and remember that is going to be something which is eternal. Okay, so if you want to have eternal Jannah, live in bliss for eternity, then this is what you really need to work for. Jannah is not a walk in the park. It's not something which will be handed to you on a platter. You need to work for it.
Yeah.
Okay, so inshallah, may Allah make it easy for you. And yeah, I mean, you're always welcome. You can come to this channel. Keep in touch with brother Muris. Muris, is your email still the same or is it changed?
Yeah, you can email me at DawahDigest@gmail.com, or you can do Morris Discovers Islam at gmail.com. It's the same thing.
What Gmail?
So it's basically that is name at the bottom. You see under Muris, Discover Islam at gmail.com or DawahDigest@gmail.com. One of them. All right, Brother Zek. So inshallah, we wish you all the best, and may Allah make it easy for you. And do pray for yourself, for us as well, in the month of Ramadan. At the end of the day, we all require, dua. Dua is one of the most underused weapons that a mu'min has. We need to have more faith in Allah, and the dua is like your basically connection. In addition to the salah, your dhikr and your dua will help you connect with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in a way that you cannot imagine. Okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Right.
Take
Thank you.
care, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum.
You're welcome, man. Assalamu alaikum, bro.
Right, guys. So we're going to close now. So it's only those people in the back studio. We are going to take not the repeats, the one we have already taken. Unfortunately, we can't take you again because we're going to close. Come back next time, and then we can take it from there, inshallah. Right, Muhammad, you're up next.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Walaikum salam. You're a brother from Malaysia, right?
Sorry?
From Malaysia?
Yeah, you still remember me. How?
Yes, we remember you.
It
You're the only
makes my
Malaysian
heart
who comes
go.
here.
First of all, I would like to address you guys properly. Brother Hashim, Brother Muris, Brother Fawad, how are you guys?
Alhamdulillah, man.
Good. Alhamdulillah.
Good to hear from you.
Jazakallah khairan for having me here. May Allah bless the platform and everyone involved in spreading the message of Islam. And I also like to wish you all a blessed Ramadan. Yeah, it's coming, right? Tomorrow. May Allah accept our fast, prayer, and efforts in seeking His pleasure. Amin.
Amen.
Okay, I have a question, bro. It's been a while since I'm here. I have heard maybe like hour and hour and hour of you guys talk about the Islam and also how to comprehend the existence of the Creator, right? I'm realized that you guys must also aware that in Islam we also have like a bit of conflict, not conflicting, like things that need to be clarified with the right person. I just want you guys take for this. In your guys' approach to da'wah, right? Especially when engaging with non-Muslim or skeptic or the one that doesn't believe in God, right? Do you lean more towards the Salafi understanding of Aqidah, which focusing on the direct textual evidence, or do you incorporate element of kalam and philosophical reasoning? How do you balance between in addressing different audience? I just want to clarify on you guys' method.
So, what's your understanding of philosophy?
We use our brain to understand God. That's basically the gist of it.
Which Muslim doesn't use their brain to understand God?
Yeah, but in
You
Islam,
don't need to be a Salafi to understand God.
The Quran, the Quran itself tells you to ponder.
Yeah.
Yes, true.
And this is he's right though. It is a common misconception. In the
I
sense
think
that
it's a misunderstanding of the term philosophy, maybe.
Yeah,
because the Greek philosophy, which has a lot of kufri stuff in there, that's not something that we are here to. But if it's just logic, like inference, like stuff like that, the Quran, like the brother Fawad correctly said, did you create yourself, or did it come from nothing, or did Allah create you? Would you consider this question is a rhetorical question? Would you consider this to be a philosophically, ingrained question or not?
I believe it's a direct question to the people who read the text. So basically,
Yes,
it's a
but
direct question
does
from
it
God.
employ logic and philosophy?
Yeah, it's just a basic logic.
Exactly. So
it's not something to be
we
complicated.
have to use logic. Allah tells us to ponder. Yes.
Yeah, true.
To
Agree.
look beyond the horizons and within yourself in Surah Al-Fussilat. Yeah, all these are questions which Allah is asking you. So I think this is like Brother Muris correctly said, it's a misunderstanding. Many people think that we employ some sort of Greek philosophy, which has a lot of kufri stuff in there. No, not definitely. We definitely don't use that. So it's nothing to do with Salafi or non-Salafi. It's nothing to do with any of the aqidas or anything to do with even the different schools of fiqh. It is just
Alhamdulillah.
you use logic, and this is what Allah expects of you.
Alhamdulillah.
Let me help shed a little bit of light. So this is probably coming from because you said, would you prefer the old school Salaf understanding, or would you want to go the route of the philosophy?
No, for me, I just accept the one that the best brings me near to Allah. I don't mind. I don't mind the method actually, as long it doesn't conflict with the teaching of Prophet Muhammad and what Allah has told us. I accept the way it is, but the thing is, I just want to offend Allah in a way, right? In our method to become near towards Him.
Absolutely, but when I say that, just to help shed some light, so like you had a movement early on in Islam, right? Like you had the movement of the Mutakallimun, right?
Yeah,
true. These like hardcore philosophers that were like everything has to be explained in rationale and reason.
Yeah,
and there's no other explanation whatsoever. Whereas the Sunni position is that revelation comes first.
Yes,
right?
true.
So now, a lot of people think that okay, if you don't use rationale, then you are not part of the Sunnah. That's not correct. You still use rationale, you still use logic, you still use philosophy, right? But now you have a guardrail that will prevent you from going overboard and doing something ridiculous like falling into these mutakallimun practices where you're now rejecting revelation. And you have it surged a huge political movement. I mean, you had I think it was Imam Abu Hanifa, and you also had Imam Malik, who were literally beaten and tortured for so long. And we're not talking like, and by the way, this was under a caliphate, right? And we're not talking about one caliphate. We're talking about 3 caliphates, man. These guys are beaten and tortured, and then finally, like, the 4th caliph at the time was like, "Hey, if this guy dies under my watch, like, I'm in big trouble." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
true.
It's and subhanallah, man. I think it was Imam Abu Hanifa who like died in a well, right? Because it was either him or Imam Malik who died in a well in solitary confinement. So it wasn't even solitary that killed him, Anyway, so the idea is that it's not saying that we get rid of all rationale and reason. It's you have to use it within boundaries to keep cool,
Alhamdulillah.
So,
Thank you very much, Brother Muris, because based from what you just tells me is that we can use our logic, but we need to have like a guideline, the boundary that separate us, which is the sunnah and also the dalil and the one that has been given by the
Yes.
prophet and the
Yes.
understanding of the sahaba, tabi'in, and the tabi'in. We follow
Yes.
that understanding. Alhamdulillah. Thank you, Brother Muris.
You're
I
welcome,
think
bro.
that's all from me. That's all. Thank you for clarifying this, because there has been a talk in Malaysia. I'm not sure whether you guys always comes to Malaysia, but if you guys have a time to come to
It's on
Malaysia,
my
just
list, man.
give
It's on my
give me a
list of
call.
beautiful land. I would love to go.
Give me a call. I would like to entertain you guys.
Wow, bro.
Just tells me. I'm also working. If you are aware with the IDT, Institute Dakwah Technology, Brother Lim Joy Sun. If you guys aware, I believe you guys aware. You guys has invited Firdaus Wong previously in here.
Yeah, mashallah,
Yes.
brother Firdaus. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you linked to Brother Firdaus?
No, I'm not with the Brother Firdaus directly. Brother Firdaus is in different organization. I work with his others organization, the IDT, which is the Firdaus Wong is originally from. Basically,
I
they
see.
just separate the organization to be look like diverse. A lot of people where they can go to for the new Muslim, which they prefer. They can go maybe to the Lim Joy Sun, or maybe they can go to Firdaus Wong. Depend on the new Muslim. Okay, I think I don't want to take you guys time anymore. You already streamed for like 8 hours. Before I end, I just want to take a moment to express my gratitude. Your guys' work in Dawah has had a deep impact on me personally. It has helped me to grow in my understanding of Islam and becomes a better Muslim than I was before. May Allah reward all of you guys the highest level of
Amen.
Jannah. Thank you very much. That's all from me, and I'm gonna take my leave. Assalamualaikum.
Walaikum salam. And by the way, just to clarify, it was Imam Abu Hanifa, and he died in a well, but not from the solitary. He died from poisoning, because they had to put poison in his food. The solitary wasn't even killing him, so they didn't even know how to get rid of this guy. Radiallahu anhu.
Right. I think Brother Ansari has one question for us, so I'll just take him.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for having me. I love your videos, Brother Hashim, in the speaker's corner. I think I have watched every single one of them.
Alhamdulillah.
But alhamdulillah. The question I wanted to ask was more so specifically catered to as I'm Bengali, it is a problem that I see in Bangladesh. I'll give you some background context as to my family and extended family and relatives. Most of them, those who have been blessed with wealth, alhamdulillah, owns many orphanages in Bangladesh, and we get like yatim kids to get secular education as well as religious education, like Islamic education. We get them their IGCSEs done, and we have sheikhs as well at those orphanages. As the younger kids, or me and my cousins and others, are starting to get involved in those projects, I would like to ask is one of the primary concerns that we had is the bid'ah that has been plaguing Bangladesh as we see, and also the westernization that a lot of kids, especially in the cities, they don't consider sins as sins anymore. How do we reach those people? And how do we fix the bid'ahs that are apparent in the society that was influenced by Hindu ideologies, influenced by Christian or Jewish ideologies as well, which I see people saying a lot and think that it's part of Islam, but it is not part of Islam. And I see that honestly, you guys are doing very good work in educating non-Muslims about their own faith. At the same time, you're informing them about the truth of Islam, where there is many misconceptions. So my question is, how do we work on creating like systematic changes in fixing the bid'ah in Bangladesh, which is honestly plaguing us? Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's a good question. It's not something that you can do overnight. Obviously, I think the key is education, because behind all of these things, is either misinformation or ignorance, and the only solution to that is education. You need to have someone who can impart the ilm to them in the correct way, in the correct manner, And inshallah, it should get rid of most of the issues. It's easier said than done. So this is obviously something that has to be organized by the locals over there, or wherever the problem is. And we see this in every country, not just Bangladesh or somewhere. We see misinformation. We see a lot of jahiliya, meaning ignorance in the communities, because many parents are unable to answer questions the young people are looking answers to. So what they do, they go to the internet. When they go to the internet, there's no filter, whether it's coming from the right source or wrong source, or even non-Muslims, even Islamophobes, even atheists, pretending sometimes to be Muslims, and they fall in the trap. So I think the key is education. The key is to impart the correct knowledge to them about the deen, bring them to the masajids, make them into practicing Muslims. And inshallah, this should make a change. Because, if you look at places like even in the Western countries, where Brother Muris is, where I am actually, there are lots of Muslims here. Many of them are actually practicing. So if they can be practicing and go to the masjid and do the ibadah, do their tilawat, do their studies of the Quran and so on in classes, organized classes actually through the correct teachers, then why not in Muslim countries like Bangladesh and Pakistan and all the other regions out there? Morocco, for example, the brother was here earlier. There's a lot of laziness. People think that everything is just available in the palm through a phone, and they can just study everything from TikTok and short videos and stuff like that. That's not how the teaching of Islam worked. Neither is going to be working. Yeah, you can get certain benefits from it. Don't make that a habit. You need to have teachers who can guide you and give you examples and teach you about both manners and about the things which are permissible, non-permissible. These are the basic things which we learned in our childhood. But today, unfortunately, maybe the parents, maybe the elders don't have time for this. They have time for watching TV and long series, Netflix series or whatever series. I honestly don't know how they get the time to do all that. But I think the children are not of a priority for many parents. I'm not saying they're all like that. But I think this is a joint effort from both the community leaders, the young people who volunteer, giving Dawa, also, taking, maybe enjoining good and forbidding the evil amongst your friends. So there are many factors to this. There's no one answer to this. But it needs a community effort, needs effort from your families, friends. Build a network, inshallah. There's definitely scope. So use whatever tools you have handy, whatever networks that you have, strengthen them, and inshallah, that should help you. Maybe Brother Muris and Fawad can,
I
share.
was just going to tell you, small, steady steps, like the Prophet ﷺ told us. If we just pick something and just make consistent movements towards what that something is, then the rest will manifest, right? And power of dua, power of your intention, so you can get rewards. Make sure that you're intending it, fi sabilillah. And then when you're making your dua, to complement it with your actions, then you can really go about and make those small changes, beginning with yourself, right? So like Brother Hashim brought up a really good point. There's an old saying in English, it's if you can't change your friends, then change your friends. So what that basically means is, if you're surrounded by people that are just negative influences, then it's time to turn those negative influences into positives. And the way that you can do that is by saying things like, no, let's not do that. Let's go do this instead. That's one way. Or the second thing is I'm not going to hang out with this particular crowd because it's a bad influence. And I'm going to go plug in with people that are going to be a good influence to help you maintain your path on the deen. All right. So whatever that may be, I mean, you asked like a grand question, but I would say pick a small segment that interests you the most and just keep making slow, steady steps towards forward progress with whatever interests you most. So that's my 2 cents.
Don't try to achieve a lot, because many times what happens is when you start these projects, they have like huge ideas about it. Start small, take small steps, and then grow, inshallah. Don't try to overachieve at the very start, because then the project just fizzles out. Yeah, inshallah. Brother Fawad, if you got to share something, inshallah. Oh, you're muted, bro.
Muted, by the way, bro.
Oops, sorry. So, Jazakallah khair. I mean, you guys said pretty much everything that was needed to be said. I would just say that, find a scholar, a proper scholar, because our tradition has always been learning under scholars, brother. There's a famous quote by Imam Shafi, rahimahullah, right? He said, whoever gains knowledge from books has ruined the rules and regulations of Islam, right? So don't just stick to books, and also don't learn your religion from these internet videos and TikTok, etc. Find proper scholars.
Yeah, influences is not the way to learn.
Yeah.
I mean, there are some obviously nuggets from many influences, alhamdulillah, but there's nothing like studying one-to-one or in a group, in a halaqah, inshallah, in your local masajids. Make it a habit. The masjids are not just for the 5 times prayers. The masjids were used basically as networking, places where they used to communicate and talk to each other. Same thing with the Jummah, is many people don't know the real reasons all of this was actually in place. Today, unfortunately, our masajids, they close after the Fard Salah, not even giving time for Sunnah sometimes. So it's a very different world we live in. But yeah, inshallah, try to make an effort. Like Allah will help you with your niyyah and make it easy for you and your friends and families and everyone involved, inshallah.
Jazakallah khairan. Thank you very much for your. I took some notes. I'll go and tell my cousins and friends about it.
Inshallah. And
working on
you got our email. If you got any questions or something you need to ask, feel free. Brother Fawad also has an email. I'm sure they'll share it in the private chat.
Yeah,
I've got Dawa Digest here. So yeah, this is Brother Muris's email address. You can take it down, inshallah.
Jazakallah khairan.
Inshallah. Okay, brother. You take care, inshallah. Wa alaikum assalam. All right. So we got caller, the back studio. Brother Habib. Can you hear us? Habib, you're muted. We can't hear you. All right. Looks like he's sleeping. Right, so that was the last caller. So inshallah, guys, keep us in your du'as. Ramadan's already here, So inshallah, we'll plan something for Ramadan with the Muris, Fawad, get in touch, inshallah, and see if you guys got any plans for Ramadan. We'll try to do some streams. It's going to go quickly, this time is in winter. We have short fasting, it's only 12 hours or something, so it's not that long. Inshallah, may Allah make it easy.
It's summer.
Yeah. What's that?
I said for me it's summer. So for me it'll be very long.
Oh, I see. Is it summer in? Oh, you're
Yes, southern hemisphere. Remember?
Oh yeah, you're in Brazil. I forgot. I don't know, for some reason I thought you're in the northern hemisphere, but yeah, you're in the southern hemisphere. Yeah, it's going to be how many hours?
Oh, I don't know in terms of hours, but probably 15, 16 hours.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, don't forget we had summers last time.
Yeah, that's true. And summers in the UK are insane. I remember it was a very long time ago, 15 years ago when I visited. Literally, I remember, Akhi, 9:10, and I looked out the window of my hotel, and the sun was still I could still see the sun. So
really? So your Maghrib was like, no way, 9-10 o'clock?
Yes.
How is that possible?
Fawad dropped 60 pounds that year, dude. He dropped 60 pounds that year.
Subhanallah. May Allah make it easy for you guys. I mean, we had summers. Obviously, we had long fasting as well. But maybe for the next decade or something, inshallah, we'll be all right. It's going to be short. But yeah, it's always welcome, Ramadan in winter here. Alhamdulillah, we try to make the most of it, inshallah. So yeah, all the brothers sisters watching out there, keep us in your du'as, and may Allah accept from all of us. May Allah make it easy for us, and yeah, try to make the most of the time in Ramadan. Every minute counts, We got the Laylatul Qadr in this month as well. So yeah, I mean, it's everything is manifold, isn't it? Everything you do, every blessing. So try to, even in your free time, try to do dhikr of Allah, send salawat, peace be upon him. A lot of things you can do, obviously read the Quran as much as possible. I think there's a method to it as well. If you want to finish the 30 juz, just read like 2 pages before your Fard Salah and 2 after. And inshallah, within a month, you should be able to finish it very quickly. It doesn't seem a lot after every Fard Rakah, just 2 pages of the Quran. And that should be helping you, inshallah. That's going to be easy for you to finish the entire Quran. And try to understand it with the meaning as well. That will help a lot. And yeah, definitely, take care of your fasting. Do not do anything that will, break your fast, like even anger. Try to control that. Try to not get in a situation where you have to argue or fight. When you are faced with such a situation, just tell them you're fasting and move away. That is the best thing. Otherwise, it will destroy all the effort that you have done. So why would you take that risk? So inshallah, try to safeguard your fasting as well, your fast in this month, inshallah. Yeah, if you brothers want to share something for the month of Ramadan, please feel free.
That's it. I wish everybody a blessed Ramadan, and keep your game tight and get close to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in any which way that you can. Always do extra, following the footsteps of the Prophet. He would always tighten his belt and do extra during the month of Ramadan. And barakallahu feek to everybody that tuned in. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you and accept from you guys.
I mean, yeah.
I can't top that. So yeah, Ramadan Mubarak to everybody. And inshallah,
I think our brains are already fried with this 8-9 hour streams. I can imagine. So Jazakallah khair, Brother Fawad and Brother Muris. Yes, brothers and sisters, please do subscribe to their channels. So Brother Muris's channel is under his name. It's called Discovered Islam. And Brother Fawad is Dots Connected to Islam. Please do subscribe to the channels there. Inshallah, may Allah bless you both. And until next time, take care and assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Also want to thank the moderators, Brother Gambit. I didn't see Sister Iram today. I don't know if she's well or not.
Yeah,
she's always the first. I hope she's well. But Sister Laila was there, so Brother Gambit. And yeah, mashallah, all the brothers who helped us. Yeah, Brother Naim, of course, he's always a regular. So thank you for that. I see is it Sister Amethyst? I think so. I hope I got it right. Yeah. Yeah, thank you to all of you, and may Allah accept from us. Brother Dawa Trucker is here as well. And inshallah, until next time, keep us all in your du'as, and assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. سبحان الله وبحمده سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك ونشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت نستغفرك